Morning, y'all. You know what to do. Scroll to about 3 to 4 minutes into the stream because I gotta do my selfie and my check, and I'll see you at the water. Today is gonna be a good one. Words. Hold that selfie for a couple more seconds. Perfect. All right. Let me take you guys off Wi-Fi. Okay, cool. Seems like it's working. Just doing one more test. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's perfect. Just needed to double check. I don't think I set that to public. Did I? 2 people watching apparently. Nope, it's unlisted unless somebody hacked my That's funny. Let's make sure chat is working. Okay, cool. All right, y'all. I'll see you at the water. You need to fix. Always have to fix things here and there, but it's okay. Good morning, y'all. Good morning, afternoon, evening, or night. This is like this weird, like mosquito bite on the back of my like ankle, and my shoe's been rubbing against it, so it's been like kind of annoying to like walk today, but it's all good. I'm just gonna keep fixing, making sure all is good. There. Well, this is going to be quite the talk, and I trust that the phone doesn't overheat. It's cooler right now, but we'll see what happens. If you look at today's title, it's talking about words. One of my favorite things to talk about, because it's the very thing that I have to use to help people in this world. You know, if I could, I would just not speak another word ever again. But I get to craft my words wisely in every present moment. Because, you know, words are spells, and depending on how you use your words, you can either create or destroy. But I'll talk more about that shortly. I'll just wait for a few people to jump on before I really get rolling. Had some nice calls yesterday, and I also attended a speaking event. Well, I wasn't speaking, but I was like listening to a speaker around like 9 o'clock, because I decided to sign up for a quick speaking on stage webinar. It's pretty good. He helped me to reinvigorate my vision of like what's possible for speaking on stage. So, and a stage doesn't necessarily mean like an actual physical stage. It could be just like morning. It could be a podcast. It could be just like an in-person, like a room of like 10, 15 people. Technically, this is my stage. I'm always on stage every day, right? My environment is my stage. So it goes kind of hand in hand, because, you know, when you're listening to somebody speak, you're hearing words, but are you just hearing words, or are you feeling words? Because there's one thing to listen, to hear words, there's a whole other thing to feel words. And so I can't wait to start talking about this. I'm just going to wait for a few minutes before I really dial in. I'm also pretty early too, so 8:23. Normally I would be by the water at this time or even earlier, so it's just as of late I've been deciding to come a little bit later in the morning, but it's good to get here early. So yeah. Words. We cannot exist without words. Morning. And the funny thing about words, this is for all languages. It's how we communicate. It's how we make something that we want to be known to someone else. How we relay how we want to feel, what we want to do. We have to use these words. Now, I remember when I was a kid, they would always say, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never hurt me. Let me tell you something about those words. Words can definitely hurt. In fact, there are things that someone can say that can trigger you. Morning. There are things that people will say that can potentially like cause you chaos within yourself. But then there's the opposite side of that, the other side of the spectrum, where people can actually say amazing things and it can change your life. That's my aim every day. To use these things called words, tools, to make an impact in someone's life. And every day I do make that impact. There's always at least one person that hears my words and they get something shifts inside of them, or something that they remember has been activated. The universe, God itself, source, truth, whatever you want to call it, is working through this vessel just like it's working through your vessel. But this vessel wants to use words to help people to make sure they remember who they are. Because you are so powerful beyond measure. Even saying certain words, unfortunately, like, can't even describe how truly like special and extraordinary you are. And saying special and extraordinary doesn't even come close to what you actually are. And I can feel that so viscerally for all of us. But, you know, my aim is every day to help somebody to remember more of who they are. That's my goal. And I'm pretty good at what I do. I never used to think that my words would matter. I never thought that I would never be capable of helping somebody with my words. But you know, I spent so many years like alone to figure out like how these words worked and why we say words, and only to realize there's so many things that humanity is just very unconscious about with the power of their words. There's no one here at the present moment, but it's okay. We're going to keep talking, keep sharing, keep rolling. And so, the power of your words can ultimately dictate and show you what is possible in your life. Because without your words, you can't really take action. And yesterday when I was in the speaking masterclass, the guy, his name is Nick, he has no legs and he has only one arm. His other arm is not there. He's a professional speaker. He's got high energy. He was part of Tony Robbins' like circle. But he was saying something about, you know, actions speak louder than words. Because, you know, he was mentioning there's a lot of people on the internet that are just yapping that shouldn't be yapping. And I agree with him on that. There are tons of people in this world who are on the internet that shouldn't be yapping. But the problem is, like, it's not that they shouldn't be yapping, it's just that they forgot who they are while they're yapping. Bless me. Ooh. Have to get that one out. But you mentioned again, actions speak louder than words. But when you break it down to the core, without your words, you can't take action. And I thought about it. Hello, whoever's there. I thought about it. I'm like, I don't know about that. You can definitely not take action without your words. Like, you just can't. Like, your words are what govern your experience. It's what allows you to explore new things. Hey Doc, good to see you. Yeah, I always bless myself. If I sneeze, I bless me. Good to see you. When you're using your words, use it wisely. Use it carefully. Don't just throw it away. You think it's... we take these things for granted. Just like we take our life for granted. Which you should be taking your desired reality for granted too. But just remember that you have the power in every present moment to use your words carefully. You can craft your words. Your words are like spells. They are spells, and they can create or destroy in every present moment. And that doesn't mean just speaking. That means texting, typing, writing, thinking, and feeling. Morning. Hey, morning, y'all. And so the more you are aware of your words, it's going to do something else which you're not going to be fully aware of. But it's going to allow you to start locking into the present moment. And what does the present moment have? It has the answer. And where's all the answers? Right here. Because when you start to focus on paying attention to each word that you type, speak, write, think, text, or feel, you start to be more present. In fact, in this present moment, as I'm speaking, I'm very, very, very present to every word that's coming out of the mouth. And it's important to be aware of these words. Nick said something yesterday. This is a guy who is a speaker who has helped 4 million people around the world. Pretty cool guy. I told him we're going to collab at some point. He said, never trust somebody with their tongue in their mouth, but trust the person with their tongue in their feet. I'm like, ooh, I like that. That's a bar. Never trust someone with just their tongue and their mouth, but trust someone with their tongue and their feet. But here's the thing about that. Again, we go back to words. They govern your actions. Because if you didn't have the word, you couldn't take the action. I was speaking to Dina yesterday about this concept. I shared with her, let me ask you, I know you drive your car, right? If you didn't have the word drive, would you be able to drive the car? So you have to think about it for a moment. Just think about it, like that word drive disappeared. And I'm talking about it in every language, like the action of driving. Take that word away. Would you be able to drive? No. You wouldn't be able to. Take the word stand away. Would you be able to stand? Maybe instinctually you will, but you won't understand what you're doing. You won't have any idea what you're doing. Just like eating food. And we talked about this one just before I ended the stream yesterday. You'd be like an animal. Because that's how animals operate. They don't have words to speak. They operate purely on instinct. They're instinctual creatures. We would just be instinctual. So you see, I'm bringing awareness to the power of your words, because your words are what govern your reality. That's a bar, write it down. Some come on and they drop their love. Some come on, drop their hate. Depending on how you use your words, right? You can either affect someone or not, depending on their level of emotional awareness and maturity. You know, these words are what's throwing all the problems on the planet. Like every day, like, you know, yesterday on the stream, there's a brother who was on the stream, and I asked him point blank, what's his intentions? Morning. I asked him what's his intentions on being on the stream. I asked with words. He didn't quite give me an answer. He decided that he will go. He used his words, so he left. I wish him only the best. But you see, like, a day prior, someone else showed up on the stream. I was on my way walking back home. I wasn't paying attention to the chat much, but there was a bunch of, like, unnecessary words that are being said by another person, and it was starting to create a little bit of a ruckus in the chat. But you know, the funny thing is, you know, these are just things on a screen that you could literally not give any energy to, but we do. So I want to share something. I saw something last night after I finished with that speaking masterclass, and after I spoke with one of my new clients, but they're gonna be starting with me soon. I saw a Instagram reel of kids in the 90s. Of course, the footage was made in 2026, but they were talking about how people are going to be using these square devices and be connected around the world, but they have no connection with each other. People are going to be so lonely. You know, it's funny, we're so interconnected, but yet we're so lonely on this planet. It's interesting. It's fascinating. Oh, hot stuff. Good to see you. And good afternoon to you too. I trust you're well. I saw your post, by the way. Your posts are starting to show up on my feed. So, you know, I'm like, nice photos. I like your necklace, by the way. There's your kiss. And so I saw this reel, and it was talking about how, you know, kids or people in the future, which is us today, won't be able to do a lot of stuff like they're doing back in the day, in the 80s and the 90s. Like they were mentioning how you don't own your own music, you have to go on a website that you have to pay some monthly fee just to listen to music. It's pretty fascinating. But you know, our words are what govern us. And you know, when I saw that reel last night, you know what I did? I basically said, fuck it, I'm not even turning on my phone. I turned that shit right off. I turned off all of my devices. I was like, and I usually have my devices off in the evening anyways, but in that moment, I'm like, fuck it. That was just a reminder to turn off my device. And I just ended up just like staying silent, because at the end of that reel was saying, so people don't know how to be silent in the future? Wow, that must sound very overwhelming. Because the kid was just like, he's laying on the grass and he's like, so kids don't know, or people don't know how to stay silent in the future. Wow, that must sound very exhausting and overwhelming. So it was a great reminder of sometimes we just need to be still and just be silent. You're welcome. To Rihanna for a moment, just for you, this is just kind of off topic for a moment. I see that dude fiending on you. I observe that other character fiending on you. It's interesting. He be using his words, crafting his words via text and sending his little comment. It's pretty awesome to like watch him in action. It's fascinating. I love wordplay, and I love watching what happens in the comments. I love watching that happens in the chat. I love watching how people speak their words. Like yesterday, again, back in that master class I was in with Nick, that was impromptu, by the way. My intuition was like, it saw a ad. I'm like, he's having the master class like right now. I can just jump into it right now. And I got in right as he started, because I just finished with the new client now that I've signed, which is awesome. And the way Nick was speaking, he's like, you know, he had high energy, and he was like locked the fuck in. He was very present with his words. I could feel it. And so he was using words like, a lot of people are yapping on the internet that shouldn't be yapping, which is true, because they're just giving false information. But then again, they are where they are based on their level of awareness. So they're not really giving false, they're just misinformed, misaligned to what's actually going on. Because that's the thing, everybody has their ability of thinking they know how the universe works. And yes, you do know how it works from your from your point of view, because it brought you to this level of awareness, it brought you to this point in time. But there are a lot of misinformation out there, especially when it comes to how God or the universe actually operates. Most are starting to clue in, though, that it starts right here. Is that anonymous? Yes, it is. See, I'm starting to clue in on, or starting to see from a distance whose usernames are who. Just by like looking at the pattern of the letters, I'm like, good to see you, by the way. We're talking about my favorite topic in the world, words. I have to use these words to convey. You have to use your words to type to relay back to me that you're there, right? Without words, think about it. Would any of you be able to communicate back with me? How could you? Without words, would you be able to be in a relationship with another person? Sure, you can navigate, but it's going to be very, very challenging in this world to navigate without your words. You could just stare at each other, but then you have no words to even stare. So what would you do? And the reason why I'm talking about this, and I'm so passionate about talking about words, is because so many people use these things, but they're unaware how they're using it, or they're just oblivious to the idea that the awareness of using words, because we just use it. It's like breathing. We don't think about breathing, we just do it. It's the same thing about words. We just speak it without thinking about it. And the reason why I'm very passionate about speaking about words is because it's your words that govern your reality. That's a bar, write it down. Because depending on how you use your words, you will either create or destroy something within yourself. Because as you speak the word, you will feel it viscerally, or it doesn't even have to be spoken. You can think it, you can feel it. And if you think it or feel it, even though you might not be saying it out loud, deep in your cells, they're listening to the intentions, the energy behind the word. Because words create energy. Because your mind creates a label. Like right now, the back of my left foot, there's a mosquito bite. It sucks. I have to walk here with that, and my shoe is rubbing against it, so it's continuously being irritated. So the mind is creating irritation, the word, the feeling, the sensation of irritation. So you see, without these words, you couldn't really navigate much. So it's important to be very hyper aware of your words, because I was sharing this earlier before, Rihanna and you showed up anonymous and Doc had just shown up. I was saying that without words, you just can't do shit. Like you can't. Like it's impossible. Like if you wanted to eat food, you wouldn't be able to eat food. You just couldn't. You'd be like an animal, but you wouldn't know what to do with it. You'll be very instinctual, like a dog, but you won't know what is what. This right here is the foundation of life, quite literally. Without words, we're screwed. We're just basically the animals. That's what separates us. The ability to intellectually think, but also to speak. Sure, can animals speak? Well, parrots can. Pollywog a cracker, whatever they say, if you train it properly. But that's because a human had to train it with words. And it would mimic the sound of what the human is saying. I've heard some dogs kind of speak with their bark. Like that's all. But that's again a human training a dog. Without the human training, they're just as is. Just like without us being able to speak our words, we're basically like the animals too. Like when we're born, we can't speak right away. We don't have the teeth to speak. We don't have the consciousness to speak yet. We're crying. We're making a sound out of our voice, but our parents have to decipher what does that mean. Is that hunger? Is that pain? Is that uncomfortability? Like, what is it? Oh, and I'm about to change your perspective on babies for a moment. I want you guys to just kind of take a moment and just like hear me out on this. This is a different perspective that you probably haven't heard before. When a baby's crying, it's crying because it still has its memories from its previous incarnation. And because it has its memories from its previous incarnation, when it's crying, it doesn't know how to communicate the way it used to communicate, because it knew how to communicate. It knew how to use words, but now it's been shoved back into a vessel that doesn't have the capabilities yet. So like it's frustrated, and that's why it has to cry to make that signal. This is the foundation, this is the starting point of how we all started to get to where we're getting to. Every human that's born on this planet right now did not know how to speak words as soon as they came out of their mother's womb. That's a bar, write it down. Maybe in my next lifetime, I'll be the first human that comes out of someone's womb and I'll be able to speak right away. I'll be like, all right, thank you so much for birthing me. Morning, bro. I'll be the first human being born on the planet that'll have the ability to speak right away. Of course, I'll be like, all right, parents, new parents, hello. I know what you're about to name me, and you're not naming me that. My name is Orion. And they'll be flabbergasted. They'll be stunned because I can already speak. That'd be hilarious. But every child on the planet comes down to the earth, descends into a body with a vessel that has no capabilities of speaking presently. And we have to cry to get our parents' attention so they can take care of us. Could you imagine somebody being born and they're like, wow, it took you 7 to 9, well, it took you 9 months to get me out of your body. Thank you so much. I don't need to cry, but hello, you need to hold my head up. You need to do all kinds of stuff for me. That'd be hilarious. Just thinking about that. That could be a fucking TV show. That might be $1 million idea for some of you. Pretty fascinating concept. Anyways, to get back on topic. As babies, we don't have the ability to form words yet. But when we get to being around 6 to 7 months, we start to say mama, dada. We start forming like simple, basic, rudimentary things like sounds out of our mouth. Mama, dada, baba. And then we keep evolving our language from that moment on, because we start to take on what our parents and the surrounding environment is signaling back to us. That's why children who have bilingual, trilingual, polyglot parents, that means someone who can speak more than 4 languages, can pick up language super easily because you're now in the process of forming. And here's the beautiful thing about speaking multiple languages. This is the one thing that I definitely want to work on myself, is that it builds more neural synaptics in your brain to be able to form like interconnectedness between languages. You're able to think slightly different because you have the ability to think in 2 different or 3 different or 4 different or even 5 different like languages. My ex-wife, she is polyglot. She spoke English, Ukrainian, German, like French, and Russian. Or, did I say Russian already? Wait, hold on. English, German, Ukrainian/Russian, because it's almost identical. Italian and French. Pretty good. So her brain was able to think vastly different in different ways to connect, and she had different synaptic neural connections with those words. I don't know if my live stream's working. It might be. It should be. But if it is, cool. If it isn't, doesn't really matter. I'm just rolling with it. But as a child, you start to form your words. Then you get into school and you start practicing your ABCs and 1, 2, 3s. Okay, Anonymous, thank you for at least saying that it's working. Perfect, thank you. Then you get into school, ABCs, 1, 2, 3s, you start to read. You might be of reading before you get to school, but generally speaking, you start to build all that. Morning. You start to build language structures when you're in school. But prior to having all that, you were just instinctually doing things, but you didn't know what you were doing. Like you would take a marker and put it in your mouth. Or you would touch the stove without knowing the consequences of touching a stove because you didn't know what was going on. Like deep down in your core, the soul knows, the soul has the word, but the mind just doesn't. So you're just operating from instinct, So yes, can you still live without words? Absolutely you can. But it's going to be very, very, very fucking challenging, especially as an adult, if you don't have words. Children get help from the adult, or adults, plural, the people around them, to help them to navigate as they're starting to form their way around the world. I don't know if this is true, but I heard of a little girl being raised by monkeys. Again, don't know if this is true. And because she was raised by monkeys, again, I have to go, I saw an article, and of course anything can be forged on the internet, right? So you never know the authenticity of this. But let's just roll with it. Let's just say this is authentic for a moment. She was raised by monkeys. She had no ability to speak. She was just making the sounds of the monkey. She's operating like a monkey. She was swinging on trees. Morning. And so your environment is a great indicator of where you start off with in reality. And of course, as you're being formed as the fetus, depending on how your mom and your dad or how conscious or unconscious they are, you're taking input from them too. You ever see a dad speak to the stomach? The baby can hear. Just because you're encased in the darkness of your mother's womb doesn't mean you can't hear. You can hear. Your ears are formed. You just may not understand, but you're starting to build awareness. I'm going to tell you this right now. When I get into a relationship and I'm going to have a kid or 2 or 3 or maybe even 4 with the woman of my dreams, it all depends on how many kids she wants and depends on if she even wants kids. But if, let's hypothetically say I'm going to have a kid, you best believe I'm going to be talking empowerment to that stomach. Love, encouragement, confidence. That kid, when they come into the world, oh my God. They are going to be next level. Because I'm already aware of power. Unconscious. This is my goal on this planet. It's the power of these words. It doesn't matter English, it doesn't matter whatever language you speak. It's the same principle in every language. Being aware of your words. When you're aware of your words, a lot of things start to open up. You start to build more awareness. start to speak things differently into existence. You start to remove things out of your existence that are no longer serving you. Words are so powerful beyond measure. Like, it's just wild how crazy these things called words are. But we forget in every present moment. Anonymous, what we got? Oh, it is? We're losing audio? 1 sec. I trust. All right, let's see. Mic check, 1 2 1 2. We good? Yes? No? Yes? Yes? No? We good? I think we're good. I see a thumbs up now. Much better. Perfect. Cool. Good to see you, Lottery Energy. I do need to fix my camera though, because I just kind of there. Anyways, all right. I was saying that I'm here to bring awareness to the power of your words. And that means every language. It's not just English. This is not an English thing. This is a universal thing with all languages. Because when you start to be more present, or when you start to be aware of your words, you become more present. It allows you to build awareness. It allows you to take things and create things, or I like to use the word reveal things because it's already created, into existence, and remove things that no longer serve you. This is why, like, when I see like words, and I love wordplay, I really do. That's why I call myself a wordsmith. You know how there's like a blacksmith that creates swords? I'm a wordsmith. I create weapons with my tongue. Your tongue is a fucking weapon. So I'm a wordsmith. That's a bar, write it down. All of you are wordsmiths too. You might have not been aware of that, but now you're aware. You are a wordsmith, all of you, every single one of you. Because if you use words, you're a wordsmith. Now it just comes down to how present you are with using these words. Good to see you, by the way, Lottery Energy. I didn't get to acknowledge you. And again, good to see you, Doc, and good to see you, Anonymous. And Rihanna, if she's still here. You know, as I'm talking, and you know, I'm kind of just like being still right now. There's so many words just flooding in my head right now. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. Like the sun is hitting my eyes right now. The cicadas are making that sound right now. This is the sound of summer right here. When you hear this, that's the sound of summer. The water flowing. Like this is all, even though we're using senses of hearing, these hearings are creating words in the mind. Like, oh, I hear the water flowing. I feel the sun like hitting my skin and like my eyes. Like, I'm telling you all, like this thing right here is so like friggin' fundamental and foundational that you will never unsee words the way I speak about them. You'll never unsee it again. Because you will start to be aware of like, what am I actually typing right now? What am I actually speaking right now? What am I actually thinking right now? What am I actually feeling right now? What am I actually writing right now? Because as a child, we didn't have these things, and then you started to form it. You started to evolve it over time. We started to form these things, and then we started to use it, and it became autopilot. And you know, the funny thing is, we take for granted these ability to speak the words. And guess what? I'm going to talk about manifestation for a moment. Each one of you are manifesting on autopilot right now, and in fact, you're taking manifestation for granted because you're manifesting your present moment with wherever you are presently in your life. You don't have a manifestation problem. You have no problems, just so you know. Everything is working according to plan right now. You are where you are, and you're meant to be where you're meant to be presently in this present moment. The only issue that may be occurring is where you're placing your attention and focus, based on the level of the words that you're speaking or thinking or feeling or writing or typing or feeling. I already said that, or thinking. I already said that too. You know what I mean. Where do all the words come from? Why do you think I keep saying that the answer is you? Even answer is you is words. You see, it's an echo chamber of words. Words upon more words upon more words upon more words. It's a never-ending echo chamber until you get to the point of silence. But even silence is still technically a word. So you have to get to that, just like... And the reason why I'm bringing this up right now is to bring you to your awareness of like how magical this moment really is. Because in that moment, that space, that's where all of the awareness, all the magic, all the manifestation lies. Because you have everything in this moment. I know our eyes deceive us and say, but I don't have it yet, Orion. I don't have it. But you do have it. It's right here. The moment you thought about it, it's already yours. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist in the physical. Or just because you don't see it in the physical, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist in the mental. It's because we want to experience it in the physical. We are always looking for a feeling. And our feelings are based on what? Words. Again. Because without the word, you will go within yourself and be like, what the fuck is this feeling? And your mind's going to find a way to label it and create meaning behind it. And meaning creates emotion, but emotion is, again, based on words. You can feel something, but you'll be like, what the fuck is this? You won't even know what to say, what the fuck is this, because you won't have the word. You know, honestly, every day I can talk about words. In fact, my entire live stream channel can only be about words. I can speak about this topic every fucking day. Every day. I can never run out of anything when it comes to this because I have to use words to explain words. It's paradox. That's the paradox of language. I have to use the very thing to tell you about the thing that I'm talking about. Oh, and by the way, someone who's using hand signals, like hand sign, they're still using words, but they're using it via their fingers. Because then you translate it in your mind and then create the word. I don't know any sign language except for maybe like this. I don't know if this actually means love. But it's important to be aware of these things called words. Very important. Because when you are aware, hyper aware of words, it will set you apart from 99.99998% of the planet. Because 99.99998% of the planet are unaware and unconscious to this very thing that we're talking about right now. Words. People are using it in all kinds of ways throughout reality right now. But yet they're unaware of how they're using it. Except for like 0.0000000 like 2% of people are aware. I'm part of that. And guess what? You guys are now a part of it too, because now I brought it into your awareness. And if you start to use your words wisely and use your words more in alignment with what you desire to actually have, you'll see your reality start to actually physically change. Even though you're not really giving a fuck about the physical reality, that will just happen by default. It's going to start because you're designing it from within. When you design within, it'll automatically happen without. It won't happen right away, but it will. Reality takes some time to play catch up because the matter is dense on this planet. It takes some human time for things to unfold. But once you've thought about it and felt it enough within yourself, you already have it. Why do you think I keep saying I already have everything? I'm not missing anything. All the people who were like, yeah, like that guy who came on yesterday saying, are you married or you have a girlfriend? I'm like, I have them within. He's like, oh, so that means no. And he said loser. I'm like, well, hey, you can call me you can call me that if you want, but your words mean nothing because I can take your words and destroy it in an instant. Once you have that awareness, you can take somebody's words and just reduce it to nothing. Morning. You have that power in every present moment to take a word and either embody it as truth, entertain it as your truth, or dissolve it and let it disappear out of your experience, or destroy the meaning behind it. That is how powerful, like no one, and I fucking mean this, no fucking human on the planet is talking about this thing that I'm talking about right now. Even Trina, she talks about words and it's an echo chamber, but she doesn't talk about this aspect. I'm the only one presently talking about this. Maybe there is another human out there that's probably talking about this, but I certainly have not run into them yet. Because usually I run into people who are in exactly where I'm at in my life. As it stands right now, haven't ran into anyone like that. Trina is the closest though. Trina lives in Vancouver, British Columbia, west of Western Canada. It took her 12 years to figure out this echo chamber of words. I saw her at the tail end of 2025, and I'm like, finally, someone fucking gets what I'm talking about. God damn, it's been about fucking time someone on YouTube finally is talking about the thing that I've been talking about for years. So I'm like, okay, I'm not the only crazy one that actually knows about this. Words are fucking echo chamber. You can keep going into, it'll just keep going and going and going. It's just an echo chamber after an echo chamber until you stop. That's where I live, in that stopping moment. I live there, where everything exists. And I'm not limited to like, I can only have this thing, or I can only believe in that thing, or I can choose whatever I want to believe in every present moment. And I'll just reframe that word from believe to know. I can know in anything in every present moment. If I desire to be in a certain religious background, I can be it right now. There. Right now, I am Jewish. I can do that. I have the power in every present moment to do it. And guess what? All of you too have it as well. It's all a choice though. And it's based on your level of awareness of your words. Do you see where I'm going with this? Do you feel it? You're starting to get the message. It's something inside of you. I can feel it. All of you. You're starting to feel something. But guess what? That feeling that you're feeling is just more words. Yes, it's a sense, but your mind's going to probably make you aware and give it a label, which is another word. This is what I call the direct pointing to the experience. Now, unfortunately, this direct pointing has a limit. Like, for example, I can say, I'm pointing at the water. Water, word, water. This substance down here, water. But what this is goes beyond the word water. You can feel it. I can put my hands in the water, which I'll do quickly. Right? I can feel this thing called morning. I can feel this thing called water. But what this actually is goes beyond what we can truly describe it, because it can never fully capture the experience. Like, yes, my hands are wet right now and I have the substance called water on my fingers, but really what this is goes beyond the word water, because the word is just it's just like a shell holding this thing. As the word is a container, you can call it that. It's better than I say shell. The word is a container to point to this experience, to capture the experience, but it can't fully encapsulate it. You see what I'm saying? Is that clocking in right now? Or as a lot of Gen Zs will say, is that clarking? I love making fun of Gen Z sometimes, but I love them. I love them so much. They keep me on my toes. Morning. So these things called words. I'm giving you a new take on words that you probably may have never heard. I'm sure some of you heard the words are spells, but they go far beyond even that, because it goes even beyond saying that. Every thought becomes a word when you're thinking it. Not all thoughts are created equal, though. Every emotion has a word. Your emotions transcend language, though, but your words are what kind of give it like a form, right? So you have love, right? But you have this feeling that we call love, but you have to use the word love to put it into like a box. And guess what? Your words put things into a box to compartmentalize it, to understand it, but really it can't really compartmentalize it because the mind keeps it all as one thing anyways. But the mind has to do that so that it can understand what the fuck is going on in that moment. Otherwise it'd be a jumbled mess of every thing that's why our mind is so intricate. It's fascinating. That's why whenever I see things in the chat, I'm like, hey. That's why whenever I see things in the chat, I'm like, now that's an interesting thought. Or, that's a second dimensional perspective. Because I'm like, they're choosing to use their words in that way that is full of limitation. You want to see a limitation right now? I'm trying so hard. I can't do it. This is so difficult. Why is life so hard? Now, of course, because they have emotions of their previous experience up until that moment when they're screaming out loud that life's so hard, I'm trying, but nothing's working. They're choosing to use those words and to keep them, to explain their experience that they've had up until this moment, because they have energy and they have to label it some way so they can express it to someone else, so that someone else can understand what they're feeling. But they choose to use words like that. You want to see the same you want to see a different version but of the same thing? Yeah, up until this moment, my life's been very difficult. I've been attempting so much, but it just doesn't work. But I know that things can work out for me because I see other people, it's working for them. So I know that I'm capable of changing. I'm capable of knowing that life can be easier. More words, a lot more words. I could have even simplified it. And I'll simplify it right now. Life's been difficult, but I'll get through it. Choosing your words wisely. Does that make sense, y'all? Now, I would have had you guys type yes in the chat, but I'm not here to do all that. It's important to engage with your audience, and you guys can type yes if you want, if it makes sense. This is what a speaker does, and you'll catch them. If you're ever in a master class, they'll always want you to say, if this is registering or if this is clicking, type yes in the chat so I make sure I know that it's registering. When I'm doing a master class or anytime I'm doing stuff like that, I'll do that. But on a live stream, I don't need to do all that. I'm just here to just speak. Nothing more, nothing less. I don't need to play those games. But If it is registering, just let me know. You can leave a comment here and there, whatever you want, if you choose to. Just making sure that I didn't see anything new. Eventually, my live streams will be like that, where if this is like, especially if it's a paid live stream, I'm gonna make sure you guys are getting your full value by making sure you engage. Because when you engage, that means you're actually paying attention. You're not being passive. Because it's one thing to listen, but it's a whole thing to engage. And when you engage, you actually are actively like in this moment with me, paying attention to know that you're actually locked the fuck in, if that makes sense. Anyways, this is just a live stream. We're not doing all that presently. I'm just here to bring awareness, nothing more. Perfect. Thank you, QWERTY. Thank you for your engagement. Appreciate you. By the way, good to see you. So my point that I'm saying is that, you know, when you're using these words, do your best. And you're always doing your best. Okay? Just remember that in every present moment, you're always doing your best with the awareness that you're at when you're typing, texting, writing, speaking, feeling, or being the word. It's important to just be aware of just this alone will set you apart from the billions of people on the planet that are currently unaware of the words. Think about it. Just take a moment to think about it. Anywhere in your life or in your current experience, you're probably seeing a word somewhere. Like right now, yes, you're seeing words on a live stream and you're hearing words. But forget me for a moment. Like pretend I'm not there, even though you're still hearing me. And look around your environment. Can you look at something without giving it a word? Your mind is immediately going to look at something like, and in that moment, that micro moment, as you're about to label the thing, that space before you label, that's where all the magic is, by the way. But you see, we have to label it. Like pick up something in your room or wherever you're at and just look at it. And can you look at it without giving it a word? You probably might start calling it something else, but you're still like, there's an energy that's like, I need to call it something, like I have to call it something. This is breaking language structure right here. But look around your environment. I'm sure there's a word slapped around somewhere in your house. I'm sure of it. You might have a painting that has a word on it. You might have something stuck on your fridge, you know, those magnets. They probably have a word on it, or you have a note somewhere on your computer, there's some words. I'm sure, I guarantee that there's fucking words on your computer. I also guarantee that there are words on your phone right now, because you can clearly see that you're watching the live stream and there's some words. QWERTY put yes in the chat. And before that, Lottery Energy put good to see you, Orion. Those are just words. And why am I so passionate about this is because so many people get tripped up with words on this planet. And that's what's causing all the problems on the planet. It's fucking words. If you didn't know that, it's not the action of somebody. Yes, they're taking action and doing whatever the fuck they're doing, but starting with words. That's why people get triggered when they hear other speakers speak. Think about it. Right? Some people on my channel get triggered too. Just because I'm saying some words. Because they're taking my words like very either insincerely and it's bothering them. They're taking it too personally. Without these words, like imagine a world where nobody's speaking a word. Just imagine that for a moment. Your mind is going to it's probably going to spaz out for a bit. It'd be like, how would we operate? And the real reason why I'm bringing this up is because of the whole getting tripped up aspect of our words. This is the main reason why I'm talking about this today. This right here is going to fucking level you up right now. Because when you start to just look at words as nothing more than tools, repeat after me, nothing more than tools. You don't need to type that in the chat. You can just say it within yourself. Nothing more than tools. Then you don't get tripped up with those tools because they're nothing more than tools. 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 I have not. The fish, no, I have not. I'm talking about words right now, but thank you for jumping on and leaving a comment. No, but I haven't gone fishing here. People have though, but I haven't. I myself, I'm not a fan of fishing. It's not my thing. But it's not like I have never fished before, but not in this water, no. Anyways, back to what I was saying. When you see your words as nothing more than tools, then you start to see the tool as just neutral, nothing more than just what it is. And like, for example, what's your name? Spartacus. Ah, yes, I did see, and I do remember your name. It's good to see you again. So Spartacus, shared some words, and they just shared, like, they saw me a few weeks ago, and those are just tools as well, words. Now, what we tend to do as humans, and I'll show you an example, is that we will give it emotion behind the words, right? I can look at his words and give, like, yeah, it's really, like, I'm starting to feel happy that I get to see Spartacus again, right? I'm like, generally, like, joyful that I get to see Spartacus because he saw me a few weeks ago. Morning. But I can also do the opposite right now. I'm like, ugh, that Spartacus guy again, ugh, right? And then create emotion behind that, all because I see the words on the screen, or I see the person in the person. This is what we do with words. We create emotion behind those words, but words are nothing more than just placeholders. They're a container to fit emotions, energy in motion, or feelings into a box, aka the word, and then we send it out. It's important to be aware that words are nothing more than tools. Nothing more than tools. You have that power in every present moment to change the meaning or just dissolve the meaning of the word and just keep it as a tool and not get so tripped up. But we humans, what happens with us is we internalize it as like some experience, and then guess what happens? We get tripped up by those tools called words. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for that. And I have the same thing for you. That's why I said I got to see you again. I remember seeing you in passing on by. So I appreciate you for sharing that. You see, like, he mentioned those words, and I have a feeling coming through my body. Thank you for that, by the way. Even though it was really me creating the feeling, but I took your words, and you said good vibes, and I felt this, like, the goosebump? That feeling, like, when it's like, it feels nice? Thank you for that. But that's how we can use words. We can use words to create or destroy in every present moment. That's how powerful our words are. Now, of course, most humans, unfortunately, are currently unconscious to just this very aspect of words. And because they're very, very unconscious to this aspect of words, we get tripped up. I get tripped up at times too, but I'm at least a little bit more aware to, like, I know what's going on. Like, I see what's going on. I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing, mine. You want to feel this feeling. Fine, you can feel the feeling, but remember, you're the one that's getting tripped up with the body, and you want to get the body to get all riled up. You have the power in every present moment to just like look at a word and just like, okay. Let me see. Yeah, we all should treat each other with respect and dignity. Smiles are contagious. Yes, they are. And you're spot on about that. I love smiling. Once upon a time, Spartacus, I was a dude who hated smiling. I fucking hated smiling. In fact, I couldn't even smile if you even paid me. I couldn't smile. I was like, you know, if you've ever watched Friends, for those of you who watched the episode when Chandler was attempting to take a photo with Monica and he kept fucking up the smile, he's like this. That's how I used to, because I was so locked into the negative paradigm that I couldn't smile. And whenever somebody's like, smile, and I have to take a photo, which was very rare. That's why there's so very little photos of me in my teens and in my 20s, because I barely took photos of myself or even video. I don't have like how other people have like a collection of photos. I only have like a handful to show you where I was. Anyways, when somebody would like say smile, I'd be like, I know it's a little harder to see, so let me come up closer to the camera. I'd be doing like this. I couldn't smile. It was weird. So you see how hashtag 187, who keeps coming back, and he's using words to attempt to rage bait. See, I took his words just now and I destroyed it immediately. His words are literally destroyed. This is the power each of you have. So like whenever you're engaging in a chat room, you're engaging with a person in the physical, you're commenting back on a YouTube video or on Instagram or Facebook or TikTok or whatever, you have the power to just either entertain their words as truth or dissolve it, because there's nothing more than just tools that you get to use. This is why it's so important to be aware of words. It's the thing that people use but don't know how they're using it, and it's also the very thing that we have to use to explain the thing to someone else. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm basically using words to explain words, about words and why words do what words do. So, the more people who are aware of what they're actually saying, and the easier reality will get for the rest of us, and the easier it's going to get for you, because you will be aware of the words you're saying. And guess what? And I said this earlier, but I'll say it again. Your words are what govern your experience. So you will only be able to experience what words you have. You won't be able to experience anything beyond the words that you currently are at. That's a bar, write it down. So let's say you don't have the word like relationship in your vocabulary. You do though. From a soul level, you have all the words. But in the mind, let's say relationships are like, you don't even know what that word is. And you grew up in like a jungle and you had like no connection with anybody. You would have no idea about relationships with other people. Zero. Or maybe you don't like the word love, or you took that word out of your vocabulary because you hate love. You hate this thing called love. Secretly, you do love love because that's what you are. You're a being of love, but you forgot that. But you hate that word. So you destroyed the meaning of love. So guess what? Will you experience love? No, because you destroyed it. You are only going to get where you currently are with your word vocabulary and your container of words that you have presently within yourself. You have every word accessible at any present moment right here, but here you get to decide which words you want to use. Well, the chat's a little busier right now, which is good. It looks like it's about that time where everybody's starting to show up. So I will look at the chat in a bit, but right now I'm going to lock the fuck in because it's important. Because I have to use these words to explain the words about using words while you're navigating the world with words. I said this earlier before a lot of you jumped on, but imagine for a moment, I took away all the ability to speak words. It doesn't matter what language. I take away all language off the planet. Would you guys be able to even type anything in the chat? You'd be powerless. You wouldn't be able to do shit. You wouldn't be able to do much of anything. None of us. Imagine a world where no one's saying a word to anybody. It'd be quite depressing, actually. We're just kind of like looking at each other like zombies, but we wouldn't even have that idea of like looking at each other because we would just be existing. And even the word existing wouldn't matter because we're just like. So basically, that's kind of what I'm doing. I just had a vision in my head. I see basically a bunch of humans who are just zombies walking around, and like I'm the only conscious human, and I'm starting to activate each human to like, hey, do you remember that you have words that you can speak? And it starts to like light them up, and they are like, wait a minute, I remembered that I have this thing called words to speak. And then this other human starts. That's what I'm doing presently. I'm making people aware of words. You're using it right now in the chat, all of you. You're not speaking, but you're typing. Now, depending on when I come back to the screen and look at the chat, I will determine which words I dissolve and destroy and the ones I actually accept and acknowledge. So I'm going to take a moment, quickly go to the screen and see which words I'm going to dissolve and destroy and which words I'm going to choose to accept and acknowledge. So let's see what we got. Who's saying what? And that also goes for emojis. We got a random bunch of people in the chat right now. Don't worry about, so what's your name? I'm just calling you Lala. Don't worry about hashtag. Remember, I know you just showed up on my stream, but this is the very reason why I'm talking about words. You have the power in every present moment to not pay attention to someone else's words. See, for hashtag, he doesn't exist to me. Like, the person exists, his soul, but his words don't exist. They're irrelevant. And that's going to probably get him more stirred up and activated. So he's probably going to keep using emojis to like bait me into like, you know, keep responding to him. But for you, Lala, don't even pay attention to him. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of your precious energy to give, you know, your energy to like second dimensional words. Or words that are coming from a second dimensional perspective. That's a bar, write it down. So I read through some of the chat and I'm like, okay, cool. Some of you asked me, where am I filming? This is in Toronto right now. Eventually this will be San Diego, California, so you'll see more mountains and ocean than more rivers and streams. So I entertained that person's words. But, you know, when I look at other things in the chat, I'm like, I'll see what I determine to actually pay attention to, and I will determine what I don't pay attention to based on what I feel right now in this moment. So like for everybody else who is actually leaving something decent in the chat, I'll give you your attention. For anyone else who isn't leaving really anything of value in the chat, I will not be responding to you because your words are nothing. Because I can take your words and dissolve it into micro dust. You have the power. And that's the thing, what I'm sharing with all of you. You have that power in every present moment to alter your state of being by not entertaining other people's words. This is actually a good game for a lot of you, especially when you're in the chat. You can either play along with each other and get into unnecessary squabbles, or you just simply don't get into, you know, games like that whatsoever. Oh, here comes my friend.
Morning, don't complain.
No morning, no complaints indeed.
Nice weather.
Very nice weather today.
Even my boy is happy to see weather like this.
Yep. He's got that smile on his face.
He's a happy boy.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll see you in a bit. All right. That gave me a quick moment to come back to the screen and see, what will I acknowledge? What am I going to acknowledge? And Lala, is this Reina or is this someone else? Just want to make sure. Because if you change your username again, I guess every time I see the letter X, it's going to be you. If that's you, let me know. Because, like, I got to keep up with your games of changing your username. Let's see, what do we... It would be very unhappy if you destroyed garlic. Yes, it would be very unhappy. Let's see. Unhappy people laugh all the time. I mean, like, garlic isn't a word. Everything's a word. Let's see. I'm just like looking at the chat right now. Scrolling back up. We all have the power. Every one of us has the power to alter our words and our choices of words. When you're aware of the words, you just don't get tripped up anymore. How can you? You can entertain it though if you want, but then when you entertain it, you get subjected to that person's words. And remember, I want to share this with you all. If someone, and there's nothing wrong with getting triggered. It's okay if you get triggered. Perfectly okay. It's the meaning you give behind that experience of getting triggered that will then create the problem. That's a bar, write it down. But let's say you are, you're speaking with someone, whether in the digital world, the physical world, you have the power to take anyone's words and internalize it. But here's the thing. They can also do the same thing on their end too. It doesn't work one way, it works both ways. And you all can either take each other's keys of your own kingdom or keep your keys and keep it for yourself. And what that means is, like, when you hand over your keys to your kingdom, that means you're getting emotionally invested in their words. And then you basically give over your keys to their kingdom, or to your kingdom, and they have control over your emotions based on the words that they're using. And if you're aware of that, you can literally just play absolutely neutral. So if someone says, oh, I think you're a great guy, Orion, I can be like, thank you, but not get too entrenched in that, because I can give my emotions away to that. Or if someone's like, I fucking hate you, Orion, you piece of shit. Like, I can also give my emotions away, my keys away, but I'm not going to do that either. My point to say is, like, you guys have the power in every present moment, what you choose to entertain, what you choose to subject yourself to, what you choose to even acknowledge or respond or reply to. You have that power. It's all about being conscious, about being aware, about knowing, like, why am I doing what I'm doing? Like right now, like, is there a reason why I'm typing in the chat? Or what's the reason why I'm typing in the chat these words? Like, what am I actually typing in the chat? Is it of value? Of course you're going to be saying, of course it's of value, because you're typing it. It's obviously biased to yourself. It only makes sense because you think every word's important that you're typing, which is fine, right? But my point to say all this is to say is, like, for anyone else who's like looking at the chat and you're like man, this guy is like annoying, or this guy's stirring me up, or like this is a weirdo, or blah, 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 blah. Like, why are you even entertaining them? This right here is high level mastery right here. There could be people in my physical world, and they could be annoying, but I don't have to entertain them because they simply have no power. And I don't create that feeling within myself to bring it forth in the physical anyways. Sure, do people do bad things in my physical world? Of course they do. And when I say bad things, I mean things that we've collectively agreed that is bad, but those are based on more words that we considered bad. This live stream, this particular topic today is the foundation to everything you experience in life. Everything. And I mean fucking everything. Some of you are paying attention to this and some of you are not, and that's okay. I'm not here to make you listen. You choose whatever you want to do, your choice. I'm having to use words. Hey. Yes, indeed. How are you, sister? Good.
Everything good?
Yep. Talking about the power of words right now. Yeah. You too. And so, like, the power of words, because she just left, it's very important that you know that this governs your experience. You can use an emoji. That's still a word technically, because you're still having to take the action with your fingers by using your fingers to then press logically with your mind to go to the emoji to press it and then hit enter. That's still words. Even though you're not saying it and you're not narrating all your actions, those are still words at the end of the day. If I take away everybody's fucking words, if I literally stripped everybody of their language, basically this world comes to a standstill. Everybody's cooked. I'm not going to do that, obviously. I don't have that power. But I'm just saying, imagine just one human day. Everybody systematically cannot speak any language or any word. What's going to happen? The world is going to be it's going to be super peaceful, but everybody's going to be like fucked a little bit. Because you won't be able to you don't have the ability to do anything. I wouldn't have that ability to pick up this water ball because I have no word. There's no word. You won't know how to drink. You won't know how to eat. You won't know how to do anything because you're fucked. Even being fucked, you won't even know what that is. More echo chamber of words. Most humans this is going to go over your head. So, like, I came here to make sure that you are at least aware of the power of your words. Hey.
How's it going?
Great. You, dude?
Can I interrupt?
Go for it.
What's the message today?
Words. The power of your words.
The power of our words.
Yeah, because if you think about it, your words govern your experience. Because without words, you can't do anything.
Yeah.
Think about it, like, I'm holding this water bottle, right? If I take away the word holding or water bottle or even just this idea, this doesn't exist. Imagine like you're standing there right now. Imagine I take the word stand. What would happen?
What about pure experience without being veiled through articulation of words?
We would just be like animals, just kind of like, but we wouldn't be able to do much.
I think often of Adam and Eve as being the speaking animals.
Right.
And when Adam, a part of that experience of having language, they also saw themselves in their nudity and their nakedness, and shame arose and all these things arose. So I see the link between the differentiation of us being humans with speech,
yep,
and then the animals without speech, them being natural,
right,
and in the flow. So is language bad?
Language isn't bad, it just is, but it's the meaning we give to the words. Because every word can be, you can put think of like words as a box that holds the emotions, a container.
Yeah.
Right? So like the word love, it has this LOVE, it's a box that contains this particular type of energy.
Yeah.
But you can also destroy that same emotion and put something else. Because people, what they tend to do as well in this world is take words and hollow out the meaning.
Mm-hmm.
That's why our words are literally what govern our experience, because without these words, there are technically zero problems. Zero. Because when someone is saying something on, like, whatever, right? You're now taking the emotion of, like, that's what they're saying, and then can either interpret it by our experience or by their experience. Usually it's by our experience, and we may not understand what they're saying particularly. So then guess what happens? We create a problem. That's where conflict comes. That's why words, they are not problematic, but unfortunately, because all the literal translation definition we all have, it becomes a problem.
Yeah, so we need to either ourselves learn more words, or as a society, we need to learn the same words so that we're on the same page with communication.
So it is a bit of both, but it's not even learning more words. It's understanding the awareness of when you're saying something, for me to recognize, is he saying what I think he's saying? And if I don't know if he's saying what I think he's saying, I have to be aware to ask the question. So what do you mean by blah, blah, blah word?
Yeah.
And you can help me to articulate in your way by you explaining the word. This is why I came to the planet, to make this aware, because so many people, we use words, but we don't actually know how to use the words. And we're not aware of it. We use it all like we're doing it right now. We're using words, but we forget that we're using words. See what I'm saying? Because without words, we can't really navigate the world.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned understanding, because I'm reading a book by Dr. Gabor Mate.
Yep, I know him.
And he's
Yep.
great. So
Yep.
in this particular book, I think it's Scattered Mind,
Yep.
he's talking about implicit memory versus explicit memory.
Correct.
So understanding there reminds me of that implicit memory, where there's so much of our experience and consciousness that we're not even cognizant or conscious of, because
Right.
it's so much a part of our experience. So I really like that idea about, I guess, understanding. So how do we understand words or understand our experience?
It's both.
Yeah.
Because without the experience, you don't have the word, and without the word, you don't have the experience.
Yeah.
So it's basically yin yang. So you can't have one without the other. Because you have the experience, but then like you'll need a word to explain the experience. But then you need to have the word to then have the experience.
Yes, I love that.
It's a paradox.
The example words you used was love.
Yeah.
So what do you think the word love means? Can I?
Yeah. So like, here's the thing about that word love. There's many different. So this is the other aspect of language words. There's context, and there's nuance, because you can ask me about love, but which love am I referring to, or which love are you referring to?
Yeah.
There is romantic love, platonic love, friendship love, brotherly love, sisterly love, family love,
Yeah.
friendship love, co-workership love.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of different love.
Yeah.
Love for yourself, love for the universe, right? So, which version of love? Well, that depends. I'll say romantic, where I generally care and listen with my full heart to understand someone at their deepest level. That's what love means for me. For me specifically, that's my version of love.
Amazing. I like that version because it almost sounds like listening.
Correct.
In a way.
It's all about listening.
It's like words as well.
Yeah.
And that inner voice and that love. I like that. I
Yeah.
think that is going to be my message for the day.
Yeah, man.
Ryan.
Yeah.
Enjoy it. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Liv.
Thanks for answering my question.
Of course.
And sharing with us.
Yeah, always.
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, bro. I always have someone coming up and asking me stuff like that, so like, I'm glad. But yeah, my definition of romantic love is generally the action of caring for someone wholeheartedly. I don't know why my throat just got dried up there. That was interesting. And having like the ability to fully understand someone at their core. That would be my like empirical definition of love from a romantic standpoint. Do you see, like, the power of our words are so powerful? They're so much more powerful than you can ever realize. All right, I'm going to read the chat quickly, see what's going on, see what I'm going to entertain. What do we got? Mr. Z, what's up, bro? Anonymous. Is it breaking again? Okay, one sec. All right. Anonymous, let me know. I'm back, by the way. All right, I'm going to speak now. Okay, perfect. So, to Santos, because he comes on and he drops the, be careful out there, bro, right? So, like, I can entertain his words. I can make fun of his words right now. Be careful out there, bro. I'll be careful out there, bro. I can internalize that and take it seriously, or I can just make a mockery of his words and just destroy it. You have that power, y'all. Or I can take it for serious. I'm like, yeah, man, I'll be okay. I'll be careful out there, bro. Yeah. I'm laughing right now because some of the times when I'm looking at words is absolutely ridiculous from what I see. It's crazy. Anyways, I'm always good, bro. Thank you so much. Be careful out there, bro. All right, anyways, I know my my voice was cutting in and out with the live stream. I was speaking to, his name is Liv. He asked me, I'm sure some of you heard the conversation a little bit. He asked me, like, what's the message for today? I'm like, the power of words. And why words are what govern our experience. Because our words are literally what create or destroy whatever we experience in our reality. That's a bar, write it down. Can't emphasize that enough. Go ahead today. You can do this experiment if you want. Go ahead and speak no word. And no matter what action you do, go ahead and see if you're not going to speak a word. Like, you're going to probably hold the handle of your fridge when you open it up to get food, but you're still going to be, you may not be saying the word, but you're still going to feel the word. Go ahead and attempt to not do that. Let's see how you're going to navigate. Like right now I'm holding the water bottle. I'm aware that I'm holding the water bottle in my hand, but I'm not saying that I'm holding the water bottle, but I definitely know that I'm holding the water bottle in my hand. And that feeling right there, go ahead and turn that feeling off and see what's going to happen. You're going to run into a little bit of a hurdle because your mind's going to be like, it's going to be like glitching out. You're going to be, what's the word that Gen Zs like to call it? Twerking out? You're going to be twerking out, basically. You'll be twerking out. Go ahead and label nothing today. Like nothing. Zero. Zilch. Like after we're done with my live stream, go ahead in your experience to label absolutely nothing. Don't call anything anything. You can use it, but don't call it anything. And watch as your mind is going to be like, what the fuck are we doing here? What the fuck are we doing here? We gotta call that thing like cookie or something. Just watch. That experiment I've done, and I'm like, and I know what happened with my mind, and I know what's going to happen with your mind. If you actually do that experiment or that test, it was one of the most fascinating days I did on one of my live streams on my other channel. I just like sat there and labeled nothing, and it was really hard, very difficult. Like I'm just existing. But those words are what create the experience. That's why when Liv asked me, like, is it our words or is it our experience? I'm like, it's both. Because without the word, you can't have the experience. But without the experience, you can't have the word. So it works both ways. Mr. Z, 305, good to see you, dude. Thank you. What do we got? One can't argue with religion, NPCs, and rocks because in both situations it is a waste of precious time. Indeed. So nothing's wrong with religion. It's how religion's being used. That's the problem. That's really the problem. The religion itself is not the problem. It's how it's being used by other people who have created a bunch of noise because they are not aware of their words and how they use their words. This is why it's important to be aware of your words. That's how they're creating the problems with religion, and that's why you have a little bit of an issue with it. Nothing wrong with that. You're in your journey. I've been through all the religions. I can tell you, like, and some of it was a lot of obfuscation. A lot of it was good stuff, but unfortunately, like, the way people are using it is based on the level of their awareness and their words that they're speaking. because their words are what govern your experience. I came here to this planet to make sure people are aware of the power of words. At the deepest, fundamental core you can possibly get to. And even at that moment, it won't be enough because unfortunately, our words have a limit. It can't go any further than to just point to the experience. Like this thing called rock or stone in front of me, this piece thing here, like I can call it that, but that's not what that really is because we gave it a name to give it some sort of experience, right? So we can understand it with our mind. Oh, that's a rock. Be careful, or like, you know, as Santos would say, be careful out there, bro. And so in this moment, this rock or the stone, I can only point to it, but it's not really encapsulating it. That's why, like for us, when we call ourselves our name or the word you or I, that's still not enough because the word you and I is also made up. What we are can goes way, way, way beyond any word we can ever speak about ourselves. That's how magical, powerful, extraordinary we all are. Unfortunately, our words can't go beyond the experience that it can capture, and it can't fully capture it. Think of it like a word is like throwing a net into the ocean, and then you're pulling the net and you're saying you have the ocean in the net. You have part of the ocean, but you don't have the entire ocean. You can't fully encapsulate it. That's what words do. They're like a fucking net. They're just pointing and attempting to capture the experience, but it can't. It can never do it. Words are fucking echo chambers of itself too. Right now, everyone's using words in the chat to express what they're wanting to say via what I'm basically saying, with words, more echo chamber of words. I would love for one day for the universe itself to make us all stop using words for one day, just one fucking Earth day. Every human stops using a word. They can't. I want to see every human systematically stop for a day. Like some energy field just comes and wipes out all our language for a day. We all have amnesia for one day, just one Earth day, just to see how we're all gonna get along on this planet. Doesn't matter what language you speak, it's all gone. I would love to see that. See who's gonna do what. No one's gonna be able to do shit. Because you won't have, and your memories are gone too. Because your memories are based on words. Your memories are based on stories, and stories are based on words. Again, see? Echo chamber of words. Everybody's basically going to be cooked, including me. I'm going to be cooked as well too. We're all cooked for one day. And the reason why I want to see that is because I want to see how people are actually going to function. Or maybe I'm the only one that still has language, and everybody else, you all lose your language. And I'm going to be like, I'm going to just like be laughing my ass off. I'm like, look at that poor human over there. They can no longer use their word for just one day, just one fucking day. I've actually done that experience within myself in the mental and the spiritual realm, but not in the physical. Because everybody still has their ability to speak, obviously. It was quite fascinating. Just kind of like, I went to the White House. Donald J. Trump couldn't say shit. Went to war-torn countries, and I'm just like laughing at these guys. They don't even know what the fuck they're doing. It's hilarious. One day you will lose your ability to speak, though. Maybe not in the physical, but you will lose your body at some point. And you will no longer have the ability to speak. So use your time wisely and enjoy your word choices that you're using in every present moment. That's a bar, write it down. Because your word choices are what's giving you the experience to at least have that experience, to experience your experience. That was a bar, write it down. And that must have went over some of your heads because that sounds very paradoxical, and you're right, it is. It's all interconnected, y'all. Echo chamber of words. Some of you are like arguing with words. Some of you probably thinking, this guy's crazy. Yeah. It's the crazy ones that change the world, though. I'm the one that's going to bring the awareness of words back to the planet so that people are aware of what the fuck they're doing when they're speaking their word. And the energetics behind the word, the nuances behind the word, the definitions behind the word, the context behind the word. Everybody has their own definitions, multiple definition of words. Morning, sister. Everybody has their own fucking definition of each word because we all don't have the same empirical definition of words. Like if I ask you guys right now, what's your definition of the word authenticity? Each one of you are going to give me different word strings of words slapped together. You're going to form a sentence, which is called a string of words. One, blah, blah. But you all are going to have something different. There's no one person that's going to have the same exact definition for authenticity. If you want to participate, you can go ahead and leave in the chat. What's your current definition of authenticity? But I bet you that if there's going to be 2 or 3 of you who actually do this exercise, you're going to see that all 3 of you will not have the same definition. Have a great day. Thank you. You all will have different word choices. It'll be similar. You'll mean the same thing, but you're using different words. And this is where another layer of words come into play. This is another segue. You ready for it? Because I'm about to drop a bar. So I know Mr. Z, Z305, he talked about religion. So as I mentioned, religion in itself, there's nothing wrong with the religion itself. What there's a problem with is how people have misinterpreted and mistranslated based on words that were spoken back in the day with their limitation of word choices that they had access to. And we had taken their limitation of words that they had back in the day, and we literally mistranslated based on what they were attempting to say because they didn't have the ability to speak the words that we have capable to speak today because our language has evolved, but we have fucked shit up because of our level of awareness when they kept it very simple. We're the ones that fucked it up. And when I say we, I'm talking about from like 1500 AD to now. Prior to 1500 AD, it is what it is. But in 1500 AD, even if it really is 1500 AD, because we're not really living in 2026. If you guys really believe we're living in 2026, that's only because we collectively agreed to starting a date in certain time frame back in the day, and we just started going up the chain. We're not really living in 2026, but we all collectively agreed, because if we're not living in 2026 from a certain calendar, we're all kind of like, what the fuck? Time doesn't actually exist. It's an illusion, but we have to use it so we can navigate because it makes life easier for us. Anyways, every one of the traditions back in the days were basically saying the same fucking thing with their version of their word. And because all of us have our own empirical definition of their words, we have created obfuscation, and that word means making something more complicated than it originally was meant to be. All of them were basically saying the same fucking thing from different traditions. Every one of them was saying the same shit. And this is where all the problems happening in this world because of fucking words. Words are they're double-edged swords. It's a paradox. Words can create and can destroy in every present moment. Right now, I'm probably creating some magic with some of you, and I'm probably destroying some of the magic right now. And some of you are like, that guy, he's lying with his words. I'll look at the chat in a moment. I'm in a flow now. I promise I'll look at the chat. I'll scroll back up and read everything. Or almost everything. Some of it might be just noise though. But anyways, every single one of them was attempting to say the same thing using different words. And some of you, guess what you're doing? In the chat, You all are attempting to say the same fucking thing, but you're using different words, and then you're getting tripped up with that person's words because you have your definition of the words that they chose, but they have their own definition of that word that they use. And guess what happens? You are not seeking to understand what they actually mean. You're not asking a question. Hey, are you actually saying what I think you're saying? Could you help me to clarify? Since most humans don't tend to take that extra step, we get tripped up and we make an assumption. And guess what happens? We get into a problem. And the mind likes to solve problems. It loves problems. It strives on conflict. When you know how the mind works, you start to see everything as for what it is. Because you know that the mind always likes difficulty, problems, and conflicts to solve. Because if it doesn't have that ability to solve a problem, then it feels like it's failing and falling behind, which means that it felt like death back in the day. So, when you are aware and specifically about this, you're hyper aware of what words are really doing, you start to see the game differently. That's why I am where I am, and I think differently than most humans. That's why I'm labeled the crazy one. Some of you might think I'm a schizophrenic, even though that word means absolutely nothing to me. You need to go to a mental hospital, Ryan. Like some of you have said. You're lying, Orion. I'm the only one presently on the planet. I'm one of like a handful of people that is aware of this very concept where we're fucking talking about words. Because it's your words that are throwing you off. It's your words that's screwing you over in your reality. But it's also your words that are bringing you the joy and the love and the magic that you actually are supposed to have too. It's a double-edged sword. I'm going to read the chat quickly. EV. So with this person, SLB, he's going to keep spamming capital letters. So I'll be blocking him when I get back because he's been creating nothing but problems for the chat lately, and I have no problem with him, but he is he can be very distracting. Hey, you good? Good stuff.
You have a tent somewhere here?
Do I have a tent?
Do you live somewhere here in a tent?
No, I live over like I live in one of the residential houses.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. I will. Appreciate you. Evie, good to see you, by the way. I wanted to acknowledge you because I didn't see that you were there. Anyways, back to what I was saying. So, like, for me, like, SLB doesn't bother me, but he is a very distracting person. That's what he's designed to be, an NPC that distracts other people who are actually paying attention. But this is a great example of why you can take his words and dissolve it into nothing. It's like, you know, when Thanos had the gauntlet with the Infinity Stones and he took the stones to destroy the stones, that's what you can do too. You can take his words and destroy his words by not even entertaining his words. When you don't entertain someone, they basically have no power. They lose their attention, and guess what happens? They just disappear because they feel like they're being ignored. I'm not ignoring him. It's just that, like, he has the ability to sit and chill and hang out with us. He's a good dude, but he's too distracted with bullshit right now. For him, it's not really bullshit, but for the rest of us, it's kind of bullshit. Anyways, back to what I was saying. My point to say is, whatever words you guys are experiencing, you can either create or destroy it in every present moment. You have that power. You have the power in every present moment to take someone's words and literally entertain it as some heavy experience, and guess what happens when you do that? And I said it earlier, you hand over your keys to the kingdom. So, like, for me earlier, I think somebody was saying, go take a shower, Orion. You need a shower. Go take a shower badly, dude. I could have taken that person's words and internalized as my truth and be like, yeah, I really should go take a shower. I'm a dirty brown man. right? Some people have called me that before. You're a dirty Indian. First of all, I'm not Indian. Nothing wrong with being Indian, but I'm not Indian. Secondly, I'm a fucking citizen of the earth. And I chose to come to this planet to help you humans. So, if you don't want the help... Anyways, that's me having a little bit of fun with the character. To get back on topic though, you can take every word and just create magic and keep your keys, but keep the magic within yourself and experience the magic that someone else is saying. Or you can give your keys away and take on the internalization of someone else's words, and you hand your keys over to them. They have control over your kingdom. That's what they say. Anybody who has control over your emotions or energy in motion has control over your reality. That's a bar. Write it down. This is why if you have high level emotional awareness and regulation and intelligence, you can't really be swayed. Does that mean you're perfect from the mind level, that you're always going to catch it? Of course not. You're human. You're gonna fumble at times. I still fumble, but it's how fast you get out of it and you move on, you move forward. Because in every present moment, you have the power to shift. You have the power in every present moment to lock in and to know that, like, even though you might be mad or angry or stirred up or triggered or whatever it is, or frustrated, you have the power in every present moment to change your experience and start navigating back in a state of calm, peace, clarity, serenity, tranquility, whatever it is. And those are just words again. I'm so passionate about this one topic that I can talk about this thing forever. I will never run out of anything to say, because you know why? I have to use words to explain the very thing. So it's like me taking those infinity stones and then destroying those infinity stones with the infinity stones. So I'm using words to explain words. That's what I'm doing right now. Is the live stream working okay? Just want to make sure it's all good. We're going to start rolling back to the house shortly though. I don't know what the hell is going on with the live stream sometimes. Sometimes it's just acting funky. I'm sure it's working fine. Perfect. Thank you, Anonymous. And so, you have the power in every present moment to know, and I hope this is starting to really like get deeper into your subconscious, because it's important to know that, like, yeah, what have I been saying? You know, when you become conscious of the power of words, you start to see life so much differently than you realize. Like, you start to like live a different world, like as if you're the alien of the planet, because you see everybody else kind of like, why are they saying what they're saying? Like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, you're listening to words, but not the way you used to listen to it. Now you're seeing it as a tool, and you're like, so that human is stringing these 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or however many words together to do this thing, to create or destroy this thing. This alone helped me to be absolutely present with my reality. I was unaware of what it was actually doing, but someone in my other channel shared, and he actually showed up. His name is Eric. Bless Eric. Love that dude very, very much. Glad he came back. Eric said, you know, it's when we use our words, it's like forcing us to be present, to be aware of like what we're saying. I'm like, you're right. Thank you for saying that, bro, because that's exactly what I'm attempting to been getting at, but I was like missing a little bit of a gap to explain what I was attempting to explain with words. That's why sometimes for me, this character gets tripped up with saying words because it's attempting to explain something with the very thing it's attempting talk about. Words. Sometimes a little rough, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just imagining right now, though, a world right now where everybody is not speaking a language. Zero. Nothing will happen. And I mean it. Nothing. Nothing will get done. We will all just exist in stasis. Our bodies will instinctually move to do things, but we won't even understand what the fuck we're doing. We're just be like the animals. We're going to be like dogs and cats. Instinctively to go and like, scratch themselves, right? Or like to, lick themselves, do whatever they need to do. But we will lose the ability to do a lot of things. The ability to communicate with anybody. We won't know how to prepare food. We won't know how to cook food. We won't know how to drive. We wouldn't know how to fly on an airplane, experience different places around the world, because all your words are what creates your memories. That's a bar, write it down. Every memory you have is based on emotion, but those emotions are based on words. And without the word, it can't create the emotion, because your mind has to create a label. That's why you can go back in your past, feel something, but you feel this sense of like pain, or you feel the sense of pleasure, you feel the sense of joy, or you feel the sense of despair. But those are just words. They're they're like a box that's holding that energy in place. Don't know why my throat's so dry now. Maybe I'm reaching my limit of my words. I don't know. We'll see. Orochimaru, good to see you. No, that means it's my end. If the sound is not working properly, that means it's my end. So I'm going to have to restart my stream again. Hello, Mr. Spider. Hello, Mr. Ant. Go. I'm probably going to start heading back to the house because it seems to me that the sound keeps cutting out. Let me know if the sound's better now, and I'm going to start heading back to the house. Because, today seems to be a tech day, but I can give meaning to this being a problem, but I'm not going to make this a problem because I will not use echo chamber of words to make it a problem. Gotcha. Okay. I'm going to spend maybe 5 or 10 minutes here more, and then we're going to get rolling because I have to restart the stream, 3 times now? Nothing's wrong with the microphone. Nothing's wrong with the phone. I think it has to do with the internet signal today because that's what's happening, because it doesn't make any sense why it keeps cutting out. So it is what it is. But we're not going to create a meaning or a problem behind it, because that would just mean that I'm using more words to create a problem. Exactly. It seems befitting, doesn't it? The funny thing about a world without words, there would be no ability to use technology. None of us would be able to do anything. We're basically screwed. That's why it's so important to be aware of these words, because once you're aware of these words, you can do something about it. There's no speaker that I know of, speakers, even talking about the power of words. None. Zero. Zilch. That's why I'm the one that is tasked to do this. I have this weird mosquito bite on the back of my left foot, like it's on my like on the spot here where my shoe touches it, and it's very irritating right now. And that word irritating is what's bothering the foot. But you see, it's funny. If I were to destroy the word irritating or destroy meaning of that, technically speaking, it still exists, but the mind has to give it a label to like, it's like, ugh, it doesn't like it. So I think I'm going to keep talking about words as we walk back, but it's so important to just be aware of these words, because like, of the power of words and the intention behind your words and just the words itself, and even just the concept of words and how words came into existence. Because, here's the thing, these words, they didn't exist 10,000 years ago. We didn't have language like this. We had people talking, but they weren't using language like this back 10,000 years ago. That's why when you look at a baby, they're a blank slate. They're the perfect version of us, quite literally. Because they are not trapped up by words yet. Now, of course, they have limitations of what they can experience, because they can't really do much, because they're unaware of the power of words presently, and their bodily functions are not able to do a lot. Like a baby, when they're born, they can't hold up their head. Their neck is like, you have to keep their head like, you got to keep their head sort of like that, otherwise their head's going to go like that. Right? They don't have the ability to hold their head up. Not yet. Eventually, they will have the instinctual ability to hold their head up. You ever see somebody in the train or in the bus to sleep, and they're like, because in that moment you lose your ability to think because you're falling asleep. You have no more words. So guess what happens? You start to do that. So even you holding up your head is actually a word. Take that in. You stand, like me standing on this rock is me having a word. So you see, in every present moment, you can use your words to have whatever you want. That's a bar, write it down, because you're able to keep your head upright, and guess what? You're able to type. You have that, so you're so powerful in that ability to type words, you can do anything. So I know we limit ourselves, but I can only do this. No, you can do everything. If you can hold your fucking head up, that's a miracle in itself, because babies can't hold their heads up presently until they're aware they have the strength to hold their head up. But like when you see somebody in the subway or in the bus and they're falling asleep, they do this. And I'm sure all of you have done this at least once or twice in your life. Isn't it fascinating? I think it's absolutely fascinating that these words do these things. Orochimaru, good to see you, dude. Then we start forgetting everything as we get older. I used to communicate telepathically as a child, apparently. You still have that ability, we just don't use it, unfortunately. Yep. All right. I'm gonna roll out from the water spot. I gotta clean my gimbal when I get back. It's getting a little dirty. Just a smidge, but it's okay. Let's unplug you guys. I trust that my internet will be fine. Point you guys to the water for now. The phone is actually kind of warm. I'm gonna make it back to the house before it gets too hot. Next week is gonna be boiling. similar to last week. This week's been a little bit more chill. Perfect. No, I don't like Autobots. I like Maximals and Predacons. I know they say roll out, but I don't use it in that context. I'm not a fan of Autobots and Decepticons. I like Maximals and Predacons. I think Beast Wars is better than Transformers itself, or you know, they're still Transformers. They're in Beast form instead of cars. Even though I love cars. If there was a Supra, that'd be awesome. But there is no Supra for a Transformer. Did you watch Beast Wars, Evie? I'm sure if you love Beast machines, that means you must have watched Beast Wars. All right, Water, I'll see you tomorrow. Remember, Water, help anybody who comes here and help them to get clarity in their life. That's your role, Water. I set that intention out there. All right, let's roll out. Maximals, maximize. Yes, I'm an alien. I come from a different star system. And I came to help these humans remember who they are by making sure they are aware of the power of their words. Here comes our boy. You're gonna get to see the doggy. Here he comes. See? He always comes to me. Hello. He always waits. He was waiting for this.
Yeah, oh yeah, they don't mind.
All good?
Oh,
No complaints?
what I said,
Yeah?
no complaint.
No complaints. No complaints at all.
Yeah, a lot of mosquitoes now, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe don't bother you.
No, they bother me. I have one on my foot right now. It's bothersome. Yeah.
You know, when you stay a little longer, when they bite, is itchy for a while, you know.
Yeah. That's why, like, when I get back, I'm gonna deal with that.
Yeah. Well, that's what it is.
Yeah.
It's animals.
Yeah.
You know, it hurts. Some ones, last year they have a couple of big ones here in Biggie. And I thought it was something else, not a mosquito, because it's full of the blood.
Right.
You go a little bit like this, and to pull it out, and you have the blood in my hand. You know, it's a big mosquito. You know, you full of the blood, right? You don't too many mosquitoes like that. I don't see them too many, you know.
All right. Well, I'll see you
whatever
tomorrow.
They're gonna be here if nothing happens.
Exactly.
They're gonna be up and down here a little bit in the morning.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Talk to you.
All right. Have a great one. Thank you. Hey, Jeanette. Good morning. We are talking about the power of words, my favorite topic in the whole wide world. It's because of these very things called words is that we get to experience this world and or we don't get to experience things based on our word choices and our word experiences that we have with ourselves right now. So that's what we're talking about today. Words. I also have this very annoying, this is a word of course, annoying mosquito bite on the back of my left, where my ankle is, just on the back part of that, where it's rubbing against the back part of my shoe, and it's irritating my foot, and my body and my mind wants to create a label like "Urgh, urgh." So these dang bubbas, these mosquitoes. I trust all is good. enjoy the day off, relaxing, doing whatever it is that you feel called to do. Yeah, it's a little annoying. It's okay when I'm not walking, but once I get back, it'll eventually disappear. I mean, it's temporary, but you know, in this moment, it's having to deal with the walk back. It's constant, like, it's just more of an annoyance than anything else. That's all. Decepticon passing. Well, technically that would be a Predacon, because that would be Waspinator. Waspinator would be the closest thing to a mosquito, but he would be a bee. Or a wasp. Morning. Yep. I should teleport Santos here and scare the shit out of him and make him say, "Be careful out there, bro." See, I'm gonna just take his words and just dissolve it. He's a good troll though. I like his trolliness. He's what I call the fear mongering troll. But I love it. Oh, you're talking about the plane. Oh, got it. Gotcha. Oh yeah, it's true. It's a Decepticon. Yeah, there isn't Starscream. That'd be Starscream then. I think I got another mosquito bite just now. Oh well, it is what it is. Yeah, it's pretty relaxing. Weather's good. It'd be more relaxing if I didn't have the mosquito bite though. But it's okay. It's just an experience, nothing more. I can choose to keep creating a very negative association and meaning behind the experience, but I can just leave it as just that. Yep, so we were talking about words and how, you know, whatever words you use is what you're going to experience in your physical reality. But I also was mentioning, imagine a world right now, and this just happens for one day. Imagine every human loses the ability to not to speak. You'll still be able to make sounds out of your mouth, but you lose the ability to use your words. All languages are gone for a day. One day, just one Earth day. Just imagine how the Earth is going to operate. It won't operate. In fact, nothing's going to work. No one's going to be able to do anything. Everybody's going to be kind of like in stasis. You won't be able to really eat because you won't have the experience of eating because the word doesn't exist. And your memories are based on words and stories that are also made of words, and you won't be able to do anything. Probably. That would be, yeah, the airport would be called the Energon Zone. So, you know, our words are what can create harmony within ourselves, harmony within others, but can also become the tool to destroy yourself within and destroy someone externally too, if they internalize your words. This is why, like, you know, I can take someone's words on a live, like if someone is leaving me a nasty comment, I can dissolve their words into microdust, reduce it to mere particles, Let's see. How was the rest of your day? But if the word is a manifestation that it applied, would that not mean that the thing itself would still exist? So that's the paradox of reality. It in itself would still exist. It's just that we wouldn't be able to do anything with it. Practice love and authenticity, people. Specifically authenticity. So we can still navigate, but the thing is, like, it will be more instinctual. We'll be like the animals. We wouldn't be able to like that's how cavemen started. That's how they evolved. They didn't have language. They had they just had just like basics of the basics, like ooh, ooh, ah, ah. But there would be things like we wouldn't really be able to do. Like, for example, you wouldn't be able to cook food. You'd be able to like gather something and like go run for some fish or something in the stream, maybe, but you'll have no way of like using a weapon presently. Like, I'm talking like going back to like Earth Day 1 kind of vibe. We're very intelligent, but I'm like taking away all of our intelligence because of our words. Our words are what governs our experience presently. We can still experience something, but most humans will basically systematically stop. Because in today's day and age, you know, we navigate the world purely on like our words and not fully on instinct like we used to. But yeah, we can still navigate to some extent, though. Like, we'll know how to breathe. We'll know how to, like, our body will summon, like, ooh, I'm hungry. But we won't know too much of, like, what that really means. But we're going to have to go do something to relieve ourselves of that, like, that sensation. Right? Let's see. Yeah, I remember this soul plane I was in just before incarnating on Earth, and everyone would communicate without words. They would communicate with energy, so everyone always knew how everyone felt. That's right. We have that from the soul level. We have that ability to navigate and kind of experience someone else. But, morning. And let's see what Jeanette said. See what you're saying. It's ourselves that out the energy into the words. We define how powerful they are, whether we receive or give the words. They hold power because we choose to give them power. Yep, you said it spot on. The energy behind words, the energetics. To bring more humans into this awareness will help the world to understand when someone else is speaking, to be more present, to just kind of like, let me see, are they saying what I think they're saying? So you start to either question if they're saying what you think they're saying. Is it the same way you would be saying it? Are they matching your definition of each word? It sounds like a lot of work, but it really isn't. It helps you to build a lot of awareness. Morning. It helps you to be more present. This is what forced me into the now, because I get to see the word before I say the word. So like how it works within me is that I can see words coming out before I actually speak it. The problem is there's a trip up between the mind and the mouth. Sometimes that's why there's some stuttering that happens, because the mind is so fast, but the mouth can't keep up with the mind of like wanting to spew out everything. That's why I speak a little bit faster than normal, to get everything out as fast as I can before I lose it. I trust that made sense. That's why I also have to do my best to also slow down my speaking as well, because if you speak too fast, it gets lost in translation. But yeah, back to Evie for a moment. Yeah, we all have that ability, and we still have it, but it's our words that are layers that are covering that ability to speak with energy. When the universe or God speaks to you, it doesn't speak to you guys in words. It speaks to you in energy, and that energy becomes words for your mind to logically process and understand, and then you take the action from your words. Hence why I said words are actually more powerful than action. Action is powerful, but action means nothing if you're not in the right state of being, which is a bar. Morning. Someone straight up told me I should pay attention to their words, not the way they sound. How am I supposed to do that when energy is so important? So pay attention to their words. They're coming from it from a logical standpoint, not from a energetic standpoint. Like for me, when I'm speaking, I'm not, if you pay attention, you pay attention, but I'm basically making it abundantly clear to your soul, because I'm speaking mainly to the soul, and the soul will then help the mind that you have to understand what is going on, because I'm speaking directly to your soul. Your soul understands what I'm saying. So that's more energy, more energetic alignment. And if this is Rihanna, all zodiacs and none of them. Morning. How are you both? You good? Good stuff. I'm great, thank you. Have a wonderful day. Thank you. Let me see. Someone says something nice and you hear an opposite undertone and you're supposed to ignore it. No. So like this is the power of also being aware of the undertone or the nuance or the context of how someone says something, right? The intentions behind their words. Because like in the spiritual community, and I'll read Jeanette's message in a moment, in the spiritual community specifically, actually this is technically anywhere, but spiritual or personal development community, they take healing language and they hollow out the meaning. Like they make you feel like you're almost there, but you're not there. And you wonder what the fuck is going on. So like when someone's very love and light and namaste, are they really saying love and light or namaste? Or are they just wanting you to stay stuck in their trap so that you can keep investing in them? Nothing wrong with their business. Nothing wrong with, having money and getting paid by clients. But everything is kind of wrong when you basically are saying one thing, but you actually mean something completely different. And you keep people kind of like stuck where you are, because you can only help someone as far as you've gone, but then you can also haul out the meaning of words and the intentions behind the word. This in itself would cost $1 billion for someone to get trained in. Right, what I just said here. So this is why this is so important to be aware of, like the meaning of words. Like you'll energetically feel if they're saying what they're saying, if it matches. You'll know. Your intuition is based on your frequency, and if you're understanding what is being said, then it'll give you the aligned thing that someone's saying or not saying, and the undertone and the nuance and the context and all the other stuff. That should make sense. Lala, I'm just heading back to my space. Side note, for someone who needs to hear this, the right one won't make you beg, they will help you build. Okay, I'm going to do stuff. I guess I have to. I'm going to keep you in the background. Sounds good. Enjoy. Yeah, energy never lies. Here's the thing. I'm gonna share me, for example. You all have listened to me. Some of you have been here for a little bit now, and you can tell if I'm telling the truth or if I'm lying. That's why you either come back or you don't. right? You can tell when someone's actually like lived experience versus reading from a book. Yes, I have a lot of wisdom from books. I've read over 500 books, but it's also lived experience. And I can tell when I'm listening to someone who actually has lived experiences versus just reading from a book and sounding all like a book itself. This is why I like to have my ums and ands and ors and stutters, because it feels more authentic. Like I could be a very polished speaker if I really wanted to. I could be like, so y'all, welcome to the chat today. And today we're going to be talking about the power of words. And why words are so powerful beyond measure, that however you use your words, it can create or destroy in every present moment. Drop in the chat if this makes sense. So I can be a professional, polished speaker, but it feels too robotic. And I came here to break that rule of speaking. Let's see. This is also true as well, Evie. You're spot on. If someone knows the energetic properties behind words and knows that other humans don't know, they can technically change the energy behind the words. They can say I love you, but they actually really hate your guts. So you're accurate in that as well. Both are true. Yep, I did get bite. I knew it. I knew I got bit by a mosquito because my there's a bite on my right arm. Oh well. Oh well. Seems like every day I'll be morning. Seems like every day I'll be getting a mosquito bite. You're just gonna have to deal with it. Not much else we can do. Yeah, basically. Like they sound too artificial to me. Like I was in a speaking class, and I had a speaking master class yesterday after my call with my new client, and you know the dude who was speaking, he was more genuine. He wasn't doing his professional speaking on stage, but you know, hello. And so I ultimately, I was listening to him, he sounds very genuine based on the words he was using. He wasn't doing the almighty pause every 3 seconds. What is the almighty pause? This, I'll show you. So we're going to be talking about this. Nobody says so in the professional speaking world. We're going to be talking about how your words can affect your reality. And now, here's the first point. Ready? Every word has energy behind it. Exactly, the almighty pause. The almighty pause does help though, because it helps you to process in that moment what someone just said. So it gives your audience a chance to kind of pay attention and kind of take in what you just said. So it has its uses. I'm not saying I'm never going to use it. I use it on my live stream. It's very subtle, but it's there, like right now. But then I continue talking. But I use the words but and or. These are filler words just to fill in that gap. I don't have to use but and or. I can just continue talking. Yeah, probably, Evie. Probably. It's okay. It is what it is. I had one on my left arm for about 4 days. Now my right arm has it on the same spot where my left arm had it. So just gotta deal with it and properly engage, because you can process better. So, but sometimes when AI uses it, it feels too perfect and ends up sometimes sounding unsettling. It's true. There is a balance on when to use it. I'm gonna just quickly hang on this bar for a sec. Yeah, there is a moment where you use it the way you're supposed to, and then there's being way too perfect with it. Like, you know, the thing is, when you're too perfect with your speaking, it doesn't land. Like, people want to connect with authenticity, you know what I'm saying? That's why, like, should I ever give a TED Talk? And I wanted to do a TED Talk, but like, I don't care about TED Talks now because they're so artificial now. I'm not saying they don't have good intentions behind it. I'm not going to be speaking like a robot on stage, because that's what it feels like, fucking robot. I'm going to speak like me, the way I choose to speak, and I'm going to break rules, because that's what I do. And I'm going to get paid $250,000 US for every time I speak, because I'm calling that into my experience. It's already done. And I'm going to speak so, like, very, very raw, very, very, like, direct. There's no like holding back. Nick Nick is the guy, I forget his last name, but he's a dude who has no legs and he has one arm, and he's a professional speaker. And he said something yesterday. He said that you overteach because you believe that nobody values your words. That's partially the case, but that's not entirely the case. I over deliver because it's important that people know the value that I offer. It's not because I am not valuable. I know exactly what I'm sharing. It's so valuable that no one can actually pay for my service. Truly. If I were to charge what I'm really supposed to charge, nobody can afford it. Maybe Elon Musk can, but he wouldn't need it. Sounds good. Hey Ron, good to see you. His name is Matt. Yeah. I have I have only, love and care for anyone who has no limbs. But not to have pity for them, because they don't want that, right? They came to remind the rest of us who have our full body that if they're able to do something, then why aren't we able to do it? Basically, what's our excuse? So yes, like yesterday, Nick reminded me, right, that like if he's able to do what he's doing, then surely anybody with a fully functioning able body can do what is necessary. He had the world basically say that, like, basically, fuck you, Nick, you have no arms, you have only one arm and no legs. Like, you'll never make it. But he chose to take his pain and share it with the world to inspire, well, he's already inspired millions of people. So I thought you were going to be serious now, Ryan. Now you're just joking around. Fair. let's see. Scroll back up to Evie, what Evie said. What Nick talks about, helping people to you know, take action and live their purpose. Similar to me, just he helps people to find their voice, get their story, share their story, so they can impact the people they're supposed to impact. He's basically doing what I'm doing. He's just been doing it longer because he's been doing it for over 10 to 15 years. And of course, Tony Robbins found him. And when you get into Tony's circle, right, you become one of the famous ones. But you know, there's a lot of things he was saying yesterday too, and I'm like, I have a different perspective, and I dropped it in the chat. And that's the one thing. Like, I do my best not to overstep the host's talk, because like I'm not there to coach anybody, right? Because like a lot of people don't like when someone is like more intellectually like well versed, and they are perceived as like a know-it-all. So I sometimes have to hold back, because like when I'm in those kinds of rooms, like a lot of people are intimidated by the things that I say. I can feel it. So I don't really hold back anymore. But yesterday, like when I was in that master class, because I decided to take it, I saw an ad pop up. I'm like, you know what? Let's take it. He was just starting it too, and I jumped in at the last moment after my call. And I was like, okay, I've never met Nick before. Let's see the energy that's going on in here. It feels like I'm living back in 2022 when I was in a bunch of Zoom meetings with a bunch of people, doing all kinds of different courses and stuff again. But, you know, I was dropping the fire in the chat. I wasn't holding back much. If people perceive me as like, ooh, he's kind of overstepping on Nick's thing, I don't care. I'm going to do it. I didn't come here to hold back. Some people prefer the host to be the one to do it, not someone who's random in the chat who knows about this stuff. I've run into it many times. Like, I was a part of a paid container. Nah, you're good. Don't worry. You're good. I was part of a paid container back in 2022 with a guy named Craig Siegel. Very good guy. Proud of him for making his community what it is. And I was part of his community for a year and a half. And when I would jump on the calls, you know, I already knew everything that Craig knew, because I was further than he was in terms of his journey. Not better, just further, because I was already aware. It's like he was basically speaking at kindergarten level while I was at like PhD level. That's not me saying that I'm better than him. That's just me being further than where he is. But because he had the, you know, he had already taken action, he was further than me in that. And so like I already knew everything he was saying. And I've run across this a lot where I'm listening to the people that are speaking. I'm like, I already know all this stuff. Like, the only difference is that they have taken action where I didn't. That's the only difference. And so when I would drop my version of the wisdom in the chat, it was perceived by a lot of people as like, it was either ignored, and then Craig would say the same thing, and then they would like be cheering for it. And anytime I would drop anything in the chat, it would just be perceived as like, yeah, this guy, you know, he sounds a little arrogant. Oh, somebody's coming with their electric bike. I don't think we'll be seeing him though, maybe. We're gonna head up. I'm gonna walk backwards, work on my my joints. So I always felt not a part of the group, you know what I'm saying? Like I always felt like alien to those types of groups. Yesterday I didn't feel alien because I put myself in the position to know. I know what I'm talking about. Like I didn't hold back. Because I didn't come, like I you know, the thing is I joined his masterclass not to be part of his container. I don't need his container. I joined so I know that there's someone who needed to hear some of the words that need to be said by me in the chat. Because I'm here to impact people. And yesterday some of my stuff was not that I'm looking for attention or acknowledgement, but people were actually enjoying what I was saying. Yo, what's up, Manchu? Good to see you. Just walking backwards up this hill, working on my knees and my joints. Maybe, Evie, because I'm very, very fucking confident in everything I say. There's not a damn human on this planet that can tell me otherwise about how things work, because I know what works because I lived through it. I have the experience. And so like when I'm speaking with absolute confidence. I know. Because I'm one presently with the universe. The universe is the one that's working through me, through this character. Manchu, I'm trusting you're doing good. Have a little bit of a issue with my left foot. The back of my foot has a mosquito bite and it's digging into my shoe, and my shoe is digging into the mosquito bite. So it's creating a little bit of uncomfortability, but it's okay. I'm not really focusing too much on that. What we're talking about today is the power of words and why words can create or destroy experiences in every present moment. And it's my favorite topic ever, words. Because without words, it's not much you can really do. Like for example, that person in that truck there, if I took away the word driving, he wouldn't be able to drive that truck. In fact, if I take away the word truck, he wouldn't even know what that is. Steering wheel, gas pedal, take away all that words. It sure is underrated. 99.99998% of the planet is unaware of the words that they speak. So I came here to bring awareness, and the more who hear about this and be aware of the words that they choose to speak, it will start to change their experience. It'll start to help them to be more present. That presentness will help them to get more answers that are within themselves, and they will be able to navigate the world with more efficiency. And it's all interconnected. Exactly, Evie, spot on. You all are a part of that like 0.0000002% of people, because if you heard it from me already, you already now possess it. You already have the awareness because I just sent it to your mind. Your mind now has it. Hey, look, it's the truck again. It went in a circle. Spot on, man. Spot on. And guess what else? Guess what else words are that I hadn't even mentioned yet? Sounds. Music is sound. Vibration is a frequency, words are nothing more than a frequency that creates a vibration. And everything in reality is a vibration. everything emits some sort of audible or non-audible like sound, which is a frequency. Frequency becomes a vibration, or a vibration becomes a frequency with energetic momentum. So our words are sounds being projected with either love or not so love. He's got a cool beard. It's like more white and more silver. It's pretty cool. That's quite the beard. Well, there's Rihanna. Indeed. I sure do. Sure do, Manchu. The power of our voice can influence water. That's why, like, when I leave the water, I always say thank you to the water, and I give an intention to the water so that whoever comes there, they get clarity. When I'm not there, that the water helps them out. So I'm speaking life to the water so that the water can help whoever is there and get some sort of clarity in their life, whatever they're needing to face. I am almost nearly home. Seems like you memorized my patterns of walking. Let's see. Oh, there's no accidents. You found me, right? You found me, what, a week ago? Hey. Good, you? Nice to see you too. How's the doggies? Huh? Yeah. Gimbal. Yeah. All good? Oh. That's crazy. Who died this time?
My wife's sister's husband. My brother-in-law.
When was this? When was this?
Died a week after my mother died.
Oh, damn.
1 week after my mother died, he died.
89? Mm.
Not all, but sickness gets you, and that's it.
Yeah.
Then we gotta go to the funeral. I'm waiting for my daughter from Calgary to come in.
When's the funeral?
Huh?
When's the funeral?
Huh?
When's the funeral? No, when is the funeral happening? Oh, at the airplane. Yeah, I was saying when is the funeral happening?
What were you saying?
I was saying when is the funeral happening?
Oh, tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow.
The view is tonight, and the funeral tomorrow.
Good, man, I'm sorry to hear about that, though.
No, I know. It's what you gonna, it's sad, very sad. But you lose your mom or for people close to you, it's sad. It is, what else you gonna do?
We gotta appreciate the time we have left.
You're right. You're absolutely right. You gotta enjoy it.
Gotta enjoy
If
it.
you don't enjoy it, you're gonna miss out.
Exactly.
And once you missed out, you're gonna suffer. You get depressed, you end up in a hospital. What happened then?
Then
Got more problems.
more problems.
Especially got kids. I got 2 daughters and son and 5 granddaughters.
Mm,
I gotta take care of them.
for sure.
Nice to see you.
Nice
I'm
to
glad
see you
you're
too.
laying your phone.
Yeah.
I'll see.
Have a great one, okay?
Okay, have a nice day.
You too. Damn, another one. God damn, like that dude has lost like 4 people in the last year. What the fuck? Goodness gracious. That's why I said another one gone. Oh my God, it's crazy. I know where their soul is, obviously, but like, this is still the human aspect. We can only still care about the human, right? Because we're gonna miss the ability to be with that human. Like when someone goes, if they're important to you. By the way, when I'm gone, make sure none of you are sad. Just know that I'm heading back to the 99th dimension and I'm going to be conquering the cosmos. Just know that I already went back and I have my body again. I have my true body. So, don't ever feel sad when I disappear. Because I'm just a moment in this grand orchestra. But yeah, let me read what's going on in the chat. I don't think so. One was just in hell, huh? Nah, I won't be there because that place doesn't exist. But I'll definitely be in the 99th dimension. Only a handful of souls can go to the 99th dimension. But I'll be there, and I'll be like with my crew, and we'll be like, yeah, guys, I'm never doing Earth again. Like, I think that was a wrap. We can go conquer the cosmos now. We're gonna go conquer the cosmos together. In my 99 dimensional ship. All right, do I want to walk through this grass and run into the same problems I did last time? Or do I not? Let's see. I hope people don't find it too unsettling. I'm not sad when people. I'm not. You're good, Evie. I don't get too tripped up either. I did when my uncle, but because I didn't know how reality worked back in 2021 still, I was getting tripped up with, like, you know, my uncle's gone. And he was the first family member I actually connected with deeply too. I was like, what the fuck? Seriously? But like, for me, rawr, 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 rawr. I am gonna walk on the grass, but I'm gonna go by where the trees are because there's less like grass, like hay thing or whatever, because it was getting in my shoe last time. Plus, I can fist bump these trees, give them some energy. No, they love me. I'm a lovable being. What's up, tree? Good to see you, tree. And you too, tree. It said it wasn't supposed to rain. It's just the clouds are still here. Well, because everything's one with us, right? I could be a hateful monster again. I could turn on that switch. But the question is, well, why would I do that? Well, true. I get what you're saying. I love Earth even as it is right now. The thing is, I came here to make people more aware of, like, you know, it can be a better place. Psh, psh. I'll do that one, and that one, and that one. There. And I'll fist bump these little trees. These tiny ones. These ones were planted last year. Those trees always get my love when I come back from that direction, so I'm energetically giving them a fist bump from here. All of those trees got my fist bump. Exactly, true. Spot on, bro. Like, anyone who's hating is just really hating themselves, because we're all just one, just in different bodies. And it still baffled my mind, this character's mind. I'm like, so wait a minute, if we're all one, then why are we all having sex with ourselves then? Because because I call God itself, then itself is just having sex with itself, and it's birthing itself into existence with another itself. Yep, I might have just ruined some of the sex lives right there with that perspective. Yep. Probably. See, I'm still very much interested in it, but it has to be with another itself that knows itself, that it is itself, as it's operating as itself. That's a lot of itself. Is true technically. You're right. You're right about that. If you really think about it, you're spot on. That's quite the perspective now, isn't it? We're getting a little rated R here for a moment. But it's true though. That's what itself is doing. We're all itself. We're just all itself, or you can insert your favorite word. My favorite word right now is itself because it just keeps it neutral, but itself is just having fun with itself. It plays with itself. Yep, I did say that. Pause. It has fun with itself. It laughs with itself. It cries with itself. It does all kinds of things with itself. Yep. Pretty much, dude. Pretty much. It's just all itself. Even when we're seeing trolls in the chat, it's just itself who has forgotten itself, attempting to remember itself by doing troll stuff in the chat. So fascinating. Technically, that's right, self-hatred. Technically, the dogs, not technically, it just is. Dogs, cats, cars. Yeah, I said cars. I didn't stutter there. Cars, stop sign, grass, concrete, it's all itself too. I'm walking on itself as itself. That car turning is itself turning right now. Itself is turning itself. It's just not sentient like us with a soul, but it's still itself because it still has atoms and molecules. So technically it is still sentient. This is why I do my best not to hurt anything, even the mosquitoes that want to eat me alive. That's just itself eating me. Pause on that. His character in terms of entrepreneurship, yes. His character in terms of how he thinks like beyond like most humans, yes. His soul, obviously, because we're all one, but for his actions that he takes sometimes in the world, no. Yeah, no. Am I feeling sexual today? Let's go. Yeah, Knight Rider is pretty much, dude. These cars, they may not have a soul, but they definitely have atoms and molecules. So it's also itself. Same with your houses. Same with the clouds and the sun and the birds and the anything that you can think of is it's itself just creating a form. Like this car over here, that's going to be modified at some point because I know they bought it to modify it. Pretty old school Ford GT. It's just itself having fun. Itself is also behind me. There's another itself walking behind me right now. And he was hearing me, he heard me say play with himself, and he's probably like, what the fuck? Oh, I'm gonna have to wait. I'll let her pass. She's good. Yep. Like one of my, like the phone is itself that I'm using, the gimbal is itself. Right? Itself is using itself in all kinds of different ways. I used to be very, very serious, true. Like extremely serious. Like, yes, when I talk and I'm sharing and I'm in a flow, I do get a little bit more serious. But when I'm serious, I'm actually having fun because that seriousness is actually my passion. It's like my joy of like speaking. Because I love like sharing and helping. So like for me, it's fun. But like I came to the planet now to have fun, not to be all so serious all the time. Like it's like blah, like laying up, like relax. It's all good. Nothing's actually serious at all. This is a game we get to play. Even sometimes when I get bitten by a fucking mosquito and like one on my foot. But still, it's still fun. Just gotta make it fun. All right, I'm gonna turn the stream to 1080p 60 in a moment. Get the charger, get the cooler, and continue talking. But yes, itself having fun with itself. It enjoys itself so much. One would think it's a narcissist, but that's just another word. That's a echo chamber word. It's just another word made up of more words that are made up of more words and more words and more words. And did I mention words? Yeah, lots of words. Lots of words. Why get tripped up by words when they're all made up? Let's grab this. Let's grab this. And today is Full Body Friday, so we got lots to do today. Lots. The whole show is today. $11:25. Just putting the cooler on. Let's see. Sounds good. Ooh, Erwin is back. He's back again. He can feed my algorithm for a moment. Yesterday he was a troll who showed up and he keeps doing the same emojis because he doesn't know any other emojis but that. Welcome back, troll. It's good to have you. I trust you're doing good, troll. You doing good, troll? I know I am. Right, troll? Right? Oh. My schedule? So my schedule on Mondays is working with my clients all day, basically. And then the rest of the week, I get to chill. But soon I might take another day. I might do Monday and Fridays. But I like Fridays, so I might do Wednesday. I might start opening up more slots in the future for Wednesday with clients. That way I can have like 2 days to work. But right now I want to do 1 day. I'm going to restart the stream quickly. I have to turn on the cooler. There. That's good. So I'll be right back, y'all. 1 sec. And now we're back. I'm going to put on my cooler. Looking to study public health in Canada in Waterloo University. May come in September batch. Nice. Waterloo is about an hour and 10 minutes away from here. Good school, by the way. Very good school. You'll enjoy it. You actually would be the second person who was on my live stream who actually came from a different country to study over here. Someone else came from a different, he actually showed up on the stream on this channel a couple days ago. His name is Tam. He came to Canada to study for about a year, and he went back. He met his girlfriend here as well too, which was awesome. Her name is Grace. So it was pretty cool that he came, and he's like, he never experienced winter before. I'm like, dude, get ready, because you're about to get rocked. Your world's gonna get rocked. He's like, what the fuck is this? Yeah, he enjoyed his time here. He's happy he met his girlfriend. His girlfriend lives in the UK, so she also moved back to the UK after studying they went to UFT, which is the University of Toronto, which is downtown Toronto, and I'm happy for him that he found Grace, because like those two, they're like two peas in a pod. It was awesome. Sometimes you never know why you have to go somewhere until you actually experience what you experienced, for then to know why you had to go there. You never know. There's always a reason behind everything. I truly do believe that. And I not even just believe, I know that to be true, because when I went to San Diego, I met so many incredible people. One person led me to the next, to led me to the next, led me to the next. To know that I'm meant to be there. Otherwise, why else would I be there? I'm just gonna double check my stream that it's working. It should be. Unless it's flashing. No, it's good. Test, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's good. Cool. Just fixing my stream right now quickly. Thank you, Anonymous. I was just double checking myself, just to make sure, since I'm at the house. I'm gonna change my shoes, because these shoes are bothering my, that mosquito bite thing. God damn. These other shoes will be fine. Yeah, these ones, oh my God, so much better. So much better. So much more better. Brought my tablet out to just double check some things quickly. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Somebody on my live stream connected with me on Instagram yesterday. Their name is mindfulmanifestation.site. I saw them on the live stream yesterday. So that's cool. That's done. Let's check this quickly. That's good. Done with that. We're going to get back to speaking about words in a moment. Actually, I'm going to draw something about words. What the fuck is going on here? Is Google Chrome stuck? It is stuck. What the fuck's going on? So fucking weird. Crazy. Okay, cool. We are good. Perfect. Put that away. No, I was gonna draw something. So, words. Itself wants to draw something through me right now, so I'm gonna just pull out this. So let's see how we're gonna do this. We're gonna go. I'll do it in a flow chart way. No, not like that. So sensate. So you have an appointment? Oh, appointment with who? Me? Just double check. Or just an appointment to go somewhere. What the fuck is going on? Why is that like... I always have to check my friggin' troll. I'm gonna make sure I mark you as a troll now. Your ass is a troll now, going forward, just for that. All right. Sensations. Sensations. Hey, management, good to see you. Sensations, which technically speaking is energy. Orion, it does not need to be perfect. Just fucking draw the damn thing, dude. Stop erasing. Energy. Sensations. So the mind. So mind associations. Wait, I want to do it like that. I'm going to show you guys what I'm doing in a moment. You can kind of see me dabbling here. Energy, sensations. Sensations, then the mind makes an associations. Associations are words. So I'm just going to put bracket mind. This is what it is. Brackets S. All right, cool. This is what's going on in everyone's life at the core. At the core of everything. Don't worry, Bora, you're good. I'm just joking around with you. At the core of everything, this is what's happening with everyone. Energy, sensation, associations, like the mind creates labels and meanings. Then it becomes a word. Technically, words should be coming first before associations. Then experience. Actually, let me change that around. Words. And then the labels. Yeah. There we go. That's better. That feels a lot better. Technically, mind and words and association kind of are in the same boat, but I kind of have to make it sort of like that for now. So this is what's going on in everybody right now. Every human. Doesn't matter which human, all humans are doing this. And the word aspect is what's going to trip up most people. Because from your words, you can create the associations that, like for example, I can label the experience with the mosquito bite on the back of my foot as good or bad by using a word and then associating like energy behind it. And then you'll have the experience. So the word is basically the box. And the box will then fill in a bunch of energy, taking all these things, because in the rawest form it's just energy. Then sensations, then you have to make a word out of that sensation. The mind then creates the association and labels, and then it creates the experience for you to experience whatever it is. This is how fundamental that is. Indeed, they sure do. And from that moment, when the word creates the emotion, this is where the trap happens. Because the words also, you're good, you're never late, you're always on time. There's no such thing as late with me, you're good. I was just showing, welcome Vendetta, I was just showing like the flow chart of words. Why words are so important. In its rawest form, before words are even formed, it's energy, then you get sensations in your body, then you make a word, then you create the associations based on the word, and then you have the experience. And words are what govern your experience. So that's why I'm saying words actually dictate what you will experience in your reality, in your physical world, based on all these. And then you'll create a label. The label will then send you into the experience. Doesn't matter what that is. Yeah, it's a bit of that, for sure. It's a bit about affirming. So it's like crafting your words carefully. Like, for example, and it depends, and every word has energy behind it. That's why I put energy at the top. So for example, like saying, I'm trying so hard. This is an example. I'm trying so hard. Most people, when they say I'm trying so hard, they're putting this like hopelessness energy behind I'm trying so hard. It feels difficult. But if they were to say it's slightly different, still the same meaning, but the energy is different. But it also comes down to how you frame your words and how you put the energy behind the words, because you can do that. There's another way of saying that. I've attempted. It was a little difficult, but I've attempted. It feels different. I'm trying so hard. I've attempted. It's a little difficult. Basically, same thing, different words, but two different experiences altogether. The theory about this is to make sure people are aware of how they use their words. It doesn't matter what language. This is not an English thing. This is a universal thing across all languages. So that when people are aware of how they use their words, they can have a better experience, or have an experience that's conducive to their reality that they want to experience. Such as, like, you want to live a very peaceful, joyful, happy life, then you can choose words that are conducive to that experience. If you're attempting to use words that are like, I hate, like, I'll use the word like I hate like this, or life's difficult, or something is like so hard. That's not really helping your situation, because you're using those words. Yes, you're using those words because that's how you feel based on the energy and the sensations you currently have right now, hence the flow chart, right? These are the energy and the sensations that you're feeling. So it's difficult. So you're going to use a word to project what you're feeling. That creates the associations, and then you'll have the experience. And so it's okay to use those words. There's nothing wrong with using those words. There's everything wrong about the meaning you give after you used your words, if that makes sense. So it's not even about the thing that's happening. It's about how you're being in while the thing is happening. That's a bar, write it down. Because like you could have a very, very tough experience, but can still handle it with grace. But you can also have that tough experience and handle it like you're going to fall apart and break and crumble. Right? This is where having emotional regulation and emotional intelligence comes into play. And so the more like you're aware of your words, the easier your experience is going to get. Because you can see how you are going to navigate. Like, for example, yesterday when I jumped off and had one of the calls with one of the clients, I closed one client, not two. One of the clients I didn't feel aligned with at all. They wanted to work with me, but I'm like, something just felt energetically off, and I said, no, I'm not the right fit for you. But when I was speaking with that person, I shared with them specifically like this whole concept of words. Like, I spent about an hour with them, and that hour told me a lot. Some people are where they are in their mind. They're not able to shift presently because of how their experience is. They're just too locked into one-way thinking. When you're open to receiving like a perspective, then I can tell that you're open to hearing something. But when you're not open to hearing something, then there's no point. There's kind of a waste of time. And so that conversation yesterday, when we were talking with words, like I was doing my best to be completely open and hearing what they were sharing. Unfortunately, to that person, they were too locked in a paradigm where it had to be this way and this way only, and this is how reality worked for them, and da 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 da. I'm like, okay, cool, that's great, but when you're working with me, it's about being open. And if these words are not even helping you right now, what makes you think it's going to help you down the road? I can say the best things, but if you're not able to be open to hearing the perspectives, then what is the point? So that's why I didn't sign with that client at all. They're willing and ready to pay me, but I'm like, I don't feel aligned. I won't take someone's money if I don't feel aligned. I won't work with someone. And so based on like words and how they were framing words and the energy behind their words yesterday, I was like, something doesn't feel right here. Like, I don't know, something just like, it doesn't, I don't know. I could feel it. I just couldn't put, like my sensations inside were telling me, yeah, not a right fit, not a right fit, not aligned, not aligned, not aligned. But the words weren't coming out, if that makes sense. Not when I'm sleeping, no. But I wear it because, like, I could take it off right now, but I wear it because of sweat, because I sweat a lot. And when I sweat a lot, my face starts to drip a lot, and it starts to bother me. Hence why I wear the headband. This one is for just going out, which I need to put to wash soon. I have another one that is actually to work out with. Anyways, back to what I was saying. So your words actually govern your experience. And in that experience with that person, it it gave me an experience of like, yeah, we don't feel in alignment. It just doesn't. It doesn't click. Yeah, I like to be in integrity because, like, let's just put it this way. For me, this is an energy exchange, and I want to make sure that when someone is, investing in themselves, because they're not investing in me, they're investing in themselves. I'm just the vessel that they're investing in. I want to make sure that they are in alignment before they even say yes. They were more than willing to work with me, but I did not feel aligned. Like I could feel it, like, no. And they asked me why did I push them away? Not negatively. I'm like, I shared with them, like, we are not going to be a great fit to work together. And the reason why we're not going to be a great fit to work together is simply because of our energy. There's a mismatch in energy. I'm not in the current frequency to assist you the way you are currently in your frequency. I can dial myself down to your frequency, but that would take away from how I actually operate. I do meet people where they're at, but at the same time, like, I'm not also going to downplay myself just to match someone's frequency. You know what I'm saying? Talking about energy, I don't bother with people where I'm just like, why is this person exhausting and really bad? Exactly, Vendetta, spot on. When I was done with that conversation, I wasn't drained, like I was good, but I felt like, and I'm glad I trusted myself, because you'll know this is why the whole reason of being present is how I got to being so present is by being so aware of every word that I speak. Even as I'm speaking right now, every word that's coming out of my mouth, I'm very aware of what I'm saying as I'm saying it, even if I stutter. That sounds like, it's called hyper awareness. And so when I'm speaking, it allows me to be present. So like when I'm hearing someone else as they're speaking, I can hear the presentness of like what they're really saying. And similar to what Evie was saying earlier about the undertone of someone, what they're saying. Because you can take a word and change the meaning. And I've shared this before. I can say I love you, but I really actually hate you. Or I can say I hate you, but I really mean that I love you. I can do that. It just won't make sense to the logical mind, because we've all collectively agreed that this word called hate is what hate is, and what love is what love is. But I can change the meaning. I can go in the opposite. But it won't make any logical sense to the mind. This is breaking language structure. Like, I can change this pen stylus into a fork. This is a fork, y'all. You're going to look at me like, that's not a fork. This is not a fork, Orion. That's a stylus. Right. But fork means stylus to me, and stylus means fork. So if I go grab a fork, I'll call it a stylus, and I can change the meaning. And I change the meaning by changing the energy behind it. But it won't make sense to the mind. When I wasn't streaming, this is what I do. In my spare time, when I'm just free to do whatever, like when I'm not streaming and I'm not helping any clients, I'm literally doing this. I'm breaking language structure. There's a book actually that does this. It's a book not to read. It's a book to break your language structure. It's called Tongues by Chase Hughes. He's a very good dude when it comes to psychology. And he literally, when you read the book, you're reading a bunch of gibberish, essentially. Words don't phonetically, like, it doesn't click. And that's on purpose. It's to break the structure of language. And the reason why we're doing that is so that you don't get tripped up with language. When you don't get tripped up with language, when you see words, you just look at them as tools. When you look at them as tools, you get to you get to see where you're at, and you get to experience, are you getting triggered? Are you just at peace? Are you relaxed? Are you mad? Is something angering you? Like, what is it? And so this is why words are so important, because you can take words and dissolve the meaning immediately. Hence why the whole flow chart I did earlier. I can literally take the energy of, let's say, love, and dissolve it. I can change it, so I can actually. Where would I do it? I would do it here. It would be the space in between the word love, or the words and the association. So here, change. So I'm going to just put an asterisk. Change meaning. So now, right here, in between the association and the word, I can change the meaning, or I can change the energy, the intention behind it. Evie, I think this is Evie's message. No, I'm going to scroll up. Hyper-awareness sometimes makes me feel like I'm going nuts, because it can end up with me overthinking every last word and thought I have. Yes, it can do that, and it did do that for me too. So how do you get out of that? And I'll read Vendetta's message that he just left. So I could tell right away that something didn't feel right with this. Have you ever walked into a social circle? Some people have, and instantly felt like one or two people were just bad energy? All the time, dude. I don't run into that as much anymore, because my frequency kind of like dictates reality now. But yes, I have definitely run into that in the past when I didn't know who I was fully. I definitely have run into that tons of times. Like, I can go in a room like, something feels off about this. Like, this is what allows you to be present. Because when you are aware of something like that many aren't aware, it puts you in a position, not better than others, but it puts you in a position to easily traverse the experience, and you can just kind of see it for what it is. Whereas others are getting trapped up by the words and whatever is going on. To Evie, regarding the overthinking, that's what I was doing too. I was overthinking a lot. But guess what? What happens when you start to use your words like that? You start to be more present. It's actually it sounds counterintuitive, but you actually become more present when you do that. In the beginning, it's going to sound like you're overthinking, but eventually you're not going to go crazy, because you're going to start to be aware. The hyper-awareness is what's going to allow you to be in the now, and that now you're going to eventually just see it for what it is. So the overthinking will just disappear on its own. The mind will start to settle down, because you're starting to just, like, you know what's going on. And I basically just told you, so now you know that you're going to start anchoring in to being more in the now. And the mind, it's still going to think, but you're not associated with the mind anymore. The mind is just there. So the thinking doesn't really exist as often. I still think, I just don't think as much. For me, there's no hope. I know so. The only way you can overthink is if you adhere to overthinking. That's a bar, write it down. It is very symmetrical. I do my own beard, and I do my own lines. Sometimes my beard, sometimes it moves like one side. To Evie, yeah, I've been there, because I was working in IT, so I always had to think. I always had to problem solve. There was always a fire to put out. I always had to do 10 million things. Right? So I would always have that overactive mind. But in order to get your mind to just chill out, just decide that now you're going to chill out. And if the mind wants to overthink, let it overthink. Let it do it. But you're not the mind. Let the mind think. But it'll quiet down because you're simply not feeding it energy anymore. You'll use it when you want to use it because you have to see yourself as another version of you within you. And that other version of you can handle anything. It doesn't overthink, it's at peace, it's in the now, and that version of you can use the mind at will and not get trapped up by the whole, like, it overthinks. Because, you know, the thing is, the mind will do what the mind does. Sometimes my mind thinks a thought, I'm like, what the fuck are you thinking right now? What are you doing? And I catch it almost immediately. Because I force the mind to operate from where I'm at, being in the now. And if it wants to fight, then I'm going to say to the mind, you know, mind, you can keep thinking that thought, but that's not true at all. You know what really is the problem for me, though? When I start affirming things, it went against what I was taught to say. If God wants it to be, if it's meant to be, etc. So let's dive into that quickly. I'm going to open up another notepad. It's two contradicting ways of thinking, and I don't know what to do with it. Yes, that's where you are. You're at a level where you're about to bust through that contradicting. So let's dive into it. I'm going to write down what you wrote down. If God wants it to be, and if it's meant, come on, Orion, write better, meant to be. All right. So those two statements, if God wants it to be, if it's meant to be. So what would you be saying that contradicts these things? Just out of curiosity, what would be the words that you would use that contradicts this, if God wants it to be, or if it's meant to be, so I can write it out, so I can see it, and I'll start pointing to why you're gonna bust through it. Or do you feel that these two are contradicting itself? I can see the paradox if God wants it to be right here. Okay, so I'll just put I will, I can. Oop, what the fuck is going on? Stop. I can, and I am. Okay. Then someone would stop me and say, only God decides you can. Okay, perfect. So that's the external. So someone external. So I'm going to just kind of like put in brackets external. External force. Okay. So yeah, go for it, Vendetta. Go for it. By all means. Write out something. This is good for you guys to kind of let like some things out, because it's a space where you can share your thoughts. All right, Evie, let's roll with this one. So you're saying that it's a contradiction thing. Like you say you can do it, but then someone says that no, only God can decide that it can do it for you. So my question right now for you specifically is, where do you feel God is? Is it a dude in the sky? Is it within you? Is it both? Welcome back, Jeanette. We're tackling a question from Evie, and I'm writing something out. This is the first time I'm ever talking about this. I've always been the type of person who thought everyone needs to be saved. I used to love stepping in to warn people so they wouldn't mess up. I did that for pretty much most of my life, but I often ignored because bad things hadn't actually happened. What's up, Sadia? And yes, Vendetta, that also happened to me too. You're not alone. Yeah, some people just don't want to be saved and they don't want their false hope shattered. That's also true. Spot on. Because that false hope is part of their belief and their identity. And if their belief is triggered, it activates their identity center, which also gets triggered. And if it gets triggered, you start to run down like a pattern of like, what the fuck is going on? And indeed what Jeanette said. So Vendetta, I thank you for sharing that, because that's spot on, because I've experienced that a lot. That's why, like, whoever wants to be here on the stream, they'll be here. Whoever wants to listen will listen. I'm not here to hold anybody's hand, and I'm not here to like force something down someone's throat. I'm not here for any of that. I'm just here to kind of give a pointing of like what is going on within our own like self, and have that perspective available. I believe that in the end all is one. Okay, cool. But we were taught that God is separate. Also true. Yep. E.g., you can only you can say, I really want to do this. Someone will say only God allows you as a separate being. Right. So I similar to you, Evie, and I'm going to get back to you, Vendetta, because these two are really powerful things you're both sharing. So Evie, I grew up also thinking the same thing. I thought I was a dude in the sky. Sometimes I still talk as if there is a dude in the sky. And sometimes I do say, all right, universe, when are you going to actually provide me the resources that I require so I can go help the people of this world? When? So I'm like, I do that like as if I'm like still separate from the resources and from God. And it's like as if God didn't hear me the first time. Whatever God is. God, the universe, I call it itself. It's just an energy. It's not a person, but it can take the form of anything. And so the contradiction for you, which happened for me, which is funny. So, truth, I help people. I do have a career. I'm an entrepreneur, and I help people around the world as a mindset coach. And I only work 1 day a week because I made my life that way. The contradicting aspect is you want to do it, but someone else says that only it's in the hands of the universe. But the hands of the universe is actually you. Because you're the walking universe. We've been taught that. It's been brainwashed into us, into believing that we're separate beings. It went well. I got one of the 2 clients. We're just tackling something right now, though, Rihanna. So I'm just locked in right now, but I'll get back to that. Exactly. 1 is better than 0. And what Jeanette said earlier, the problem is that people think they have to live up to the expectations of another's fate and walk with God, when in fact it is your own walk with faith and God, and whatever works for you is key. Spot on. Bar. The thing is, when I talk to God now is I'm just reading all the comments. Now it feels more like I'm talking to a different version of me. I know that sounds blasphemous, but it's not blasphemous. And truth, is money a hard aspect to achieve? No, it's actually quite easy, but we make it hard because we see other people struggle around money, so we think we have to struggle too. But it's actually quite simple, but we make the stories to make it harder based on the words that we use. But it's actually quite simple to make money. But you have to truly know that to be true. If you have a belief that it's hard to make money, then it will be hard to make money. And in order to overwrite that belief that it's hard to make money, you're going to have to viscerally feel times when money was easy to come to you. And when you saw money coming to you and it was easy, whether it's a gift or you didn't have to put too much effort and money just came, you can overwrite that experience and money, it becomes easy to achieve. I haven't ate yet, but I will shortly. Nope, that's a good example. That tree example is perfect. Perfect. Let's use that tree for a moment. It's going to be hard for me to... Where's my camera? Or, there we go. So, every one of us is a branch on that one... You can think of that as God, that trunk, and then we all split into different like segments. We're all part of that same tree though. We're all that same tree over there. So this is a good example. Hey Todd, good to see you. And so everything is connected to that tree, right? All those branches, all those twigs, all the leaves, everything. And so when you're seeing what you're seeing, Evie, it's spot on. We're all different aspects of that one tree. And exactly, Rihanna, God is everything. And so, yeah, like everyone is still everyone, and I can't actually explain this. It's okay. I know what you mean. You don't have to explain with words. I get what you're saying. I've been there. This is why words trap us up, because our words are very limited. It can only get us as far as it can go. That's a bar, write it down. And so that tree, for example, is all of us, but it's still one, but we're split, right? This is why a tree is a good example, because it splits off into many different directions and has multiple different directions as it keeps going up, but it's still part of that one tree. You know what I'm saying? Like this is what God is essentially to its core. So you can take every human and God and just imagine us as a tree, to keep it very simple, so that your mind can lock into the tangible. Exactly. That's another... It's not a bad example, it's a good example. Don't ever mention anything as bad. It's a good example. Don't underestimate yourself with your examples. Give yourself a little bit more credit, girl. Those examples are good. We're all like different sides of you can be anything you choose to be, part of that tree. Whatever you want to be, dude. You're the entirety of it. You can be the entire tree, you can just be one leaf, you can be the branch, you can be the twig, you can be the bark of the tree, you can be whatever you want to be. Yeah. Let me see. It may sound weird, but don't you're the root, that works too. That works, that's perfect. You're the root. Spot on. You're collectively everything of that tree. That goes for everyone. Like you can be whatever you want, but you are actually everything of that tree. You're the root to the finest leaf on the tree. All collectively. So back to you, Evie, regarding the contradiction that you're feeling. So this idea that God is separate, or now that you know that we're all one, it's okay to feel it. Just know that you're not wrong. You're on the right track, because you were taught just like many other people were taught that God is like a separate like thing and only God decides what you can have. But guess what? Now that you are aware that we're all one, you get to decide, and God works with you based on your thoughts, your beliefs, your words, your actions, your feelings. Remember the formula. I'm gonna write out the formula on this thing. So thoughts plus feelings plus beliefs, doesn't really matter which order, plus words plus action or inaction equals reality, which equals God. This. Look at the bottom. You're everything, but I don't know how to explain something multidimensional in words. You're not bad at it. You're just in the process of remembering how to do it. You never say you're bad at anything, because that's sending a signal to the universe that you're bad at it. And then, of course, if you say you're bad at something, then the universe can only give you where you're at. So never say you're bad or you're wrong. And you don't need to apologize. You're good. Saying you're wrong or there's no wrong with me. When there's no wrong, there's no bad with me. It just is. So with me specifically, you're good. You don't need to use those words. You can if you want, but for me, you're good. So your thoughts plus your feelings plus your words plus your beliefs plus your actions or inaction, because inaction is still an action because it's a choice, equals your reality equals God. So basically, life stems from you. Life springs from right here. There's many different verses in different books that will say that all life springs from your heart. I believe in the Quran, there is a saying, if the one piece of flesh that gets rotten will rotten the entire body, that's your heart. In the Bible, they say that all life springs from the heart, it all starts from the heart. That's why we say, I know everything off by heart, not by head. Sometimes we say off the top of my head, but normally we say, I remember this song off the top of my heart, or the bottom of my heart. From the bottom of my heart, we say these words, and that's where all of this lies, right here. We use these two in conjunction, though. So the contradiction will only stay alive now if you still adhere that there's a contradiction. Does that make sense? So if you agree that the contradiction is still here, then that means the contradiction is still here. And you can only have what you already have, which means that if you are agreeing that the contradiction exists, then that means the contradiction still exists. But if you simply don't agree to the contradiction now you get to decide which one you want to go with and run with it. Now, of course, your feelings are going to get in the way, because you're going to be like, but I've been programmed. But yes, you can get out of that program at any time. You have a choice now, because now you're aware. And you can start to build upon that with new emotions, because emotions are free. You get to decide in every present moment. That's why I keep saying these words. You get to decide in every present moment what you choose to experience, to feel, to say, to be, to do, to not say, to not feel. You have that choice. Every one of you has that like God-given ability within you to do whatever you want in this moment, both good or bad, because those are just concepts that are made up of the mind that we all collectively agreed upon, even though some don't follow that agreement. Hence why we see people doing some pretty gnarly things in the world. That's the human creating the experience of like the concepts. But our soul knows this is just a game. So I'm gonna be very direct now with this, what I'm about to say. If you feel called to still believe that it's something separate, it's a choice, and you will then forever be subjected to that choice, that you have to wait for God on God's timing. There is no God's timing. There's no divine timing either. That's an oxymoron, and it actually makes no sense. Divine timing doesn't exist. Once you think it and feel it, it's done. It's as real as it's going to get. But we're been programmed for the outside world, because the mind created the separation. That's what the mind is. It wants to be a separate self. It's natural. Exactly. That's also another thing too. It's also that as well. It's both. And you get to work with both at any time. And contradiction is what Earth is. It's a massive contradiction. It's a paradox. That word paradox should be tattooed on the back of every human's eyelid. Two truths that are both real and true, that collide, they conflict with each other. That's what a paradox is. So yes, that's also spot on. So you get to decide, Evie, what feels real now for you. Choice. You get to decide if you want to use both, if you want to use one or the other or none. But you get to decide. But just know that when you decide, you can end a contradiction. It's still going to be contradicting, but you can decide not adhere to it being confusing and contradicting. You can just literally lock in to that version and walk it. But you have to decide. Because the universe doesn't play with vagueness. It doesn't care about vagueness. It'll just give you more vagueness, if that makes sense. Yeah, so like the evil that you mentioned, it's just their role is that they forgot, and they're here to kind of balance things out. And their role is just to help the rest of us to... They're playing a really good role, by the way. It may suck for us in the human realm, but in the energetic realm, they're playing a really important role for the rest of us who need to ascend to the next level. Nope, not wrong. None of your beliefs are ever wrong. I've seen all the games, all of it. I don't remember all of it, but I have seen everyone's game on the earth. And everybody's belief is accurate and true, because the all is mind, the universe is mental. Because this is the issue that happens. Someone's belief may not match up with someone else's belief. But this person's belief is where they are where they are in their life. But this is where you got to in your life with your beliefs. Both are true. Both are real. Both will manifest when you die, though. I mentioned this before. If someone believes that there's a hell, they will manifest the hell, 100%. The thing is, the manifestation of hell only happens if you truly believe and know that there's a hell. And if you truly believe you know that there's a hell, you will manifest it. Based on your previous incarnation, if you had that experience, you will have that still within yourself, and for you to eventually let go of it. So let me see if I can draw it out. This is going to be an interesting drawing. I'll just open up another page. Like I can see it, but I can't explain it with words. So I have to draw it to see if I can articulate it better, because my words are not gonna do justice for this. My words are literally not gonna do justice. So I have to draw it out. I'm gonna take a moment, just okay. Let's see how we're gonna draw this out. I'm going to draw circles. This is just going to be helpful. call this previous life, even though it's technically parallel, but just to keep it simple, previous life experience. I'll just call it EXP. I'll answer all that in a moment. Okay, previous life experience. Cool. I need to draw an arrow. I mean, this is actually easier than I think. This is the mind attempting to make it more complicated. Current life experience. I don't know why I'm drawing in an angle, but whatever. Let's just go with it. I'm going to put asterisks for this one. So I'm going to put thoughts, beliefs, feelings, and I'm just going to put in brackets words because, you know, in previous incarnations you didn't have the same words. So I don't know why I drew this in an angle, but whatever. We'll just roll with it. So you got your previous life, your current life, and potentially your future life. A good afternoon or good evening to you, dude. What's up, Sano? So you got your previous life, which is parallel because nothing's actually previous. It's actually happening right now. You got your current, and you got your potential future. Asterisks. So you got your thoughts, beliefs, and feelings, and I put in brackets words. So what you currently, or what you had in a previous life will get transferred over to your next life. So like if you have a deep-seated belief that you hate humans, even though your soul holds on to these things, but your soul already knows it's perfect. It's just, it comes down with like playing a new game, but with some previous experiences intact. Unless it wipes everything out and starts fresh from like blank. Most people do not come like this. So you bring something of your previous experience. So if someone believes in hell in a previous lifetime, then their belief gets transferred to this current life, and then they will manifest hell. And then until they come to the recognition that the mind is the one that's creating all these obfuscations in the games, they will be forever locked to that paradigm. So that's why you see people who actually visited hell and they died and they saw heaven and they saw Jesus or they saw Buddha or they saw whoever, because they saw that in a previous life. Are they wrong? No, not even. They're spot on, because the all is mind, the universe is mental. Everything is created by the mind, no matter what it is. The contradiction starts happening when two people say my truth is right and yours is wrong, but then you say yours is right and theirs is wrong, and this is where the fighting happens between humans. But everybody's right, because the all is mind. The all makes everything. The all is just having all different experiences. The all, you can call it itself. Very nice, Sunil. That's beautiful. I love that. Awesome. Thank you for sharing that. So, Evie, for you specifically, I'm going to scroll back up because I know you and Jeanette were sharing some things with each other. I'm just going to kind of read it. Reality is so fluid that if you believe it isn't fluid, then it won't be. Like, you have that much power. It's nuts. It sure is. Good. So Evie, now it really comes down to a choice of what you choose to, and don't make it a pressure either. Make it fun. Know that you're on the right track because it wants you to figure it out. I didn't figure it out right away. It took me a while to figure it out. I spent 7 years to figure out what the fuck is going on. Technically speaking, I spent 41 years, but you know, really, as a child, you're not figuring shit out. So I spent maybe like 25 to 27 years to figure it out. 25 to 27 years. No, I did not cut my hair. 25 to 27 years to figure out what the hell is actually happening on this planet and all the people. Do you think, let me share with all you, when I have shared my experience about me going to the other side when I astral projected, when I didn't know it was astral projection, do you think that was by accident so I can help you guys? Or do you think that was just a coincidence? And I also have something else to share with you, Evie. You're going to like this one. Your mind may not like this, but your soul is going to love this one. I can tell you, Todd, you actually do know, but your mind is telling you you don't know. But you do actually know. Deep down, you know. Your mind just is saying it's not sure because it wants to have empirical evidence of something. But you do know. All of you do know, deep down. At your soul level, you all know. I can tell you that because I saw all your souls. But I had to have my experience for me to know that. But if I was speaking maybe like 3 or 4 or 5 years ago, I couldn't say that. I'd be like, I don't know. I have no fucking idea. And that's okay. That's the whole part of the journey because the struggle is what's going to help you to explore the world. Because imagine every human coming down to Earth already knowing everything. Do you know how boring this would be? There would be no exploration. That's why itself made the game this way, or you can call it life this way, so that you have endless exploration, endless opportunity to explore whatever life is meant for you. You get to decide. That's why, like, excuse me, the struggle is necessary because the struggle allows you to explore. Because if you had it just easy and fun all the time, there would be no growth. There would be no joy. In fact, you'd be bored out of your mind. You know exactly how everything works. Now that I know that everything works, I have to go through the journey, and my fun has begun. Because now I get to help everybody else who wants to listen, right? As Vendetta was saying earlier, if he's still here, where some people don't want to be helped. They don't want to be saved. And I'm not here to save anybody. That was also I did unblock him, but he hasn't been back. So I mean, I guess he took it personally. I didn't block him though, so it is what it is. He hasn't been back, so it's whatever. I don't focus on stuff like that. If he comes back, he comes back. If he doesn't, he doesn't. Where was I before Sunil distracted? No, I'm kidding. The universe created this game the way it created this game so that you can have that exploration, because it would just be boring as fuck. Now that I've remembered, now I get to play the game my way, and I get to have so much fun now. But up until like a year and a half ago, I wasn't having fun, y'all. I was not having fun. In fact, I was dreading this world. I was like, so you had me read all these fucking books, and what the fuck is going on here? Like, this bullshit, universe. Like, you give opportunities to all these other fucking people who don't even fucking deserve it. And of course, that was the mind creating that story, who don't fucking deserve it, and yet I want to be of service and you're not giving me the opportunity, this is stupid. This is where I had the contradiction. So that's not the universe speaking when that's happening. That's your mind creating the obfuscation because it's looking to the external for evidence. You get to decide. You get to decide in every present moment what is true. It's you. That's why I keep pointing back to the answer is you. You're God. I know that'll trigger some people, but you are God. You're just you're just a fractal of your actual power. You've descended from the heavens. It's not called heaven though, but it is what it is. You've descended from heaven into a physical body, and now you're playing a physical character with an infinite soul that has put a layer, like a meat suit that has finite time, so that you can come to this world and explore it. Because guess what? The other side is boring as fuck. You're there, you can manifest anything instantly. It's like this. Exactly. That's another reason why it plays with itself. Pause on that, but yes, that's what it does. That's why we were talking about that earlier. God is having sex with itself. God is playing with itself. God is having fun with itself. God is fighting itself. God is beating itself up. God is doing all these different things. The universe itself, insert the word, it doesn't matter. It's basically doing all that so that it can have its own fun and experience. It wants all the experience. You can think of it as someone can say that sounds narcissistic, but that's just another word that's made up. It's just an experience that it wants to experience. And I had to wrestle with that for a very long time. But it's true. Right? Well, it's not true to some of you, but for me, I know it's true because I have my memories. That's the only difference that I have over some others, is that I have my actual memories. Now, of course, someone would be saying, but your memories are lies. How do you know it's true? I can go and start asking, well, how do I know that your soul isn't true? Right? So like, there's a whole bunch of like gray things because our mind has to see something physically to believe it's real, but that's not true at all. There are so many things that our eyes just can't perceive, but it exists. I have to phrase these things as jokes so people don't think I'm a psychopath. You're not a psychopath. Maybe in your physical world, people might think of that, but in my universe, you're not a psychopath because I understand what you're saying. How can you be? If anything, I'm more of a psychopath than you realize. But I'm not though, because I see it all. Now, if somebody asks me, well, if you have all the answers, Orion, then what is the answer to 3.14, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, I don't give a fuck about 3.14. In fact, I can go and Google that right now. There's your answer. I got the intuition to go find the answer. There's your answer. If I don't know something from the mind level, I'll find it eventually. It's going to happen. I will never not be without the answer, because I've decided that this is how it is. Like that, I don't care. I can go and open up a calculator right now. In fact, look, I'm going to use the intuition right now. I'm going to open up the calculator, and here's what we're going to do. We're going to open up the calculator. Samsung calculator, 69 times 67, because you're being like a Gen Z person. 4,623 is the answer. You could have put any other numbers, and you just showed me your level of awareness. You, sir, have just went down. I lost respect for you. I'm kidding. I told you I'm going to be a menace to you. I actually left him a message on Discord yesterday. I told him, like, if you added me on Discord, watch, I'm going to be a menace now. I'm gonna be his menace. Anyways, that was me having fun. Yeah, so 4,623. But anyways, my point to say all this is to say, like, you all have the answers nested within you, but your mind is a layer that blocks all the answers. So in order to get the answers, you got to get the mind out of the way. How do you get the mind out of the way? Being in the now. How do you be in the now? It's telling the mind to just chill out. It's actually like taking time. In fact, I would highly recommend each of you, if you can, schedule in doing nothing. When I say doing nothing, it doesn't mean to go watch TV. It doesn't mean to go take a walk. I mean sit down and do nothing. Like just sit. Don't even close your eyes. Just like sit and observe. You're gonna see your mind start to scream like, yeah, I think I should itch my arm, or I should go grab some food now. What am I going to have for dinner later? But when you start to do this more, you will force the mind to get uncomfortable with this thing called the now, because it doesn't like it. It hates it. It's always looking for the next thing. It's distracted. Yeah, it is. You just sit with yourself and you just watch what the fuck is going on with you. Like right now, my hands, they have like heat coming from them. Like I can feel this pulsing in my hands. All in the same moment that there's an itch on my left arm right now. Like at the back of my left arm, there's an itch. I want to scratch it so badly right now, but I'm not scratching, I'm leaving it. When I'm, like me holding onto the handle, there's two handles here. Like there's like a spot with my hand. I'm feeling the sensations of what the handles feel like. It's very warm. It's kind of, it's a little tough. There's a curve. It's smooth as well. Doing this may sound boring, but this is what's going to help you to transcend beyond most humans. Not beyond like being better, but beyond how most people operate on the world. Just doing this alone. The simple things you do in life are the most profound things. That's a bar, write it down. Because everyone's looking for the most complicated answers to solve the most simplest things. That's another bar, write it down. They're attempting to use complexity to solve simplicity. Simplicity doesn't need to be solved, it just is. Complexity wants to be solved because it wants to look cool. It wants to look fancy. It wants to look flashy. The simple things in life are what's required, nothing more. The universe isn't caring about your new trend and like this is how you do the new 369 method and how do you manifest with 10 million crystals by putting it in your ears or like shoving our garlic up your nose and you're calling it manifestation. It doesn't give a shit about that. It's a principle, not a technique. It doesn't adhere to stupid shit like that. It all comes down to like you and what you choose to believe is true. But it comes down to you being in the now. I'm thinking I shut down my AC because I'm feeling lazy due to the... Okay. And that's a control tactic as well. Makes it seem secretive that it must be so complicated and only few are allowed to know. Exactly. And that is why I came here to also make sure to bring that into awareness, because there's no locks and bolts to reality. That's another bar, write it down. I really take that in for a moment. There are no locks and bolts to anything you want to experience in your life except for the locks and bolts you've placed on yourself. You all have put your own locks and bolts. In fact, this is what each one of us did. I'm gonna tell you right now. Actually, I'm gonna draw it right now. Ooh, I get to draw this one. I love drawing this one so much. The human. Let's draw the human. Let's draw the human. So we draw the human. So here's a human right here. There's one human. We got a human. This is going to be my whack attempt at drawing a key, but whatever. I'm going to draw a little like bubble that says, "Help me." I'm going to draw a dot for eyes and a sad face. And these, I've never drawn this on the street on this channel before, but I'm going to do that anyways. I'm going to just keep this core beliefs, core identity, and TTNT. Here, y'all. This is what you all did to yourself. You all did this to yourself. This is what you did. This is what you did. You're probably wondering, I didn't do that to me. Sure you did. I did it to myself, and I know that all of you did this to yourself too. Oops, don't want to do that. We don't need a title right now. You can see this. Calm down. I can see it in my own live stream. It can increase brightness, dude. This is reflection. You can see it. Dust out the dust in your eyes. I'm going to be a jackass to him specifically. You can increase your brightness. All right. So, what the hell is this? Evie, if you're still here, this one is also for you too. That goes for everyone else. What the hell is this? You're probably wondering, what the fuck is going on in this drawing? Okay. So this is your core beliefs. What you believe is true of yourself. Like, life's hard. I'm no good. I can't do things. Blah, 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 blah. This is core identity. What you believe to be true about yourself. I'm ugly, I'm stupid, I'm never going to make it, blah, 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 blah. Core belief and core identity kind of are the same, but they have slightly different nuances. And then you have your traumas, your triggers, and your big T traumas, your little t traumas, and your triggers. And so these three things alone hold you hostage in your little prison that you put yourself into. And it was by someone else's experience that you then internalized, and then you basically caught their bullet, or I just did a screenshot for whatever reason. God damn. Anyways. And so, and then you see that little key out there? You chucked your key outside of your own prison. And this key is your words, and your thoughts, and your feelings, and your beliefs. And you chucked your own key out of your own cage. So guess what? You have to deal with your beliefs, your identity, and your traumas and your triggers. This is the healing aspect of personal development. But once you do it, this is what happens to all of you. These are like generators. You're no longer powering up the generator, so guess what happens? Bloop. Look, you dealt with your core beliefs. The ones that limited you. So guess what happened? You started to deal with your core identity. Whoops. And then you dealt with your traumas and your triggers. And guess what happens? Those lines are no longer feeding your little prison. So you don't need to say help me anymore. And in fact, I can change the smile. I can change it to a smile now. And guess what? The key was always in your hand. So I'm going to draw the key closer to this person. The key was always in your hand. Because you've decided that you no longer will adhere to the bullshit. And you changed your words. So the generators have no more power to keep you trapped in your cage. The generators are basically your emotions, based on your beliefs and your identity and your experience. I hope that was very helpful, y'all. because that's what most of us have done. Actually, that's what every human does to themselves. You put yourself in your own prison. And that's based on your words. That's why I keep saying, stop saying words, or do your best not to say, but it's difficult. Money is hard. Life is stressful. People are terrible. Blah. You're just putting yourself into a cage every time you do that. But Orion, that's what it is, though. It is, but by your way of being. No, I know. It's good. You're good. But you see what I'm saying? Like, everything that I just shared is based on our experience of our words. That's literally our words. In a nutshell. That's my favorite drawing ever. Like, when I draw it, that's the simplest way to show how people get stuck in their little prisons that they put themselves in. So Evie, if you're still here, you know the contradiction that you were facing? That's a prison. You can take yourself out of that prison whenever you want. Yeah. You're feeling depressed? So let me ask you, what's causing depression for you specifically? Let's dive into it. So one other thing, Evie, ready is not a feeling, it's a decision. You just have to decide, but you have to be the one whenever you're ready for it. Like anxiety, like death, what will happen? You haven't been on my channel before, so there's going to be a lot for me to explain. So let me ask you, where is the anxiety coming from? Where did you first experience it? When was the moment that you started to feel this fear of anxiety and death? Exactly. If Jeanette was able to do it, you can do it. When I was in a washroom, okay? And what happened in the... That's another person. This is a random person. Exactly. You're not down and out until you've decided you're down and out. Well, I don't help people with physical like things going on, and I know you're a troll because I can tell by the name. That's not me assuming. That's just me showing like your level of awareness. It's fine. Thank you for feeding my algorithm, though. I appreciate you. So thank you. You as well. So the person who has anxiety, yeah, after being on a trip like 7 days, that was the best feeling. After coming back to home, it feels okay. Well, the trip wasn't a dream. The trip was, you physically experienced it, so you can still lock in and experience that experience. If you want to overwrite your anxiety, remember that you have to feel your feelings first. So the trip is great that you went on the trip. It's amazing. I'm glad you had fun. You can still feel that feeling. Hey, Crazy Cat, good to see you. Exactly. Just remember, Evie, just do it one step at a time. And I just have way too many attachments. So you also start losing hope on God. Perfect. Well, welcome, because I'm going to restore your hope, because there is no hope. In fact, I'm going to quite literally tell you that it is you that's creating this obfuscation in your life, because you are God. You're the walking universe in human form. Now, you may not like what I just said there because that might trigger you, but it's actually you creating your own problems. Evie, same with you. You have too much attachment. In fact, you have no attachments. If you decided that you have attachments, then you have attachments. But you have no attachments. But your mind's going to make you think you have attachments. But you're going to have to tackle that by coming to that realization at some point. So, what's your name? How do we say your name? James? James. Your hope in God is actually not your hope in God. It's your lack of trust of yourself. Do you trust yourself? There's nothing to be afraid about. When you die, you're not going to some dark abyss. But if you believe that you're going to die and you're going to end up in some black hole, dark abyss, then that's what you're going to get. So James, if you have fear right now, you're going to have to go through life resolving that fear one way or another. I can only tell you this, but you're going to have to viscerally feel stuff to get past it. God loves you. God wants you to remember that. And I want you to know that God is you, but you have to love yourself. And know that God is supporting you no matter what. You're on your own journey. You will figure it out, but I'm sharing with you that God loves you. I'm going to use the word he, but it's not really a he, but God is watching over you and you're safe and protected. The only reason why you may not feel safe and protected is because you've decided that. It starts with you. On this channel, I tell everyone that they are their own answer. It's not something in the sky. It's you. But you have to decide that God is helping you. If you've decided that God isn't helping you, or you decided that there's fear after death, then that means you don't believe in God. Trust and know that you're okay. It's a normal fear for death. It's normal. Everybody has that fear. You're not the only human who has that fear of what happens after death. Everyone has that fear. It's normal. So James, remember this. Of course I had that. Of course I had that fear of death. It's normal. That's the most normalest thing that every human's gonna face. Death. Thank you for your care there, Santos. At least that's a non-NPC message this time. I will definitely drink more water. So James, I definitely had that fear of death, but I don't have it anymore because I know what happens for me specifically. But each of you have your own version, but whatever you currently believe is true will happen. So you have to see, you have to make it the way you want it to be made. That's a bar, write it down. And I don't know what Evie said prior, but what Jeanette just said about you're already free, correct. You just have to decide. It's just that simple. We think it has to be this overly complicated journey. But the thing is, you still have to go on your journey to get to that point. Like we're not being ignorant to the journey, but I just left all the answers right there. Now you're walking to the path, going through your fire and your hell and your brimstone, so that you can get to that answer that is you. Exactly, Evie, and exactly, Jeanette. You control. Should I meet with a psychologist? Well, that depends. You're speaking to one technically, but I'm basically telling you the answer, James, that like you have to decide what you want death to be like, because in the end of the day, it's just a fear that the mind keeps creating because it doesn't want you to die. Death is not to be feared, it's an illusion. But your mind might not be ready to hear that. That's why I'm not saying too much more about that. But just know that God has your back. God loves you, and God is going to protect you no matter what, even in the moments when you leave. Every one of us is going to die. There's no way around that. We're all going to be leaving this earth at some point. I don't really use Discord, to be honest. I don't really like using it. It's boring I mean, it's just another app to message people. I personally don't really use it except for when I'm calling T-Bray. Yo, what's up, dude? You want to play a game? Yeah, man, let's go. All right, let's do this thing. Exactly. There's nothing wrong with getting the help. Hey, Joshua. I don't believe in God. I know in God. Big difference. Like, I'm a writer, want to be a filmmaker one day, but I can't focus on it. Sure you can. Sure you can, James. You can focus on it. You just have to decide. You can definitely focus on filmmaking. Your mind is telling you a story that you can't because it knows that you're about to change. And that because you're about to change, it's going to block you from focusing. You see what I'm saying? You are not the mind. So I'm about to tell you something that you probably never heard before. You are not the mind or your body. What you are goes beyond your mind and your body. So when you know that you are not the mind or the body, and this is probably going over your head right now, and I'm aware, because you're attempting to logically think what I just said, you can focus on your filmmaking because that's what God wants you to do. It wants you to focus on your dreams and your goals. It wants you to do that. If you do not focus on your filmmaking or your writing, you're basically saying fuck you to God right now. You're literally you're spitting in God's face. So get cracking with your filmmaking and focus on it. And I know you're saying, but I can't focus. That's the mind creating a story because it knows you're about to change. And when you're about to change, you're going to be met with resistance. How do you get over the resistance? You just do it anyways. And you just focus. Yeah, knowing. Like, you know how to blink your eyes? Do you have to believe to blink your eyes? Or do you know you blink your eyes? Do you have to believe that you can breathe, or do you know you can breathe? This is for Joshua specifically. Do you have to believe you have to blink, or do you know you can blink? Knowing is more powerful than believing. So I know in God. Why do I have to believe when I know? Knowing is so much more powerful than you can ever realize. God is not male or female. God just is. God did not create fear. We human minds created this thing that shouldn't exist. And people suffer because they keep creating their own suffering. We create our own suffering. People suffer because people forgot who they are, and so they create their own suffering through their words. Right, that's a good question that Jeanette said. Sometimes we get stuck in a little bit of a rut, and that's where the suffering begins, because we start labeling it with our words, and when our words create a meaning, our meaning creates suffering. Suffering will then persist, and that's why. And we're the ones that create our own suffering. Do I believe in karma? No, I don't subscribe to that word. It doesn't exist, because it starts with you. If you entertain karma as real, then it's real. If you believe in good things happening and good things will happen, then cool. If you believe bad things will happen and bad things will happen to you, cool. Because both work. I myself know that it starts with you. It starts with the answer, like you. And so whatever you currently believe is true, you will manifest it into physical form with your emotions. This is an energy world with an energetic system that many humans have forgotten because they're looking for these answers, but the answers are right here. Why bad people, they're moved, powerful, that some... So James, that's basically because humans have been subjected to... How do I even... that question is... There's so many things to that question. There's so many different moving parts to that question. Number one, other people have given other people power and made other people powerful and have not taken back their own power. And collectively, we have more power than the so-called bad people. But no one's actually bad. It's just that they're playing a role. This is just a game. It's a simulator. But those bad people are designed for you to level up, because without them, you won't level up. They're like a boss in a video game. Without fighting the boss, you don't level up. You don't get to improve your skills. So without them, they're playing their role. And without them, you wouldn't be able to evolve. So that's number one. Number two, we, the ones that don't seem like we have the power, actually have more power than we realize. It's just that collectively we're still feeling like we're separate beings, and we're kind of attempting to do this all by ourselves. And because we're attempting to do this all by ourselves, we feel like we have no power. And because we have no power, we all subject ourselves to like, well, there's no point because I'm gonna lose against the system anyways. But if the collective were to stand up against, you know, the so-called powers, then ultimately the power will falter. Exactly. Spot on, Joshua. Spot on, dude. They are the necessary part of your success, your transcendence, your ascension. Because without them, how can you like, there would be no point. Right? You can't, in this world, you can't have one without the other. The reason why I'm doing this work is so that I can help people who are currently facing things like what Joshua or what James or anyone else is facing. Because something in your world, in your universe, you have your own personal universe, has created this. And this allows me now to do the work. Because if every one of you was at the same mental level I'm at right now, we're all technically at the same mental level, but on paper it doesn't look like that because of where we're all at in our journey. But if everyone was at the same mental level, then there would be no point me doing the work. In fact, it would just be a waste of time. I had my first breakup a month ago. She had borderline, and it kind of made the whole relationship drained and unhealthy. I haven't been able to move on. What's one piece of advice you can give me? Perfect. Well, she moved on. And you have to feel your emotions. You're gonna have to sit and feel this. And you have to let those feelings dissolve. You're gonna have to feel it so viscerally, because these emotions are gonna hold you back until you deal with it. you can end up in another relationship, but if you didn't deal with your emotions, you're going to bring it into the next relationship, so you won't be able to move on. So you're going to have to sit and feel all the pain, and you're not going to like this. Most people don't want to do this. This is why the mind it rejects this, because it's unsafe for the mind, but the body is going to be fine. Feel your pain, cry it out, yell it out, get angry, just get mad, sit for however long it takes, and dissolve the emotions until there's no more emotions behind it. From that moment on, you can start to take action by moving forward, because she no longer gives a shit about you. She's probably already moved on, but you're still trapped. So you basically gave your keys away to your kingdom from her, even though you're no longer with her, but she still holds your keys, so she can still push your buttons because she has your keys. You have to get back your keys from her. I'm not talking about physical keys, I'm talking about energetic keys. I don't know who you are, but you can jump off my stream next. I'm not here for you, Mr. I left chef, chief, whoever, Unk. I don't give a fuck who that is. Next. Like, there are many religions. Which one is real? All of them are, and none of them are at the same time. Shapeshifter, good to see you. All religions are real, but they're not real. It's a contradiction. The paradox. The human mind doesn't understand paradoxes because the human mind only wants to accept one or the other. It can't accept this and this. It's either this or this, not this and this. Hence why so many people get trapped up with, I'm right and you're wrong. Da 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 da. No, everybody's fucking right. Everyone just is. Right now I'm in like a hot seat, so I'm just like bang, bang, bang. It's good to see you, Shapeshifter. I was thinking about your name, actually. Like somewhere last night. Not you specifically, but your name specifically. It's a good name. So why ants and cockroach does what? That doesn't make any sense. Does believe... Wait, I don't understand that question, James. Can you retype it? I'm not going to attempt to analyze that question. Just retype the question again. I'm gonna go grab food in a moment, y'all. I'm getting a little hungry, but yeah. So Karthith, I don't know how to say your name. I have a really hard time pronouncing non-English names because non-English names are very tricky to pronounce. Indeed. What's going on, Ray? Like, so does ants and cockroaches have religion so they believe in God or hope? They could. They could. They are part of the oneness, though. We don't know because they operate. It's like, what is that human over there thinking? Right? It's the same concept. Like, you look at another human and you're like, what do they believe? It's a similar thing to a cockroach and a bug or a lion or a tiger. Right? Like, you can look at them and like, what do they believe? What are they thinking? Or what are they not thinking? Maybe they don't think at all. Or maybe they do think. Who knows? Hard to really say, right? Because like, we as humans, we kind of collectively know that we all can think. But what each of us are thinking is totally different because we all have our own perspective of the world. None of it is neither right or wrong, it just is. The universe just operates through us. And we are just figuring out life, all of us, little by little, one little step at a time. We attempt to ask questions to look for answers when we don't want to accept the answer that is right here, right now. Because we want some empirical evidence, some like tangible. It's normal because the mind wants tangible. But there are certain questions that cannot be answered because you're not meant to know. I would seek out professional help if that's what you're feeling. But you're saying you think you're getting mental and overthinking. That's normal because your mind is making you think more than it's supposed to. It was James, right? Yeah, James. So James, I would go and talk with someone in the physical. I can also help, but the thing is, I charge for my services. I don't give free help as much as I used to. So like, if you wanted to work with me one-on-one, you'd have to book a session. And I have to see where you and I would be a good fit. But yeah. Yeah. A great way to anchor yourself, James, is use your breath. You have it. Use it. That's normal. But if you keep thinking, let me paint you a picture right now, James. If you keep thinking and overthink about employment or unemployment, that implies that the universe is telling you that you're unemployed and you will stay unemployed because the universe only feeds off of what you are currently believing is true. You have to think differently. And in order to think differently, you have to start to feel differently. Yes, it's okay to feel what you're feeling now, but there's going to come a point where shit's going to have to change. So what are you going to do about it? Are you going to continue to think about being unemployed, or are you going to know that you can get a job? Exactly, shapeshifter, spot on. Everybody at some point in their life, James, overthinks. You're not the only human on the planet that overthinks. I've overthought for years. But in order to get the overthinking to stop, you have to breathe. Breathe, use your nose, use your mouth. You have it. It's free. And you might be thinking, what does breathing have to do with it, Orion? Trust me, listen carefully. Because when you start to breathe, you can't think while you're breathing. Go ahead and attempt to breathe and think at the same time. You're going to run into a problem. You're not going to be able to do both at the same time. Because you have to take the action with your nose to be conscious to breathe. When you're ever feeling like you're overthinking, take some breaths. Slow it down. And by slowing down, that means to breathe. You were given access to this very tool so that you can use it to slow down. So we can take a moment. All of you, actually, let's take 5 deep breaths in right now. Let's. Exactly. He was unfortunately in that scenario, but we have that ability to breathe. That's a great perspective, by the way. Regarding your friends, they are in a different frequency. They're not your real friends. I hate to break it to you, but eventually, if they're not taking you seriously, then they're not your friends because they're not interested in your shit. Real friends actually pay attention to people. That's a bar, write it down. Real friends would actually care about what you're saying. They would actually have genuine interest. If they don't care what you're saying, that means they're not in alignment. So they're not really your friends. They're just more people just that you hang out with. I've taken my 5 deep breaths, by the way. I've taken it. You guys, if you wanted to take your breath, you could. That was all choice, not force. I'm going to take another 5 because I like taking breath. By the way, when you're breathing in, just imagine all of the magic that's coming into your nose. I know some of you are going to say, but you're taking in pollution. I know, relax, calm down. But you're taking in the magic of what you're doing with your nose, and you exhale it out of your mouth. Like that in itself, that sequence is so powerful that it starts to help the rest of your body to slow down. Your heart starts to beat a little bit slower, your mind stops a little, it starts to slow down, and you start to see things because you allow to open up your perception. And as you open up your perception, you get to see a lot more, and it allows you to stop overthinking. You see, all of this is just, what's up, Name? Good to see you. All of this just, and I am going to go eat. I said I was going to go eat and I didn't eat yet, but that's fine. I'm not in any rush. But essentially, when we just breathe, it allows you to slow down. That's why your breath was given to you. But so many humans, and I was guilty of this, I know you are. So many humans forget to breathe. And I used to never breathe too. I used to be like, who has time to breathe? That's a good joke. I like that. I used to be reminded I used to be reminded by another brother named Huang, Hoang. It should be pronounced Hong, but he pronounces it Huang. And so he would always tell me, brother, you must breathe. Breathe. And I would be like, dude, I don't have time to breathe. I'm like, I don't have time to breathe. Like, I have shit to do. Like, what do you think this is, dude? Like, breathe. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Breathe? Really? Breathe? He would always, on Zoom, he would always tell me, are you breathing? I'm like, what do you think I'm doing? Am I not alive? Like, of course I'm breathing. He's like, are you breathing? What do you mean? And he would tell me, are you breathing? Like, are you breathing in from your nose and out from your mouth? Are you taking an actual breath? I'm like, what is that going to do for me? He told me more than you can ever realize. I now know what he was talking about many years later. It took me forever to realize what he was talking about when he was telling me the answer. So this is the same thing that's going to be happening for you all regarding the breath. Evie, I know you're still here. This is also for overthinking. It gives you deep anxiety because it's not normal. Because your mind has created it as a problem. That's why it's an anxiety. Right. So if you see Ronaldo and that other person do breathing, then why aren't you breathing if you like them so much? Do you think they're just breathing because it's for the fun of it? They're breathing so they can relax and get more concentrated. They're locked in. So to Evie specifically about breathing. Yes, in the beginning for me, breathing was a pain in the ass. In fact, I fucking hated breathing. I know, I've been told that my voice is very calming. I just don't like when dudes say that though. Because I don't swing that way. If a girl said that, that's a different story. Anyways. Hey, what's up, bro? I'm doing good, dude. How are you doing? Good to see you. How's everything? Just hanging out. About to go get some food. Just talking about breathing right now. I was talking about words earlier, but right now we're talking about breathing. James, what did we got, James? Like before the situation, I used to watch 2 movies a day, but now I can't able to focus. Well, here's the reason. Here's the reason why you keep overthinking. You want to hear the answer, James? You ready for it? No, I didn't watch any. I didn't watch any games, dude. I wasn't interested in them, to be honest. I'm glad you're doing good, by the way. It's good. So, James, you ready for the answer? I'm going to rock your world right now. I said it earlier to Evie, so I'm going to say it to you now, James. You ready? The reason why you can't focus because you're overthinking is because you've agreed that you're overthinking. I know that probably is going to go over your head. The reason why you are overthinking is because you've subjected yourself to the idea that you're overthinking. What if I told you that you're not overthinking and you're perfectly fine? Could you accept that? Could you just live your life as is, knowing that you're perfect as you are and you're not actually overthinking? I know the answer is probably going to be no, but I'm just curious to see what you're going to say. Nothing's wrong with you, Jeanette. You're just having a moment. You're having fun. You're good. Our minds like to create all kinds of scenarios. So, yeah, James. And Evie, and anybody else who overthinks, the only reason why you overthink is because you've decided that you overthink. In the mental world, yes. In the physical, not yet. Not quite, not there yet. But eventually. Eventually. Thank you for asking, by the way. I appreciate that. We're almost there. Almost. No, not Lindsay Lohan. I'm not saying a word. We'll just keep it at Lindsay for now. Mimimiski. For now. Evie was also overthinking too. Yeah, Lindsay Lohan is his. Have at her, bro. That's all yours. I wish you just like only the best with Lindsay. Me and Prime Sharon Stone are together in the spirit world. Amazing shapeshifter. That's awesome. I love it. Hey, dude. You know what you know. Yes, yeah, James. You're not, like I said, you're not the only human on the planet that overthinks. There are plenty of other people that overthink. I used to overthink too. I don't anymore though. Amazing. So I'm gonna say it one more time for you, James, specifically. So James, you are not overthinking unless you've decided that you're overthinking. You are only overthinking because you've decided that. And only you get to choose when you get out of overthinking. Now, of course, your mind's going to tell you a silly story, because that's what the mind does, but you're not the mind. You have a mind. Your mind is a tool, and you get to use the mind as a tool. You have to start seeing your mind as a tool. It's not you. What you are goes beyond your mind. But if you keep listening to this thing that you're overthinking, then guess what? You become enslaved by this thing. You're not the mind. You have a mind. And that mind will tell you stories and tell you that this is what this is, and you can't focus and blah. This is not you. The you who goes beyond the mind has no problems with anything. You can focus with ease. And I can tell you right now in your life, you can focus. You might not be focusing on the things you want to focus on, but you definitely can focus on, you can definitely focus. No, I didn't. And yeah, Michael Jackson was my era. Yeah. But I didn't watch the movie yet. It's on my streaming app to watch. Yeah. So James, the you, and same with anyone else who overthinks, the you who you think overthinks is actually not you overthinking. It's actually someone else inside of you telling you a story to make you believe that's true. That's not who you are. None of you. You're not your thoughts. None of you. Yeah, give him something he actually wants to do, and hell, find out how focused he can be. Yeah. So, for example, I know a lot of people say a lot of people tell themselves that they have a discipline problem and they have a focus problem. And I can tell you all that you all don't have a discipline problem or a focus problem. What you do probably have is a misdirected energy problem of where you're placing your attention. Thank you, dude. So, for example, let's say, I wouldn't say you have a dopamine problem, Jeanette. I would just say it's just an energetic mismatch of where you're getting your dopamine from. So, let me break it down to you guys quickly. What are some things that you have no problem on doing right now? Watching Netflix, playing a video game, listening to music, watching YouTube, right? Because these things are currently important, right? James, you've been here for what, 20 minutes? You don't have a focus problem. Otherwise, you would already swiped up and left my stream ages ago. So that right off the bat shows me you don't have a focus problem because you've been focusing on what I've been saying. Because this is important for you. And whatever is important to you, you will focus on it. So if something's not important, you will not focus on it. So you have to make the thing that you want important and make it important by making it important. You see what I'm saying? Right. When you find the things you love to do, you will make it important. And when you make it important, you will love it and you will just do it. You won't have a focus problem. For me, live streaming and helping people is my joy. I love doing this. I love doing what I do right now. I'm doing it right now. I get to speak with people around the world. I get to help people. So this is my passion. So I get to do this. So I don't have a focus problem whatsoever. But if you had told me like, what's something that I would, you know what? Gardening. I'm going to use gardening. I'm not a gardener, okay? Sure, I can plant some seeds into the ground, cool, but I'm not the dude who gardens. Like that's just not me. So if I need to go plant flowers and whatnot, can I go do it? Sure I can, absolutely I can. Because I know the principles of what's going to happen, right? I have to make it important. But if it's not important enough, I'm not going to do it. And thus, it'll seem like I am lacking discipline to plant those flowers. All right? This is the tragedy of our lives. We have to mold ourselves to fit the system rather than the system finding a way to incorporate us. That is definitely a bar indeed. That's true. I'm definitely a gardener in that aspect for sure. 100% Mimiski. I'm definitely a gardener when it comes to the mind. But I'm talking about physically, like being a planter, like planting like, you know, actual flowers into the ground. Like, I don't care. I love flowers, but I'm not going to go plant flowers. Well, good on you, Mr. You know, whatever the fuck your name is, USA person. Anyways, I don't care about planting like roses, even though I love roses. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it has no importance to me, and because it has no importance, I'm not going to really do it. I can do it though, because I know the principles of just taking something and making it important. But I'm just giving like an example. And guess what? There's no place for you here either. So let me deal with you quickly. You ready? You ready for it? Not that you bother me, but you're just being disrespectful to people. Damn it, Sano. I was gonna block him, dude. I have to go inside. Fucking Sanil. Sometimes I just want to just smash him. There. I told him I'm going to be a menace to him. He added me on Discord, so he's gonna get the dark side of me at times. Only he'll get the dark side. Everyone else will get the light side. Why? Because he's helping me. I'm just messing with him. I want to be a menace to him. Anytime it looks like I'm being mean and rude or disrespectful to Sunil, it's because I actually love him very, very much. Oh, nothing. This is just fun. This is my way of just having my fun with him. I hate you too, dude. Jocelyn. What does that word mean, Evie? That's a Gen Z word. What does that word mean? We keep making up words. So what does that word mean? What is joshing? I've seen it before. Somebody said it before and I asked and I was like, interesting. What does that word mean, Evie? I want to know. It's not Gen Z? Well, definitely not. It's not millennial, that's for damn sure. We millennials did not make such words up like that. Anyways, we're all good. Yeah. Oh my. All okay, this testosterone flying balls everywhere. Yeah. We're having fun. I'm having fun. I like having fun. Alright, anyways. Get back to serious mode. Um, I'm sure Jossing is. Ooh, is that Akshat? Oh my god, bro. I was thinking about you. Is that you? Is that you, David? I think that's you. If that's you, welcome to the new channel, dude. I think that's you. It is you. I knew it. I was thinking about you. What's up, bro? This is, guys, this is another fam from the old channel. He goes by David. Unless you don't go by David anymore. It's good to see you, dude. I trust all is well. This is wonderful. Dude, I've been great. I'm healthy. I'm enjoying my life. I get to help even more people than I did on my other channel, which is amazing. Everything's just wonderful, dude. What about you? What's been going on with you? I haven't seen you in a while, but I was thinking about you, dude. And don't worry, the others have already showed up on this channel. So like Olga, she's been here. T-Brave, you've seen him, he's been here. Sunil. I don't know if you've ever ran into Sunil, but Sunil was on the other channel too. So it was good to have you, man. You know what's so fascinating? I was on Discord last night and I saw your video of you driving and I was thinking about you. And I'm like, I wonder when I'm gonna see David again. And sure enough, here you are, bro. And you're right, what you said earlier, your mind is either your best friend or your worst enemy. It's so true. Your mind is either your best friend or your worst enemy. I'm doing good. I learned how to take care of myself and I'm exploring mountains, and next month I'm going to Kuwait. Hey, very, very nice. So James, you can get back to joy by living in this moment right now. And you can decide when you want to have your joy back. The emotions are going to get in the way because it's going to tell you like, no, you can't have your joy, but you can decide to have your joy right now. You can decide if you want to have it. And actually, that's amazing, man. Enjoy the time in the mountains and have fun in Kuwait. Are you back in Dubai? Or are you still home? I'm just kind of reading the chat here and there. That's pretty cool, man. I'm happy for you, and I'm happy that you started to take care of yourself better. As I knew you were going to be able to. I knew it. A lot of things are different though. So for my paid sessions, when we're doing just like one-on-one, like talking one-on-one, it's about $100 US, just to do a one-on-one like off session. If you decide that you need to work with me longer though, that's a different story. I have different like plans. But if it's just like a one session thing, it's $100 US. I determine if we need more or not. If someone gets the answer right away, they don't need to work with me. My clients wanted to make more money because they feel like they had an energetic block somewhere, and I basically help them, but they've been working with me for about 2 months now. But they pay me different. Yeah. I was very worried and anxious before, but I have learned now everything will unfold by itself. I think nature has a different plan for me, and I'm going through with it. I'm proud of you, dude. Took a little bit of time, but you figured it out, see? Proud of you. You're doing great, man. I always knew that you're going to figure it out. That brings me joy, actually. A lot of joy. Nothing like seeing people that I've spoken to for over a year starting to see the change in them now. It always so the to David. Yeah. I live in Romania, so it's so it is offline or online, like in Google Meets or Zoom. It'll be Google Meet or Zoom. It can be either or. I still have to configure Zoom better, but Google Meet or Zoom will work. And essentially we chat for about an hour, or depending on how long it goes, but it's usually about an hour. And I ask questions and see what's happening. And then you respond to the questions, and then I wait to hear what you say, and then I kind of chime off of why do you believe that? So that's how my sessions work, if you're wondering. So someone will ask me a question, or I'll ask them a question saying, so what is it that you're looking to get out of this session? And they'll ask me, or they'll tell me, well, I want to have more clarity. Okay, cool. So I will start then asking a question of, well, why do you feel like you don't have clarity right now? So then they'll tell me why they don't have clarity. They'll start saying well, my life is da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. And I'm like, okay, cool. And then I start asking them more questions based on what they just shared. Yeah. I have no idea. You guys are having your own conversations in the chat there. Who knows what nature has decided for me? Well, remember, bro. Remember to be in the now. There's a lot of things that has unfolded for me since we last chatted, because it's been a hot minute since you've seen me. It's been almost a year. Can you believe that, dude? It's almost been a whole year since you've seen me. It's wild. Because I saw you sometime in the summer last year, David, but it's been almost a whole year since I've seen you. It's crazy how fast time went. But since the last time you've chatted with me, there's a lot of things that have changed. A lot of things that have shifted about me. I am so confident in even more than what I was prior to what I was talking about. The answer, by the way, David, is you. All right, bro. I'll see you when I see you, dude. But remember, the answer is you. And know that everything's unfolding in your life. You're doing great. Keep it up, dude. I'm grateful for you, too. Yeah, James, I'm here every day. I don't know if I'll be doing every day forever, but I am every day for now, because I'm just building the channel up little by little. Algorithm, I'm working with the algorithm so that it can find people like yourself so I can help them. Because my goal is to help as many people as I can before I leave. Because I want everybody to be able to live a very joyful and experience, like a life where it's by their design. Yeah. I asked Sunil about that, but he's actually, I forget who that is. I think that's his kid photo. Yeah. Man, that was good. You know, that's so interesting. I was thinking about him and he showed up. Aim for the nerve nerve stem. I'll just call you AIM. Why does ET like Reese's peanut butter cup so much? Why? Humor me. And then I'm gonna go get lunch or something to eat because I haven't eaten anything. Because it's fun. Let's see. Because it tastes like on his home planet. Interesting. I also had the feeling like I'm the only one real others are delusional and they are just in my mind. Ooh, James. Then you're actually in the right place, bro, because you're spot on. Technically speaking, everyone is not actually here. Even I'm not here, James. But that's going to be like, whoa, what the fuck is going on? The mind is like, whoa. I know I'm going to freak him out, but he brought it up. He actually mentioned it. He said it. I didn't say that. He said that, right? But it's true. Every one of us, just so you know, James, is not actually here. Like, in my reality, you're not here, but in your reality, you're there, but I'm not here. But you created me, and I created you, but we're creating each other. This is gonna throw your mind off. So let me just say it so it doesn't seem crazy. What you're feeling is accurate. Hey, land softly, Orion. That's my attempt. Hi, Lolu. God damn, fucking use your name sometimes. Anyways, hello, good to see you. So James, the feeling that you're feeling is accurate. Because I've also had that feeling, and it's not a feeling, it's a knowing. So something deep down inside is telling you that. Where else would you have gotten that? And Evie, yes. It's also, you already know. I don't need to tell you. That's why I don't get tripped up with things anymore. Like, what is there to get tripped up on? We're all a video game character logging into the game called Earth. We're all experiencing each other's characters, and then we log out. But when we log out, your character is no longer here. It's a type of food, but I myself couldn't tell you what that is because I'm sure I've probably had it. We don't call it that. In this household, it's probably not called that, but it's one of the Indian cuisines. I just have no idea what it is. Okay. It's a rice dish made with meat. Got it. I think I'm overthinking at it as peak. Yeah. So James, I think I am at overthinking at its peak. Yes, and it's okay. Just remember, you can decide to stop overthinking though, in every present moment. I'm gonna go get something to eat now. You guys can chat in the chat. I'll be right back. You guys will hear me though, because I'm getting hungry, and I haven't eaten since when was my last meal? When did I eat something yesterday? I think it was like 8 o'clock. Yeah, 8 o'clock. I do need to use the bathroom as well. Let me just quickly go use the bathroom, come back, grab the microphone. Okay, got my microphone back. Just used the bathroom. I'll come back and look at the chat in a bit. Everybody's in the kitchen right now, so I can't bring you guys because they don't like being on camera. Let me just quickly read the chat from inside. What do we got? See you. You made him hungry. Yeah, I did. Don't worry, I'll be back. I'll be back. Maybe he's gonna. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe Jeanette. It's funny. This door needs to. There we go. Nope, no one's down there. Okay, cool. Okay. Meal 1 of 2. Because I put pizza on to put in the toaster oven, and the food was already made. So, did you guys hear me eating cherries? Because I was eating cherries. Somebody said cherries in the chat. I don't like making well, this was already made. I didn't make scrambled eggs. Who said cherries in the chat? Because that's what I was chewing on. Were you guys guessing what I was eating? Yeah, I was eating cherries. That's crazy. Well, you were right. Well, you're right at this part, the scrambled egg aspect. That's crazy. Guess we're playing games now. We should play a guessing game every time I go in the kitchen, see if I just yam on something quickly and see who's gonna guess right. She was right, because this was already made. I didn't make this. This was already made because it was left already for me in the morning. And I just came back and, well, I just saw it was there. Crazy. I wasn't expecting to have eggs this morning, or eggs are already made. But here we are. This is meal 1 of 2, because I'm gonna go grab pizza in a moment. Don't ever play guessing games. I do have some dishes to go pack quickly. After I finish this, I'm gonna run back inside and grab my pizza, but it's still warming up right now. I think the dishes are being packed anyways. I can hear something shuffling. Cool. Just when you have hope for humanity. All right, cool. That's one meal done. Next meal. I'm out.
Oh, Andre. Remember the guy that comes when you went to look after do the meter for the stuff, and he tell you that how we have to put a filter into the furnace.
Yep.
Well, I put the filter into the furnace, and I don't want to see what happened really. I just change it for another one, so I have to really call in somebody and find out really what's really going on.
Was there water?
There's no water. For the thing, it's already sucked into the thing. So when I pull it out, it come apart. Because look, that alone was sucked in, and this come out like that. So I guess the guy who did that come and fix the motor, in a sense, he was right not to put the thing, but then again, who are you going to listen to, right? That's the thing. So I have to see whoever I can find out from, because for years we had the filter into the furnace. I don't know the reason why he said that, but he never gave a reason. So, something is wrong somewhere. So I put in another one. So if the AC on, we gotta check it and see what happened. The whole thing come out, I had to pull it out because it didn't take, but it already, I had to then pull it, which is the chance of this to happen, right?
I have water. That was Mom talking to me. That's not my meal. That apple and the orange, that is not my meal. That's part of the meal, but it's not my meal. We're getting rolling, people. We're getting rolling with that food. What we got going on? Yep, omega-3, vitamin D, magnesium, and biotin. Biotin specifically because my beard was getting thinned out, so I'd be growing back that beard. It's good for your hair, by the way. So, biotin. But vitamins are all placebo. You can actually summon all of it back to you. You can just actually make a declaration and actually, because it's all energy, you can just summon energy to yourself. But I'll explain that later. Okay, let's leave this here for now. I'll come back for that. Don't forget it, Orion. Otherwise, you're gonna ask for it. Pizza! Pizza, yeah! Let's go. Chicken and onion pizza. Got to change it up a little bit. Yes. Yep. I'm more of a pepperoni, sausage, chicken, bacon, ground beef type of guy, but this is okay too. It's just hot. Pizza is one of those things that, like, it doesn't affect me at all. So I will continue to eat pizza. If you were in North America, you would be saying otherwise. You'd be eating pizza. Wow, it's hot. Imagine you didn't have the word hot. What would happen in our mouth? We would just have the sensation, but we wouldn't know what to call it. I saw Sadia earlier. Hey, what's up? Yeah, it's pizza today. Chicken and onion with chili flakes and parsley. Because I put the parsley and the chili flakes on it. Last week it was pepperoni, ground beef, bacon, and sausage. I have actually a picture of a pizza that I ordered in San Diego. I'm not one to take pictures of food, but you know, it is what it is. Just gotta find it. There it is. I bought this in on Christmas. Welcome back. I bought this on Christmas Eve. I was in sometimes extra, not too much extra though. I'm more of the toppings than the sauces. So like that was my meat lovers pizza on Christmas Eve in San Diego. I was in a hotel and I wanted to have the Home Alone feeling. You know how Kevin in Home Alone, he would order pizza and he'd be eating pizza on the bed, and he would have his watching his movies. So I was watching him have pizza while I was having pizza on in the hotel bed while I was in San Diego. The funny thing about that pizza, by the way, it was on sale. Well, when I went to the restaurant, they asked me what size pizza you want. I said just a small one. It's not 3 dudes, it's 2 dudes. I want the Home Alone feeling where I'm enjoying my pizza, bro. Not the getting kidnapped. And even if someone came and kidnapped me, I'll beat their asses down. Don't mess with me. I'll fight 10,000 people. But yeah, I asked them, well, just a small pizza's fine. They told me it's gonna cost $18. I'm like, for a small pizza, really? He's like, well, we have a special right now. You can get an extra large with 4 toppings for $12. I'm like, why didn't you just offer me that then? Why did you even tell me? Because I wanted to see what you needed first. So for $12, I got me a bigger pizza with more toppings. It's good. That's why everything works out for me. Like that. I can remember that experience in the hotel. I watched both Home Alone 1 and 2. That evening was nice. I ordered the pizza around 6 o'clock. Picked it up. Came back, watched the first one from 7 to 9 or 8:30-ish, and then the second one from whatever time to like almost 11. It's important to keep your memories intact because you can use it to help you to amplify the feeling. That's why I have that photo to remind me of the time when I was in San Diego, like in the hotel. Yes, you're here. You are here to see me eating pizza. And look, just for you. I got that for you, sure. Take your bite. Sharing is caring, girl. I know, I love myself. I love myself every day too. I love myself even more every day. That's too funny. Oh, absolutely. I do that all the time. Speaking of which, here, I'll give you some of this pizza too if you want. I have to teleport back to San Diego, but you can have that pizza too. There was ground beef, chicken, pepperoni, and bacon on this pizza. So good. Where is my favorite ice cream though? Where is my bougie ass ice cream? Did I not save it in my favorites? Oh, this is one of them. Check out that ice cream, y'all. We got M&M sprinkle, chocolate wafer cone, and this cost me like $5, and it's like double scoop. Yeah, ice cream. I like me my kitty ice creams. So good. But where's my bougie ice cream? Oh, by the way, that building is where I live in San Diego. If you want to see the building better, this is the building. That's the building. Damn right I'm bad and I'm bougie. Damn right. This is my view, by the way, of my street. Like right in San Diego. This is what I get to see from that view. I'm on the top floor. Yeah, I'm on the top. See, my building is not that close to like other skyscrapers. That's why I chose it. And it's right in the middle of downtown San Diego. It's so good. I love it. Oh, this is me ice skating on the beach. That's right. Ice skating on the beach, y'all. Yeah, this is at the Hotel Coronado. Palm trees and skating outside. Quite something. I can't find my bougie ice cream though. I know the photo is here somewhere. I guess I didn't save it. Guess I gotta go digging for it. Indeed. But we're all very, very talented. Yeah, I'm most likely not gonna find this ice cream photo. Where the fuck would it be? Of course, you can't search for a photo because it doesn't have a name. Oh well. Alright, we're gonna get some ASMR of me eating this stuff. And just for Rihanna, the apple. The apple. Because, you know. I can describe it. So, the ice cream came in this fancy wine glass. You get a spoon that's long, but like a tiny little scooper, and it had sea salt caramel, it had vanilla, it had some chocolate, not chocolate syrup, but it had when chocolate becomes hard, but it becomes in like a liquid form. Like, I don't know how to explain that. And it had whipped cream on the top, and had a piece of chocolate on the top, like a chocolate piece. Yeah, very fancy ice cream. It's my favorite. It's actually right by the penthouse. You just have to walk like 10 minutes and you're at the ice cream place. It's called Gerardaldi's. What's up, dude? Welcome back. I'm gonna find the picture though. I know I saved it on my tablet. Yep. Gotta go through all of this. Yep. Well, if any of you ever come to San Diego and visit me, I'll be more than happy to take you to an ice cream place and show it to you. You guys will enjoy it. My treat. It's so good. Oh, you will. Perpetual summer, like spring, summer, all year round. Never a dull moment there. So much more exciting over there than it is here, but hey, it is what it is. I don't know if I'm gonna find this ice cream photo. It's on my phone. It's on my phone though. Actually, wait a minute. Why am I doing that the long way? There's another way to find the photo. Go to my folder, go to my pictures, go to my actual folder, and go to... Is it random? No. Nope. Personal. Okay. What the fuck? It's my certificates. It's entrepreneurship. I must have not saved this photo on my tablet. Oh well. That fucking sucks. Whatever. Okay, whatever. I guess it's not there. All right, Apple time. You know what? I'll do that. That's a good idea. But I don't know if they're gonna have the wine fancy glass ice cream on their thing. So San Diego, California. Do we have images? Ooh, okay. Well, this is close. This is close. This is kind of close. Look. Ah, stupid ad thing. Get the fuck off of my thing. There. Oh my god. For real? Stop popping up. Like that. But it comes in an even more fancier glass than that. But it's similar to that. That's the same company, by the way. And you get a nice little tiny spoon. Let me see if there's another photo on Google. Ooh, this person has... Yep, this person has a Instagram photo. I don't know who this person is. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Don't know who she is, but I just saw it on Google. So that's that's basically all right. It's good to have you on, James. What's going on here? Vanessa Carlton. Whoa, Nero. My man. It's crazy. What did he say? The moment you forget who you are, so does reality. Ooh, that's a bar. She's just trying it. She was mentioning that she was visiting that's not San Diego, that's San Francisco. There will be a spiritual amnesia that hits you. You'll forget that moments you won, the instants you defy the odds, and the times you created reality. The moment you forget, you disconnect from the frequency of past successes, which disconnects you from the frequency of success, which is the same frequency you need to be in to see in success externally. So if you don't remember, neither will reality. Remind yourself to tap back into that frequency. Very nice. Very, very nice. Cool. is that good? I don't know. I'm just reading the chat quickly. All right, ready? Rihanna? Apple. Should I make it more ASMR-y? Should I really emphasize the bite? Should I really take that time to slow down the bite? He even said apples like that, dude. The only reason why I know about this is because on the previous channel there was 4 girls on the other channel, and they're like, I really like how you eat that apple. I'm like, say what? I was kind of freaked out about it at first, but then they're like, we really like the sound of you crunching apples. I'm like, really? Like, you like that? They're like, yes, we like that. Keep doing more. So that's why, like, I got comfortable eating in front of other people, because they started saying, I like when you have toast with peanut butter because it sounds crunchy. I'm like, why does that sound so, like, perverted? Can you twerk? No. Can you twerk? What's his name? John Robert Brooke. This apple is good. I like it. I gotta do my workout shortly. It's almost 3 o'clock. I'm gonna start rolling with my workout. You know me, y'all. Hey, Justin. Different Justin? Probably different Justin. Imagine being the apple. Yes. I'm an entrepreneur and I help people. Different Justin. Well, hello there, Justin. I help people as an entrepreneur by unlocking the fullest potential of their mind. Define apple. This particular one, it's crunchy. It's not smushy. So this one's crunchy, sweet, very. This could be a trap, by the way, but I'm going to say it anyways. Very juicy and very delicious. Oh my god. Very crunchy. This is crazy. Firm? Yes, it is definitely firm. I 100% on that. And definitely that. Oh my god, yeah, and yeah, definitely that. We're yes, I'm the savage that eats the core as well. Define the core of the apple. Okay. Rough. Prickly. Sometimes annoying. Sometimes annoying. A PG-13, girl. I'll tell you right now, I don't do PG-13. I do rated R, girl. That's what I do. I'll even put in the title, 18 plus. No, I don't know Tamil. I have a lot of people who are Tamil, but no, I don't know Tamil. Or I don't know how to speak. Is that the language? No, that's not the language. That's just the culture. Yeah, basically. So I help people with their mind. So I help them unlock the fullest potential of their mind so that they can live their best life. It's sort of like a therapist, a coach. I am a coach, but I don't like calling myself that, but I have to use that term. Because if I don't call myself a coach, then people are like, then what the fuck do you do? After 9 o'clock stream, 18 plus only, just eating apples seductively. Yeah, I have my yogurt. I have to go and get, which is right here waiting. We can define yogurt. This one's not crunchy though. This one's like smooth. Strawberry yogurt, by the way. That's definitely rated R. Because someone will have to come and enjoy the. Wow, I'm getting tripped up. Someone will have to come and enjoy the dessert. That's funny. Enjoy, Evie. Come here. Come here. That's crazy. I may be very hyper aware about things, but I still have my human moments too, you know. I'm still very much human. I still indulge in my human desires. Why not? We came to Earth after all. Indeed, exactly. The funny thing is, I'm not even flirting. I'm just being, I'm just being me. Because the thing is, if I were to actually flirt, it's not gonna work. I'm just, because like some people say, you know, you got game. I don't really have game, to be honest. I'm just being me, and as me being me, that is my game. You can say. I mean, I have game in other aspects. Like, for example, wisdom-wise, flirting with like going up to a random girl and flirting, that's not my thing. Yeah. Let's see. My game is just right here, right now. Just me being me. And what Evie said is true. The authenticity is the true game, indeed. Yeah. That's good, because I don't dance around. I'm straight to the point. No, all stuff, no fluff. That's a bar, write it down. I'm being for real. I don't mess around. You want some? Come get some. Why waste time? Why dance around? I used to be like very like shy and like yeah, very timid like doing this kind of thing. Now, bring it. Because think about it, like these are like missed. So that right there, what you just said there, Rihanna, spot on, because that's how I used to be. And you know the funny thing is that's the paradox of being a nice guy, because you think being a nice guy you want to treat people nicely, but then excuse me, girls don't actually like nice guys because nice guys imply people pleaser because they're overly polite, they're overly like yes please and yes, they're like yes men because they don't have the value of themselves. And because they don't have the values, I can talk about relationships. Like that in itself is a whole other topic all into itself. I can talk about that for days. But essentially, with men specifically who are scared of women, and I used to be scared of them too because I was once there as well, is because you lack your conviction within yourself, that you trust yourself, that you will be, someone will like you no matter who you are. Right, exactly. It just comes down to being honest. Let's see what Jeanette said. Doing mistake. That. Yeah. Spot on. We don't want someone to be mean. Like that's why they say that the bad guys always get the girl. But it's not that they're bad. It's just that they have confidence in themselves and they are good with or without the girl. Like for me, I'm good. Like I'm good. I've been good. I've been perfect as I am. Right? So like whether, and that in itself is, it's the paradox because guys think they have to play this game and hit on women. I don't have to do that. They just come flocking to me. But I don't, it's not that I don't care about women. I love women. It's just that like it's not my, I can tell like right? So like well now, let's see. Well, I'm clear. I want to know about your deja vu. Yeah, for me, I just don't care. And when I say I don't care, it's not in a negative way. It's just meaning like it's not important. What's important is my vision. I have a massive vision that I have to do. Now, if someone gets to be with me and I get to be with them, cool. Whoever that is. Whoever that is, right? You never know. I come first always. Like I have no idea. Hey, if it happens, it happens. Never know. But once I'm locked the fuck in to somebody, I'm locked the fuck in. That's it. Interesting. Like for me, I don't play games. Like there's no point. Like know what you desire. And I know what I desire, and I know exactly how to take care of myself and someone else, and I trust that the person will also be capable of that and not play the stupid games. What's the games? I can explain all the games right now. No one's at my door though. That's interesting. Maybe I energetically I tapped on your door and then I teleported back. I don't know. There must have been like just a message for you specifically for that moment for having deja vu. So the games okay, so here's a good one. Someone is texting you. I can text, but I'm not a texter. I like, hello, what you up to? Want to hang out? Let's hang out. I don't do walls of text. Like I just don't do that. It's like, if you want to talk, pick up the damn phone and let's do this, or leave a voice message. That's better than texting. But like they'll play a game where, okay, the girl texted me, now I gotta wait like 5 hours to make her think that like I'm not needy and all this stuff, and then like text her back, and then I'll wait for her to respond, and then she plays the game too. I'm like, if you humans can just like stop, well, not you guys, but I'm saying humans in general, if the humans can just stop that, if you really like somebody, you will make it important enough that you will want to be around them all the time. Like, you can't stop thinking about them. It doesn't mean that you're obsessed with them, but you simply, like, you can't get enough of them. If somebody gives you that feeling, that's your person. And if you give somebody that feeling, they're your person. That's just simple as that. But too many people in 2026, the dating problem started in 2024. I saw it clear as fucking day what was happening in 2024. 2023, 2022, 2021, 2020, like, shit was building to that moment in 2024 where everybody was like, I'm going to just be single, because people start making content on Instagram and YouTube and Facebook and TikTok about men, you should be more single, like fuck women, and then women should be more single because fuck men. And I'm like, and I saw it clear as fucking day. True. But like, if you really want to be with someone, nothing can stop you. Like, distance and time and whatever does not stop you, because you will find a way. When I was getting married to my partner, my previous partner, she was not living here at the time. She was living in Ukraine. She's from Ukraine. And me and her, we always found time she was like 6 hours ahead, but we always found time to speak on the phone and do video chatting whenever we could. We did Skype because Skype was the only thing we had back then. To video chat, I believe. Yeah, Skype was the only thing we had. So if you really give a fuck about someone, you will put in the fucking effort. And the other person will also put in the effort. But if it's only one-sided, then step away. Like, just go. Don't even bother. You'll know. You'll know when you're putting so much effort and they don't really give a fuck. Like, I remember there was a woman who, she's a friend of mine now, but like, I did like her, but very flaky. Like, I was putting in the effort. And she admired the effort, but she wasn't reciprocating equally. So I'm like, why am I wasting my time with this? Like, it doesn't make sense. Why am I giving so much energy to this when she doesn't give that back to me? For me, the number one thing that I care about is reciprocation. If you can't equally reciprocate back, like, I'm leaving not a wall of text, but I'm giving my heart, but you're only giving me like this. That's it. It's just that simple. This is where, like, I used to be very overly nice and too much of this. I'm like, fuck this. What's the point? I'm just going to be me. If someone likes me, cool. If they don't like me, fuck it. I don't care. I'm good. I'm one with the universe. I have everything I ever wanted. Can't take away something that you've given yourself internally. I have the greatest relationship ever. I have the one with the universe. What else can I ask for? That means I have access to anything I want at any time. So, like, for me, I had to just stop being too nice. But the thing is, like, if I'm in a relationship, but there's no equal reciprocation. And you can tell when the reciprocation doesn't feel equal. I move forward. I don't even waste time. Like, I just don't. Like, let's say I get in a relationship next with someone and they don't do that. No hard feelings. You can go. Next. I'm very like it's not that I don't have emotions with the person. I'll give my emotions. But like, I also know how to turn them off immediately. I'm very ruthless at times. I can literally cut someone out of my life. It's not that I'm cutting their soul, but I'm cutting their mind out of my existence. Because their mind has no relevancy to me anymore. So onwards. Like, there's a girl who, for whatever reason, she blocked me on LinkedIn. I went on LinkedIn because I don't go on LinkedIn much, but you can tell when people look at your profile, they say, this person looked at your profile. I'm like, oh, I haven't seen this person. This was back 3 years ago. I'm like, oh, I haven't spoken to this person in a hot minute. Let me just say hello to her. Just like, hey, it looks like you're doing great. How's everything? Blocked. What? I just said, how are you doing? What, you think I'm hitting on you? Just because you're beautiful, that doesn't mean I'm going to hit on you. See, the thing about me is I don't care how hot you are. You can have the greatest body in the world, but if your attitude fucking sucks, I want nothing to do with you, because your mind has completely finessed your soul. I don't care. I don't know, but she blocked me on LinkedIn. So, I mean, I didn't even care. I went on LinkedIn to go and check like a message that someone sent me in my email, because they left me something that they're like, hey, we have an opportunity for you. That's all I went on LinkedIn for. I don't use LinkedIn. I have it. I have over, I think 3,000 connections on LinkedIn, and they're all lawyers. I'm very connected with lawyers on my LinkedIn. So if I need a lawyer for something, hey, you remember me? Yeah, that's right. My name is Orion. I worked with you at blah, 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 blah. What's the purpose of LinkedIn? Well, it's supposed to be used for business, but the philosophies of LinkedIn is changed. I don't even know what LinkedIn is used for, to be honest, anymore. I have zero idea. It seems like a gigantic waste of time, to be honest. But anyways, I was on LinkedIn just for that purpose, and I saw the notifications. I had a lot because I don't check LinkedIn. I have no idea, but I basically just said, hey, her name is Zoe. Hey, Zoe, it's good to see you. How's everything been? Like, what's new with you? That's what I left. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. I wasn't hitting on her, and blocked. And I'm like, okay, well, clearly you still have problems with me. So for me, like, just because you're hot doesn't mean I'm going to hit on you. Well, I wasn't even on. Could be. People's minds are crazy sometimes. Anyways, so for me, like, I don't care how hot you are. If your personality sucks, get the fuck out of my way. That's how I roll. Like, for most humans, I don't care what you look like. As long as you taking care of yourself and you have a good personality and you have a good attitude, we'll get along. But if you don't physically take care of yourself, it's not that I won't like you. I still love you as your soul. But if you don't take care of your health, that tells me that you don't even love yourself enough to take care of yourself. So, like, for me, if you take care of yourself and you have a great attitude and your personality is great, and you can tell because some people, they just are locked in, we'll get along. Me either, Jeanette. That's why I don't have. I'm kind of around it though in this house a little bit, but you know, I have a bubble, so I am good. I'm not affected. But yes, I don't. I don't really attract that type of energy in my physical. Like I don't whatsoever. There are, I saw, oh my god, I can't believe, like, I saw this. I saw a girl in a club slapping a dude, and then she was filming it, and then she was like, would you like to go out with me or something like that, but you're not worth my time. And the way she was acting, like, she's beautiful, but I'm like, what the fuck is going on with these humans? Right, it randomly showed up on my feed. I'm like, why is this showing up? Is this to show me how humans are behaving in 2026? So I saw it, and then of course the guy called the cops on her, and she was like, I didn't mean to slap you, blah blah blah. But like, my point to say is, like, if someone does something ridiculous like that, stay the fuck away from me. Like, there's no point doing shit like that. He was in the right to call the cops because that's abuse. He got slapped. He was just hanging out, and she came up to him with a camera and slapped him, and then, would you like to, and she thought it was like playful, but then she was saying, would you like to dance with me? Would you like to, take me out? I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, if I was in that dude, I'd be like, get the fuck out of my way. Stupid. But potentially he could have. We don't know. You never know. You never know, right? There's always two sides of the same coin. Spot on, Doc. You never know. There's always two sides of the same coin. There's always two sides. So, but from the looks of it, he had no idea who she was. But then again, people do stupid shit anyways in today's day and age. Right? My point to say all this is to say is, like, if we're playing these dumbass games, then this current generation is fucked right now. And I came here to remind everybody of their sentience, of who they are. This is why the work that I'm doing is so fucking important. It needs to be done. It's not just me doing it, though. There's many others helping. It's just that we need to amplify this a little bit faster. Everyone's on their own timeline, of course, but shit needs to be done. This is why I can't afford to, play it safe anymore. I have to do what I have to do. I have to say what I need to say. Even if it pisses some people off, I have to say it. Because it needs to be said, because it needs to be brought into awareness. This is why there's so many people who are disconnected from society. They're like, I don't want to be on the earth anymore. I used to say the same shit too. I was saying that last year. Around this time, I was saying, fuck you, universe. I want off of this planet, you fucking... I was doing that. Yeah. Older generation was more direct. We were more direct. We didn't... The thing is, like, we didn't mess around. We basically said... We did that, basically. But, yeah. Yeah, ain't nobody got time for nonsense, indeed. You're spot on. The nonsense of the planet is it just needs to stop. Like, why can't we all just, like, lock the fuck in? Like, if you like the girl and the girl likes you, why are we playing this game? Just say, I like the girl, I like you, and you like me. Let's do this thing together. Let's hold hands, let's go. But, like, it doesn't work like that anymore because humans have made it more complicated. But it isn't complicated, but the mind has made it more complicated. That you have to do all these stupid ass little games. We do need to respect each other. That's where a lot of the problem lies. You may not love the person, but you can at least respect the person. Or respect... Because the thing is, I'm going to draw something quickly. This is what's happening. I have to draw it out. I gotta draw it out. I can use my words, but I have to draw it out. So I'm gonna just, so let's say someone, I already have a stick figure. I'm gonna just copy this stick figure a couple times. So copy. I'm gonna paste, paste, paste. So I'm now four stick figures. Oops. I have 4 stick figures, as you guys can see. So person 1, person A, or whatever you want to call it, I'm going to just draw a circle around this person, is doing we're going to just say crime. They're doing a crime, and I'm going to have to change the smile face to like a negative face. Person 2, right, is looking at this person doing person 1, but this person 1, the reason why they're doing crimes is because originally person like 0 told them that they're a bad person, and they internalized it as their truth. So you're bad. So person 2 or person 1 now basically says, oh, I'm a bad person, I'm going to go commit a crime. So then person 3 is going to look at person 2 saying, you're bad. And then person 4 and 5 are going to either take on person 3's perspective of you're bad and also say you're bad. And guess what? Now, this person 2 person doesn't have the ability, because he or she doesn't know that they have the power in their mind to change and influence reality, because they're stuck with taking on the opinions of other friggin' people on the planet. And now this person is stuck being you're bad, so this person believes that they're bad, so they're going to go and create a crime and do all kinds of bullshit. This is how humans work at the deepest level. It's more complicated than that, but this is how simple it is. So if you keep perpetuating that this person's bad, then this person, if they don't know how to handle themselves, and you have to take responsibility for your own self too, of course, but if you don't know, you take on the opinions of others and you're like, what's the point? Everyone sees me as bad, so I may as well go commit a crime anyways. I wasn't angry at all. I was just having fun with that person. Hey Chiga, what's up, dude? Chiga jumps on and then jumps off, but I love when he says attack today. Chiga is locked in. He's locked the fuck in. Appreciate you, dude. So essentially, this is at the core of what's going on with all humans. Like when you see someone playing a game like, he's a cheater, and then he attempts to change, but then someone says, you'll never change, right? And then no one gives that person a chance to show him through their actions, because people keep thinking he's cheating or something like that. So guess what? How is he going to ever get out of that paradigm if people don't give him a chance? This is why so many people, like they say, actions speak louder than words, but unfortunately, you know, even if you take the actions and you're still doing great, people are still going to perceive you as bad, and so it's still your words that are creating the problem. I don't follow other people's, I follow my own version of my reality. Your name is Sean. Yeah, I don't follow other people's beliefs because I have my own, but I don't have beliefs. I just have knowingness. It's simple. I'm one with the universe. That's all you need to know. That's what creates my morals. I'm one with the universe. And if I'm one with the universe is based on love, not hate. Hate's taught to you. So my morals are based on love. And I'm one with the universe. And the universe loves me and loves everyone else. That's what created my morals. Now, in the beginning, was it the case? Well, as a child, yes. But I didn't know all that. As a teenager, nope. I hated people. I wanted nothing to do. It's vague because I'm only explaining it because you asked a very vague question. So I'll be more specific right now. Love has many different meanings. So depending on the love, I'm referring to from a non-romantic standpoint. Love for me is going to the deepest core of finding out someone and like understanding someone and love and caring about them and having kindness, compassion, empathy, understanding, listening to them, no judgment. This is love for me from a non-romantic standpoint. This is just pure care. Jesus, I love Jesus. Jesus is one with God, but isn't God. Well, he is God, but we're God too. We're one with Jesus. And Jesus and us are one and the same. Jesus is his own person, but he's a fragment of God. It's actually the universe, or I call it itself. That's my knowing, and I know this to be true. Most humans do not know that because they put someone on a pedestal. Every one of us is on the same level as Jesus. We just forgot that. The only difference between Jesus and others is because he came with his memories. He knew how reality worked, where most of us, we did not. He came to just remind everyone of how reality actually works. Why him? Because he chose that path. Why me? Because I chose this path. But I love Jesus very, very much. Really cool dude. Because there's no point. You have your own beliefs. The answer is you. You got to live your own life. You got to figure it out for yourself. I keep telling everybody that the answer is them. That's basically the core, because it's you that has to believe your beliefs. You have to think the thoughts. You have to feel your feelings. You have to speak your words, and you have to take the action. So it starts with you. From that moment on, you get to decide whatever you choose to. Everybody's beliefs are accurate and true because it brought you to this moment in time. Right? Like whatever you currently believe, it's true. 100%. Because it brought you to this moment. Because if it wasn't true, then you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't exist. You'd be gone. But your beliefs got you to this moment in time. I am neither. I'm just a soul that just came here to help people. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. I'm not a leader, and nor am I a teacher. I don't want to be a leader, and I don't want to be a teacher. I don't want anybody to follow me, and I definitely am not here to teach anybody anything. I'm here to remind everybody that they have the answers within them. Because everyone has the answers within them. I'm not the only one that knows this. There's many other people who know this. You'll start to run into them more when you see them. They'll start showing up little by little. Everyone in this chat knows who they are. They know exactly who they are. They're still going through what they need to go through, but they know who they are. They're not my ideas. Nothing belongs to anybody because it all comes from God. It's all itself. It's just working through each of us. There's no stealing ideas. That doesn't belong to me. They can use all that I'm saying. That's why I give everything out, because it doesn't belong to me. I don't hold back. I don't think he's being a hater. He's just asking a question, Rihanna. I think he's all right. I don't see the hate. He's just asking a question. He just simply wants to know. He was curious. For me, like, there's no anything. Nope. I'm neither. I'm no real life anything. I'm just me. I don't play ego games. I'm just me. I'm just a soul that just is aware of stuff. Nothing more. I don't care about being some figure. All I care about is just helping people remember who they are. Sounds good, Jeanette. Enjoy your nap. I'm gonna be doing my workouts shortly, so we'll be doing that. 40 minutes or 30. We'll probably do 30 minutes. None. I know about Freemasonries and I studied some of it, but I have no connection to it. I am one with the universe. He's probing. He's asking. Let him ask. Define universe? Everything. All. What is all? All. A-L-L. Simple. Yeah, so that would be... It would be synonymous with God. I use the word itself, though, over God, but I still use the word God at times, but I prefer itself because it's very neutral. Because a lot of people get tripped up by the personification of some dude in the sky. And I'm not referring to the dude in the sky because there is no dude. It's an energy that can take forms of different shapes in reality. It does, but it's not a one identity, it's many identities. Look around your current environment, you'll see God everywhere. Oh, Rihanna. What is big brain? Is that a bad thing or is that a good thing? No, there's nothing about my past that would change, because if I changed my past, then I wouldn't be able to be the person I am today. Even though I had to go through a very painful experience, I had to go through it so I could be at this level. Oh, okay, perfect. I don't know. Remember, this is Gen Z stuff. Like, big brain means something, could mean something else. I don't know. I have to keep up with the lingo. No, I wouldn't change my past. But you see, Evie, if you change your past, then we wouldn't be able to speak with the version of you today. Does the universe have good intentions for us to succeed? Of course it does. It's you that has to be the one that has the intentions for you to succeed, because you are the walking universe. You and the universe are one and the same. It's just that you're a fragment of the universe that forgot yourself, and now you're in the journey of remembering who you are. And so it starts with you. So if you want good intentions, then the universe will mirror back good intentions for you, because it's you that's giving yourself good intentions. But most people believe it's some dude in the sky and gotta wait for some external force to give you good. It'll never work that way. It starts with you. Correct. Spot on, Justin. 100%. And we are in a finite body, so we can have a finite experience. Oh, let me rephrase that. We are in a finite body to have an infinite experience with infinite potential, but to know, like, I can be whatever and do whatever and say whatever. But please be a moral human being though while you're on the planet. Don't be a facetious jackass or don't be like a moron or don't be an idiot. Just be nice and be kind and be respectful to others. Be moral. Don't hurt anybody. But at the same time, the universe is not moral. It's mechanical. It doesn't care what you do. That's why so many people who do bad things get away with it, and they don't get punished by the universe. Well, you can believe whatever you want, dude. Mr. Sean, that's your free will. Yes, Jesus does love me, and I love Jesus too, but not the way you think. Me and him are like bros, like how I just fist bumped my dad. I would fist bump Jesus if he was here. Yo, what's up, dude? You good? Yeah, man, you good? Yeah, I'm good. That's how me and Jesus roll. We're bros. I don't bow down to him like most humans. I don't care if you sub, by the way. I'm not here for games. Whether you like me or you don't like me, I don't care if you sub or you like or comment or subscribe. Like, it doesn't bother me. But thank you. Appreciate it. I'm not here for games. I'm here to serve. I love that guy. I love Jesus. I love them all. Jesus is like Jesus, Buddha, Krishna, Yogananda, Lao Tzu, Confucius, who else? Moses, Abraham, Muhammad, Hermes. Am I missing any? I'm sure I'm missing a few others, but anyways, every one of them, I love them very, very much. Am I unique in my opinions? No, not at all. Every one of us at our deepest core, at our soul, has the same opinions because we're all one. But from the mind level, yes, we are unique. Exactly, Evie, spot on. I doubt that we're capable of not feeling his love in his presence. Oh no, you can feel it. You are him right now in this moment. You're no different from him. He wanted you to do greater things than he could. He always said that. It's just that too many people have idolized him because he understood how reality worked. Because most of the humans on today's day and age, they're cooked in their mind because they're so distracted by all the bullshit that's happening on the planet. What's happening is we forget our sentience. We are exactly like him. He's no different. But the more that you all keep creating separation, thinking he's different or higher or better, then you just keep instigating and fueling that story, and the mind wants to be a separate self. He is exactly like you, and you are exactly like him. I have no opinion about that one. If a man wants to date a man, that's his choice. If a woman wants to date a woman, that's their choice. If they want to get married, that's their choice. I'll be happy for them. Limiting yourself or the potential because you're too busy glorifying and idolizing someone else, different version of you. Spot on. That's the reality that most people are living. That's why they're so distracted. And that's why a lot of them, they create their own suffering. Money is not the root of all evil. That's just another stupid ideology that was created to keep you thinking that money is the root of all evil. In this day and age, you need money, but it's not really that you need. You already have within, but you have to know that you already have it. The problem is most people think it's evil because you see people who have a lot of money doing pretty shitty things, but there are a lot of great people who have lots of money that are doing amazing things. You're just not seeing them because they're not in the media, but they're around. They exist. Money is not the root of all evil. In fact, money is part of reality. It's just energy. I feel like I'm on like a fucking magic 8 ball right now. I'm gonna give you 10 minutes. You can keep asking questions. I don't mind them. 10 minutes, I'm gonna go get rolling with my workout. Money, I used to have that belief, by the way. Money is the root of all evil, but that's complete bullshit. It's nonsense. Depends on the person, but I always have boundaries. No matter, like, I know what I will allow and what I will not allow right off the bat. No matter who it is, whether it's a live stream. Hi, Princess, good to see you. Whether it's like live streaming, whether it's in the physical, whether I'm with a romantic partner, it doesn't really matter. This is good, Brianna. I like these deep conversations, but it's okay. You're getting to see how I handle these types of things. Yeah, I wouldn't say people's bad intentions. It's the mind that finessed the human that's creating the bad intentions. I'm glad he's asking questions. Oh, this person. Yep, this loser again. So guess what you get? Thank you for feeding my algorithm, by the way. I appreciate you. My PT stopped for now until my insurance company says to go ahead now. It's a waiting game. It's okay, Princess. Everything's unfolding for you. All's unfolding. Oh, you did? Cool. Let's see. Ha! Sucker. Oh, Chelsea's here. Chelsea's here. Welcome, Chelsea. Didn't even know you were here. Good to see you. My marriage didn't last long because I didn't understand how a relationship worked back then. So it lasted for about 2.5 years. Number one, I didn't know how reality worked. Number two, I didn't know how people worked. Number three, I didn't love myself. And number four, I didn't communicate properly. And number five, we were misaligned. Like, she wanted different things and I wanted different things, but yet we ended up in a marriage. So, do you believe that NASA faked the moon landing? I don't really care if they faked it or not. The point is, with them specifically, whether they faked the moon landing or they didn't fake the moon landing, they gave people some glimmer of, like, I don't want to say hope, but a glimmer of inspiration. Now we're getting personal with that. Does that really matter? She was like 5'3". With heels on, she was 5'5". It's okay. It wasn't too, they're just asking a question. Well, that was good. Yeah. Oh, Vendetta, you were still here, dude? See ya, bro. I didn't even know you were still here. My God. Like, there's some of you that have just been here the entire time. I didn't even know you were still here. Goodness gracious. See, YouTube doesn't tell you who's actually here. That's the problem. I wish they would add a friggin' feature that says this person is in the chat or these people are here right now. Yeah. It's crazy. Yeah. My PT my PT put tape on my kneecap. Do you know why you never heard of it? Because it didn't stay and I got wet in the shower and should I go get more? I don't know if you're supposed to keep that on your knee, to be honest. Like when you're taking a shower, I think you're supposed to unwrap it. I have no idea. Is money necessary to create opportunity? I'm reading here because it's a little bit easier. Is money necessary to create opportunity, or are opportunities necessary to get money? They're a bit of both. It works both ways. Oh, it's sticky. Okay. Well, I would probably go get more tape if you can. I don't think so, Rihanna. I always give people the benefit of the doubt because, like, I don't think so. But who knows? I don't get catfished. There was one time I got catfished, but that doesn't happen anymore. I learned my lesson on that. That's why when it comes to women on like the internet, I don't bother. I'm just relaxed. My ethnicity, there is no ethnicity. I'm a soul. I'm just with a human body. This body is a bit of South American, North American, some of Southeast Asia, and a little bit of Asia. So I'm a mix of everything, but this is this character. If you ask me about my previous life, well, that was a different story. True. I've lost my job and been getting high every day. Thank you for the candles and the cross. Just waiting for the next message. I can tell you right now, I was a woman and her name was Sarah, or my name was Sarah, and I was half Afghani, half Irish. That's why I have a soft spot for Ireland and Scotland, because that's where I had a lot of deep connections back in my previous life. That life was very difficult though. And Sarah suffered tremendous loss when it came to love. And she had to bring it into this life, and I had to settle it once and for all in this lifetime. Even though she and I were one, but the thing is this, that experience was different than this experience, The mind just was like, what's up? Good to see you, Ocean. Yeah, I've seen that the kinas I can't even say that word right now. Kinos, word's not coming right now. David Foggings, nice try. The funny thing is, I can see your messages even if you retract it. So you can keep retracting, but I can see your messages. But I appreciate it. Would you ever do a meet and greet with your subscribers? No. Why? I'm not to be idolized. Why would we need that? I'd meet them, but why do I need to do that? If you want to hang out, you just hang out and say, yo, what's up? Nope. because that'd be an empirical waste of my time, because they currently believe what they believe about the Bible. So why waste my time with people on their level of awareness? If they truly believe what they believe is true about the Bible and their words that they're reading is based on their level of awareness, why they are where they are based on their frequency. So there's no point. That's why, like, there's no point arguing with anybody. You are where you are based on your level of awareness. That's not an insult. That's just literally what's happening. Most people, when they're reading a book, they're reading their level of awareness, not the book itself. Because you can read a word, but if your awareness to that word is this, but someone else's awareness is this, then yours and theirs is different, so it's based on your level of awareness. Two people can read the same sentence and have two different experiences. Like, for example, Psalms 46:10 in the Bible says, "Be still and know that I am God." For most people whose awareness level is locked to one paradigm, they would think it's some dude in the sky that they must be still. But really, it's actually you that needs to be still and know that you are God, that you're the one. But most people don't know that. Because be still means, in order to hear your God self, it's to relax, calm down, slow down, be still, and know that you have the answers within you. That's what be still and know I am God means. But most humans have their misaligned definitions or misaligned like perceptions of that verse in the Bible, where some dude in the sky is speaking down to you and saying, "Be still, you mortal humans, that I am God. So shut your mouth and just like listen to me, human." Is it true that you believe in the paranormal because I don't believe in it, I know in it. And the only reason why you don't know in it is because you don't have your memories. That's the only difference. The only reason why some people don't believe in it is because they simply don't have their memories. And just because you don't have your memories, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The only reason why you don't have it is because you're not ready to handle it. Because you still have to go through a layer of evolution with your mind, not your soul, but your mind, because your mind has to be able to handle that concept. If your mind can't handle simple concepts like that, then you won't get access to it. I had to level up so much so that I could get access to it. I'll give you an extra couple minutes because I'm going to go do my workout. Good questions, by the way. I like some of these questions. They're good. See, I like answering questions. This is what I like doing. I don't mind, having fun and just like, shooting the shit, but like, I like these questions. They're good. If I describe you as the most intelligent black guy I've ever seen, would you be flattered? No, because I'm not black. I'm just a soul. And I wouldn't be flattered because nothing in this world impresses me anymore. No amount of money, no person, nothing impresses me because I'm one with the universe. So are you. And if anything flatters or impresses you, that means you're basically taking on a perspective that means that you're still playing the third dimensional character. You are itself playing a human character. I don't care if you said intelligent brown guy, intelligent white guy, intelligent black guy, intelligent Asian guy. That doesn't make shit all a difference to me, because for me specifically, I'm a soul that's just with a body. I don't identify with the body, even though I have a body. But I love the body, and I respect the body. That's why I take care of it. But I'm not the body. I just have it so I can navigate to help everybody. Because if I wasn't in this body, there's no way I can help you. You said you have to go, but can I come back? And you can interview me if you want. I don't care. Do whatever you please. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to do my workout. I'm doing it on my stream, but I won't be answering questions of that nature while I'm working out. I'm going to be locked the fuck in. When I'm done my workout, maybe, but it'll be a while till I'll be done, so. I appreciate the questions, though. I don't know your intentions with your interview questions, but whatever it is. Thank you. You as well, Sean. Appreciate you. Oops. Okay, what the fuck's going on here? There's a random ass girl talking about some random shit. And the only reason why she has so many people is because they're flocking to her because she's hot. Crazy. Anyways, time for me to get rolling. Brianna, did you enjoy that like rapid fire of questions? Did you enjoy that all that? Now you gonna get to see. It's time. It's time. Let's go do the thing. Oh, you did? Let's go. Let's see what you tagged me in. Don't worry. Privacy always. Gotcha. I see it. No, I won't. I see it. You're good. Appreciate you. I'm aware. That's why, like, you know, I don't really I don't get caught up in like stuff like that. I appreciate it though, but yeah, I don't get you know, if I don't know like that, like if they're asking for help about something, you know, it's all good. Yeah, I got your back too, girl. Just remember that. Like, I don't know if you heard me say it earlier, but like that other person, you know, on your post, he'd be fiending on you, if you know that. I'm sure you know that, obviously. Why else would he be posting? Why else would he be commenting on your stuff? Right? I don't know his intentions, but it's just funny looking at him do his thing. Yeah. Yeah, that dude. It's funny when I read some of his comments. He's an interesting character. He be I like to call it he be fiending on you. He be thirsty for you. That's what I'm saying. Like in today's day and age, people are very thirsty for other people. For me, I'm not thirsty. I'm actually hydrated. That's a bar. Write it down. Do you know what's funny? You want to hear something? I was on Facebook one day. I think I shared this already with you, but I'm gonna share it again because I think it's relevant for this moment. There's a girl. She's an artist. She cute. She alright. But in her, I wasn't going in her chat to look at what was going on. I just saw a comment at the top saying, "Man, can you be my girlfriend?" It was some dude that was thirsty. So I made a joke. I'm like, bro, you must be really thirsty to be asking a girl to be your girlfriend on the internet. Like, have some self-respect, dude. Like, what the fuck are you doing? So I left that comment, not with all that, but like, you know, so have some respect, man. Like, have some respect for yourself. Like, what are you doing? And so she commented back. I wasn't expecting her to comment because I was thinking, you know, she's the type of person who doesn't entertain her comments. But she actually just read my comments. She's like, oh, well, you're in my comments, you dusty old man. I'm like, really? Now you just showed me your level of awareness. Thank you very, very much, person. I'm going to make sure that I don't see your shit ever again. Like, for me, I'm good. Right? I'm more than good. But the thing is, like, why isn't anybody else good? It's because they don't know thyself yet. And that's why I came here, to help everybody remember thyself little by little, so you can stop being so thirsty and stop being so horny. Bunch of sexual frustration people on this planet. They need to go and chill out and take a cold shower or something. Control Alt Flow. That's an interesting name. Well, I mean, he does. This is the funny thing. He probably wants to get with you, even though he probably lives in some other random part of the world, but he can't get with you. Let me paint you a quick story, and you already know what I'm about to say. He lives in a different part of the world, so he knows he has no risk if he does get to be with you, because he's in some other part of the world, right? So he doesn't have to fully commit, so he gets to play his little games online, because that's what a lot of guys do. They talk a big game online, but then when in person they can't back it up, right? And I can tell you this because there's a sister who lives in Ireland who has run into many guys, and she tells me her experience, how all the guys, they're sweet talkers to her online, but when it comes time to being a man in the physical, they can't even show up to being the man in the physical. And I use her experiences to help me to realize how men are actually operating. And I already know that because I used to potentially do the same thing too, but I was a dude of action. I'm always a dude of action. Look, for me, no matter where someone is in the world, if I have so much love for that person, I will move fucking heaven on earth. That's how powerful I am. I will do whatever it takes to love that person. But they have to be on the same page as me. And if they're not, fuck it, I'm not going to do that. Why would I do that? Why would I waste my time? It's a waste of my time to do all that. Sure you do. And I don't play that way. Yeah, so anyways, my point to say this is, like, a lot of the guys online, they just play these stupid ass games because they know there's not a punishment for their actions. Zero commitment, right? That's why a lot of people strive on online dating, like, because they know that they don't actually have to show up in person and be a man. Because the moment you got to be a man, let's see how you actually handle being a man in the physical, instead of playing your stupid little ego games. And I call it ego games, but it's really pretentious games, because it's not really ego, because ego is actually your 5 senses with your body. I can talk about relationships for days, like I mentioned. There's so much nuance to this. In fact, I'll make a fucking live stream just about relationships alone, and I'll get straight to the point, like I'm doing right now. Yeah, I bet. So, like, for me, I don't care. Like, I'm good. I'm hydrated. I'm not thirsty. I'm hydrated. Because guess where I get my hydration from? Why do I need anything else? Because I have it all right here. I will definitely enjoy my TED Talk. Thank you very much. My not so red carpet TED Talk. It's funny, I mentioned TED Talk earlier, and someone talks about TED Talk now. Coincidence? Sure. But I don't think so. Yeah. I don't know if that was a troll comment or if that was just a comment of just like, I appreciate you and your TED Talk. I can give a TED Talk right now. So today we're going to be talking about the power of each word, especially in relationships, how so many people don't know how to actually fucking communicate in this world. Almighty pause for a moment. Let it all simmer in with the audience. Look at them. And we continue talking. And yes, so many people don't know to actually communicate their intentions properly, and they use the word, I want someone who has intentions. I'm looking for someone who's intentional. But they themselves don't even know what that means. And you know why I can tell you that? Because I ran into a lot of people on dating sites when I was on dating sites. And I asked them questions like, so you asked, that you said in your little description that you're looking for someone who's intentional. What the fuck does that mean to you? And guess what? They couldn't answer that question because they are just using words like everybody else and not knowing what the fuck they're saying. What does being intentional mean? Right? And yes, Rihanna, I was on Facebook dating. I was on OkCupid. I was on Hinge and what's the other one? Bumble. And everybody would write the same fucking things, but when you asked them a question, they were scared to answer because they had no idea that I was going to ask questions like that. So, you mentioned intentional. What the fuck does that mean to you, person? Now, of course, I don't come off as brash like that, but I asked them, like, what does it mean to be intentional for you? What's your human definition of intentional? What does that mean? And if you can't answer that simple question because you wrote it, then clearly you shouldn't be using that word. That's a bar, write it down. Many people speak a big game, but then when it comes time to actually answering questions, they can't answer shit because they don't have the experience. They're just repeating and regurgitating the same shit like everybody else is. That's why the dating game is all fucked up right now. Playing all these stupid ass little pretentious games. Yep, exactly. What's your body count? When I first heard that terminology, body count, I'm like, what the fuck does that really actually mean? And I'm like, oh, I had to chat GPT that. And I'm like, oh, so that's what body count means. Right. So now we've been reduced to how many people we slept with. If you have a high body count or a low body count. Crazy. Thank you. This fence is actually needing repair though, and it needs a new color, a new paint as well. The wind has been like blowing it, and it needs to be pushed back this way. But thank you. The tree is good though. The tree in the beginning of the spring was pinkish purple. Now it's just pure green. But it's a nice tree though. It's a very nice tree. Painted red. Well, it's not my tree. Well, I would love to say it's a stage name, but it's not a stage name. It's actually my real name. It's my real name now. I wasn't born with this name, but I was meant to have this name. This was my name that I was supposed to come to Earth with. Unfortunately, I got named something else that didn't feel in alignment. But that's neither here nor there because I don't live in the past. I live in the now. And I have officially changed my name. This name is the name that's going to change the world. Do you think it's interesting that the spaceship was named Orion? when they went to the moon, whether you believe they went to the moon or not. What do you think everything was setting it up for? Me. Me specifically. I came here to finish something that I didn't get to finish in the last lifetime. So I'm going to finish it this time. I'm doing it right now in this moment. Making sure people remember who they are, knowing that they have the answer. Knowing that everything is within them. They're not missing anything. You have everything that you're looking for within yourself. That's all you ever need to know. Then you can just navigate the world and enjoy your life. That's my mission, to tell every human that you have all the answers within yourself. Doesn't mean that you don't need to ask for help. You can still ask for help, but know that every time you ask for help, it always will start and end with you. And that when someone helps you, you're just recovering something that's actually within you, and they're just mirroring back something that's a part of you that you already have within yourself. Yeah. I don't think they went to the moon. That's okay. Yeah. Whether they went or they didn't went, for me specifically, it's okay. Because they did one thing. They did fulfill something for the rest of the planet. They brought a little bit of inspiration to the planet back that was kind of lost. I saw the unity that was forming when they went to, should they have went to the moon or not, right? But they did inspire people, which I'm happy about. But in any event, why do you think it was named Orion? They could have chosen any other name for that spacecraft, but they chose the name Orion, so that they made the name Orion more popular, so that I could take form, and now people will know who Orion actually is. Me. There's other Orions on the planet, but it's this Orion that's going to do it. That's why I have to have this name. This is the name that's going to do it. All right. We got our workout to do. This mosquito bite on the back of my left foot is bothering me. But it's okay. You ready, Rihanna? Ready to rock and roll? All right, what do we got? Full body dumbbell work. That's a small one. That's not enough for me. This guy looks like he knows his explosive. Explosive in a good thing or a bad thing? We talking about like weapon explosive or like moving my body explosives? Got to be more specific. I'm not a mind reader or a psychic. So that's a racist comment. Got it. So since that's a racist comment, because it looks like you're being racist there, potentially. Is you're using the name Anunnaki? Really? Really? That's disrespectful. How dare you use my ancestors' like name, fool? You humans. Alright. Which one shall we do today? Which one shall we do? What shall we do today? What shall we do? What's up, Neo? Good to see you. I saw your message, and sure. You'll just have to wait though when I do get a chance. Looking for a particular full body workout. I'm just gonna have to choose one and just do it. Yeah, see, this one requires a box. I don't really do all that. So nope, not to that one. Thanks, dude. As are you, bro. Okay. This one looks like I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna put on some music though. Starting to get a little quiet in the chat because I'm about to go do my workout. Not everybody's interested in my workout, and that's perfectly fine with me. It gives me time to just lock the fuck in and just do what I need to do. Right, that's muted because I... Okay, cool. Well, y'all, I don't know if Anonymous is still here, or Lottery Energy is still here, or Evie's still here, or anyone is still here, but I'm about to go do this 40-minute workout. Or I like to call it play out. We're gonna do this thing. I'm gonna open up some music though. And I need to do that. So we're gonna get this rolling. So this is gonna be my music. Just turning on some music. Why doesn't it just go back to that? The fuck is going on here? There we go. Remove from history. I don't need to see your live stream on my feed. I don't care about other people's live streams. That's not me being negative, it's just me not giving a flying fuck about their live streams. Where's that Street Fighter stuff? Alright, cool. Let's go. Actually, let me use the bathroom first and then I'm gonna roll. Let's do it, people. Still can't believe that person has the Anunnaki name. How dare that person be using my ancestors' names as his username and uses his third dimensional nonsense in the chat. Actually, that's not even third dimensional. That's just first dimensional nonsense in the chat. Not that I'm getting tripped up with words. It's just like, how dare you use that name? That's very, very like crazy. Thank you, dude. We're gonna listen to some Street Fighter music. We're gonna get warmed up. We're getting warmed up for this. I'm gonna go get my other dumbbells. Prepare for the war. Getting warmed up. The third chapter, so what's it gonna be? How you doing, bro? You good? I'm gonna do hand release push-ups. Now we're just getting ready for this 40-minute workout. It's in the heat. It's about 30 degrees right now, so it's pretty warm. That's an understatement, actually. So we're doing plank to pike. Tell me a little bit about that game, Neil. What's that game about? The one that you sent in Discord. I know nothing about that game. Can I do a challenge with you for my stream? Depends. What is it that you want to do? You can do a workout on your stream. The workout begins. Gotcha. Alright, shoulder press. I'm gonna start with these first and see what happens. Go for it, dude. So we have 2 exercises to do. They're supersets. perfect. What's the next exercise? Plank to toe touch. I'll read the comment in a moment, bro. We're doing good. We're just starting out. The sweat's gonna start to pour shortly, and I didn't change my headband. I'm using the wrong headband. One sec. It's a good thing I caught it before I started doing this. I don't like stopping in between my workouts, but whatever. Alright, cool. I'm gonna change my microphone one time too while I'm at it, since I know the other one's gonna die. Okay, cool. Alright, cool. Let's see. It's okay, you don't need the weights. You don't need weights, you can just like do push-ups and squats. So just do standard push-ups and just do squats. You don't need to have weights to do this. So just do like the push-ups, like whatever push-up you want to do. So right now, if you're doing shoulders, since we're doing shoulders, you would be doing something called pike push-ups, where you're sort of like doing like a yoga pose, where you're doing, like you're coming down like a downward dog. And then like after that, you're doing abs. So like abs doesn't require any weights whatsoever. So you're okay. You don't need to have weights. Well, so far so good. Nice. So we're doing 45 degrees. So pike push-ups was this one, dude. So this is pike push-up. So this is for shoulders. So this one, if you want to do shoulder push-ups, this one right here. You don't need to have equipment ever. With my workouts, you don't have to have equipment. I use it because I have it, but I don't need to actually use equipment. Doing good, y'all. All right. We are doing a plank hold. Yeah, this one works on shoulders. This one right here, the one I'm doing, this works on shoulders. So that one works on shoulders. I'll show you each push-up to do for the exercise that that you want to do. By the time you're done, your arms are gonna feel it, and your legs. When we start doing upper full body, we just haven't gone into lower body yet. We've been targeting shoulders for now. But when you do the lower body, you can do squats like this. You can do lunges, forward and backward. Yeah, so that one, T-zone, I thought was Matrix asking about the push-ups. Yeah, so that one targets your shoulders. Let's see. What do we got next? All right, so we're still doing shoulders. Well, I definitely know my strength went up because I knew like 2 months ago I was struggling to lift these like this in this position. These are frontal raises. Okay, perfect. Now we're doing L-sit toe touch. Even though we're doing abs now, we're gonna be still doing abs afterwards. Yeah, so that exercise that I did with the shoulders for without the dumbbell, that's good. That's good for targeting your joints as well on your shoulder, like the rotator cuff. So we're still doing shoulders. So again, shoulders, push-ups like this, and the closer you bring your hands, the harder it gets. And you'll feel an extra stretch in your hamstrings. So let me, like this, if you bring it closer like this, you'll feel the pull in your hamstrings. Let's grab these guys. Doing it. Imagine the word workout didn't exist, or play out. How would we actually be able to work out and exercise, or even the word exercise? So we're doing Russian twist, also known as as universal twist. So there's many ways to do this. You can keep your feet on the ground, bring your elbows like this, but lean back. You can keep your elbows like that still, or you can touch the ground with your hands. Either way works. Remember to breathe through your nose, out through your mouth, and that's a reminder for myself actually. We forget to breathe, y'all. We're still working on shoulders. Oh shit. I'm doing the wrong workout. This is upper body only. God damn. Alright. Well, we're going back. That warmed up our it warmed up our upper body. I just realized we're doing upper body. I want to do full body. It's okay. We're good. No problem. No problem. We got some extra movements in. We can skip the warm-up. We already did the warm-up already. Alright, cool. So we're doing back now, and back is going to be standard push-ups. So there's narrow, standard, wide, and then pike, and then diamond. So you're doing standard. I was like, wait a minute, why is this only upper body? Well, it's okay. We're good. We'll just keep going. Fumble, but it's okay. Because there was no lower body in that one, and I'm doing lower. This is full body. So we're working on back right now. Perfect. We did a little bit of abs there, so it's okay. You can say that that was all a warm-up. Okay. So we're doing back here. So back is standard push-ups. It's also super late where you're at too, bro. Oh. Good stuff. We're still doing back, so again, wide push-ups for chest, standard push-ups for your shoulder blades and your back, narrow push-ups for your biceps and your triceps, diamond for your inner chest and your triceps, and pike push-ups for your shoulders. So we're still doing back. We're doing wide push-ups now. This is for your chest. So do wide push-ups, y'all. So that targets your outer chest. We're doing isometric. So you're just holding the dumbbell up in your left, and you're just going up and down with your right. I think that's Jeanette. Welcome back. How was your nap, sister? I just started. Well, I technically messed up on the routine. I chose the wrong routine. So I was doing just upper body only. Fantastic, good. That's good. You know, when you wake up from the nap, you have like that moment where you're like catching yourself. That's the moment where you can start programming everything or deprogramming everything. That's the theta state, by the way. So we're just doing a full body now since it's Friday. Oh. Well, you can say that my upper body's pretty warmed up after that. About 10 minutes into the other workout, and I'm like, wait a minute, we're only doing like upper body. So we're still doing chest, and that's wide push-ups, or you can even do diamond push-ups. For those of you, like, you don't need to have dumbbells to do these workouts. You can just do push-ups and squats. That's enough. Like, even though I have the equipment, like, I don't actually, if I didn't have the equipment and I was like without any equipment, I'd be doing push-ups and squats and lunges. There's different push-up variations which targets all your upper body, and then you have squats and lunges that target your lower body. By the way, I think it was Tesla or Einstein or somebody, one of those really smart guys, you know, we're all smart, that used to take naps, and they would wake themselves up when a metal ball fell on the ground, and they would get all their insights and guidance and wisdom from their naps. That's the theta state. That's when you're super relaxed. All right, we are doing plank rows to the right. So you're doing standard push-ups, y'all. Not wide, but standard. That's targeting your back again. You want to hold your stance wide here. You want to suck in your gut. Remember to breathe through your nose and out through your mouth whenever you can. So again, the different push-up variations. Wide push-ups, and notice my elbows in correlation to my rib cage. It's further out. This targets your outer chest. Standard push-ups target your shoulder blades and your back. Narrow push-ups, biceps and triceps. Diamond push-ups, the split in between your chest muscle and your triceps. And then there's pike push-ups, which I'll show in a moment again. That targets your shoulders. When you're doing plank rows, you want to make sure you don't twist your body. You want to keep it still by keeping the core engaged. Let's see. That's good. Whatever that was, it was meant for you to get that nap so you can get the insight, so you can do what you need to do with it. So we're doing renegade rows now. It's still standard push-ups, not wide, but standard. This one, you go down for a push-up though with your dumbbells, if you have dumbbells, and you bring it up with one arm, go back down, push up, bring it up with the other arm now. That's the only difference between plank rows and renegade rows, is that you do a push-up and you alternate between left and right. Well, you can technically do alternating with plank rows, but the difference really is the push-up that you're going down and doing. We're doing sounds good. Now we're doing chest again, and this is diamond. So I would target your inner chest by doing diamond push-ups. That brings your thumbs and your index fingers together to create the diamond or triangle. And we're doing chest chest flies with those with dumbbells. Enjoy your creativity in the background, the things that you're going to be doing. Boy. Ugh. So we're still doing diamond push-ups. We're going to be doing diamond pullovers. You bring your thumbs and your index fingers together to create the split in the middle. That focuses on that portion of your chest. Ugh. Oh my God. There's a hawk flying over us right now. It's just floating. Hello, hawk. They're not as common, but they do fly over us. We're going to be doing a decline chest press. So that's back to wide push-ups. So decline chest press, you're going to be basically lifting your hips off the ground like that and holding that position. Learn to breathe through your nose. Doing great. Finally, we're doing lower body. So for those of you now, we're moving on to legs. So you're going to be doing stagger squats to the right. So you bring your right leg forward and you come down like this and come up. You're going to be having your left foot be on your toes. For us with the dumbbell, it's going to look like this. So your right foot is forward, your left foot is back, and you're balancing on your right foot, and you're on your left toes, and your left heel is up. You don't need to have weights to do this workout. You can do everything at the comfort of your own home, and you can do everything with your body weight. Yes, if you have weights, awesome, use them, but you don't actually have to have weights. Your body weight is enough. All right, so we're doing the left side now. So left foot is forward, right foot is back. You're gonna balance on your right toes, and you're gonna repeat. You're mirroring back what you just did. Hey you, welcome. Welcome back if you just came back. Working on lower body right now. We were just doing upper body. Just following a routine. Very good. All right, we're doing front squats. So the dumbbell's gonna be on your shoulders. You're gonna come down and back up. For those of you without dumbbells, you're doing air squats. Here we go. Doing great, y'all. All right, we're doing shoulders now. So shoulders, this is pike push-ups. And the closer you bring your hands towards your feet, the harder it gets. So this targets your shoulders. We're doing right side. Big difference between this weight and this weight. Other side. You're still doing pike push-ups. It sure did. One of two clients. Good to see you. The first call wasn't in alignment, and I made sure to not. And I told him, like, no, we're not going to be working together. It was an energetic thing I felt. I'm like, nope. So they were willing to pay. I'm like, nah. It's not about the money for me. It's about alignment. The second one went well, but while I was in between two calls, I was like, I feel like I'm going to be doing something else this evening. And as I finished the second call with the new client, because they're now my client, they're just not going to work with me just yet. There's a masterclass that showed up, and I decided to take the masterclass. We're doing shoulder shrugs, so you're still doing pike push-ups. And I did the masterclass, and there was a guy named Nick B. I forget how you say his last name. He has only one arm and no legs, and he's a motivational speaker. And he was talking about speaking on stages, and I'm like, I had to be there. And so, I was dropping the fire in the chat, and it was pretty good. I wasn't gonna sign up with him though. I just needed to get back into that energy of reconnecting, like, with groups of people like that again. So it was good. So that's what I did last night. This call started at like 9 o'clock, finished at like 10:30. But he reminded me of, like, what, I can get paid from stage. It doesn't need to be, you don't need to overcomplicate things. Most people are afraid to share their story and think that no one's gonna pay them. But that's not true at all. Your stories are all very important. You all have a story to tell, and there's someone that you're basically here to help. Not just somebody, many people, depending on whatever you decide to go. By the way, we're doing B stance Romanian deadlift to the right. So you're similar to that stagger squat. You're bringing the dumbbell down towards your feet. So for those of you, you'd be doing this. Oh, Kingdom Hearts, huh? All right, we're doing the left side now. So you're gonna bring your left foot forward, right foot back. You're gonna be bouncing on your right toes. Yeah. It was good. The second person I spoke to just before that masterclass happened, alignment. They'll be starting in about 3 or 4 weeks from now. I told them, be prepared. But they're in alignment. They're gonna be with me for 2 months. If they need more time, which they won't, but if they do need that extra time, we'll see what happens. All right, now we're doing Romanian deadlift both. So both dumbbells. So you're gonna actually bend your knees a bit. Your back has to be straight. It's not arching. And I do mention you gotta stick out that booty a bit. You should feel it in your hamstrings. Now, if you don't have the dumbbells, you're just going down without the dumbbells and touching the ground with your toes, or your like with your hands, or you're just touching your shins. So you'd be doing this. You don't need dumbbells to do this workout. So we're doing back now. So you're gonna do standard push-ups. This is wide, standard, narrow, standard. This targets your shoulder blades and your back. Because we're doing rear delts now. You can put your hands and rest it on your left knee and thigh. Bring your right foot back and just bring your dumbbell up like this. God damn. Let's see what you got. Yeah, working with people in alignment, because if they're not in alignment, there's no point. It won't work for them, it won't work for you, and you'll just be burning yourself out. They will be frustrated, paying like, why did I pay this person? Right? Because if you're not in alignment, why? Like, it's like they wanted to work with me, but I had to refuse them because of energy. Just the way they were kind of like answering things, and you know, just like something felt like weird, and I trusted my intuition. And I'm like, if it feels like a hell no, or feels like something doesn't feel like a hell yes, then generally it'll be a hell no. Damn, my music paused. Oh well, I'll have to fix that after. That's when you know, whenever you're working with someone, if it doesn't feel like a hell yes, then it's usually a no. We're gonna go back to, let's go to that one. We're back to shoulders, or not shoulders. We're back to back, so standard push-ups again. 30 degrees Celsius, about 82 Fahrenheit. Actually, no, that's not true. Must be warmer than that. Must be like 85. I have to double check. Pretty warm, but I got some breeze going right now, so I'm okay. Holy crap. My arms are feeling it right now. Oh man, okay. This one's gonna be fun. These are called wood choppers. This one targets your bit of your core. My right knee has to be forward. I have to grab the dumbbell and go like that. So with this one, this is targeting your shoulders and your back. Hello, you. Can you go? God damn. Fuck. This side now. I'm having fun, even in this. I'm supposed to be using the lighter dumbbells for this one, to be honest, but I got this. Goodness gracious. All right, this one is targeting your core and your back. So standard push-ups again, or hell, you can even do narrow push-ups because you haven't done anything with biceps yet. Do narrow push-ups. This one we're dragging the dumbbell. So we're basically in a plank position and we're just dragging it from one side to the next. Pretty straightforward with this one. I sometimes forget that I'm lifting 45-pound dumbbells. Sometimes I feel like I'm lifting 20 pounds. Here, these are 20 pounds, these little ones. You know what this reminds me of? In Avengers Endgame, when Captain America gets Mjolnir, the hammer, and then Thor has his Stormbreaker, and he's like, "Here, you take the small one." All right, we're doing biceps. So narrow push-ups, twist curls. I'll read that in a moment. All right, let's see. This? Well, all of it's online. Well, it's all on YouTube. I'm just looking at Tiff and Dan on their channel. They made the videos. I'm just following along what they're doing. That's why I love doing YouTube workouts, because it's already there for you. Why, like, I can make my own routines and help people with routines, but like, why reinvent the wheel when it's already there, right? They have it laid out. They have the timer. They have the percentage bar. And plus, you know, you follow a structured routine. But yeah, I learned all the exercises properly from Caroline Gervin and Tiff and Dan. There goes my mic. My mic went flying off my head. Yeah, all of it. They taught me how to do the exercises properly. I can go for my ISS certification if I wanted to. I can be a personal trainer. But even though I like helping people stay in shape, my goal is to help people with their mind, because the mind is the starting point to everything. Right? I'll have more impact with targeting people with their mind than I do with the body. I can help people with the body, for sure, but I prefer helping with the mind. We're doing abs, y'all. Am I from the US? No, but I will be soon enough. I'll be living in San Diego. This is Toronto. No, we're doing weighted crunch, which is abs. This is pressing down on my chest muscle. This is like digging into myself. There we go, that's better. Nothing like 45 pounds digging into your flesh. This is where having the shirt on would have been advantageous, but whatever. I'm using the flat surface of this movement. We're doing Russian twist now with the dumbbells. He's using 20 pounds, I'm using 45 pounds. Oh. I'll read all the messages shortly. The dumbbell is not even hard to lift. It's the holding aspect. Silly. Yes, the internet cut out again. And yeah, panting like a dog indeed. But I'm not your buddy. I'm not your friend, I'm not your buddy, I'm not your pal. Ooh, almost slipped there. All right, we're doing triceps, so that can be diamond push-ups or narrow push-ups. Standard, wide, and narrow. So you have narrow or diamond to do. We're doing skull crusher. Don't have to tell you why this is called skull crusher. And yes, one time I dropped the dumbbell pretty close to my head. Thankfully it wasn't too high because I would have probably killed myself that day. I lost grip and I had a massive headache for 3 days. It was crazy. Thankfully the dumbbell was only 15 pounds, but still, that's still enough damage to do to your head. Oh yeah. God damn. We're almost there, by the way. Single dumbbell curl. God damn. What's up with this marking on my arm? What the hell is that? We have tricep press. Yep. We're almost there, y'all. So again, narrow push-ups or diamond push-ups. We spent almost the entirety of this play out with upper body. There wasn't that much with lower body, but whatever. But we did do enough for lower body though. Yeah. Shizers. Okay, we're doing makers. Makers are fun. We're doing a makers for 1 minute. You see these roll. I gotta hold them down in place. These dumbbells, they're just, the thing just keeps getting loose. Finish. Thank you. Thank you, babes. What do you? Actually, no. It wouldn't be babes. It would be mama. What would be for pappy? Would it be mama? Or no, it'd be mommy, right? M-A-M-I. God damn. Okay, they're doing their little stretches. Doing little stretches now. Oh man. I'll let her tell you. I could say it, but I'll let her tell her. She's in Europe though. Well, I'll let her tell you if she wants to, but she's in Europe. She's 5 hours ahead of me right now. Yeah, she's over there in that area of the world. Yeah, you're like you're 5 hours. She's 8 hours ahead of you. It's funny how we're all finding each other in random parts of the world. It's that collective hive mind thing I was talking about. The positive people will find each other, and the negative people will keep finding each other. And those in the positive alignment will find each other. Because not everybody, even in the spiritual realm, are in alignment with each other. Like there's so many people that like I don't align with their things that they do and they say, because I'm like, I mean, in your reality that's how it works, but in my reality that's not how it works. Like there are people who channel the council and like the archangels and the demiurges and all this, and they get like Bashar and all that. Like, they're great, but like, you know, the answer is right here. I'm one with the universe. I go beyond their little like echo chamber of games. I'm like one with the universe. So I went through all that phase. That's why I went through, like, in a very short amount of time, I had to be aware of all the different games that people were playing. Yeah. Quantum entanglement, indeed. That's gonna still play. We got abs to do. What time is it? Almost 5 o'clock. So today is the full shebang. So we do upper and lower body mobility training. We got everything to do today. So it's gonna be a long one, but a good one. This damn mosquito bite on the back of my foot, though, it's just like, I'm attempting not to give it a meaning and a label right now, but you know, when you feel something, you're like, hello, spider. Last year, I actually got bit by something because I was bare feet a lot outside. I wasn't wearing shoes outside in here, and so, like, of course, there's bugs and all that kind of like crawling here and there, and one nipped me on my foot, and I was like, what the fuck is that? I think I turned into Spider-Man, literally. Or maybe their bite gave me all the wisdom I needed. Who knows? Beep-be-doo. All right, cool. I wonder if Evie's still here. There's a few of you here. I know Chelsea's here. Chelsea, say hi. I know you're there. I know you're there. I know you're there. I'm gonna smoke her out with a grenade, with like a smoke grenade. Hey, you, come out. This is what I used to do in my old live stream. I'd be like, I wonder who's hiding in the shadows. Let's smoke them out. Fire in the hole. Yeah. So there are others. They're there. Two of those are me, though, because I have to check the computer to make sure everything's working. So it's technically there's 7 of you. Yeah, I know Jeanette's here. Jeanette's in the background doing some work, so I know she's there. But there's others. Fire in the hole. It doesn't matter. It's all good. Whoever's here, they're here. What was I gonna say? Yeah, they're just hanging out. Let me pause the music for a moment because I'm gonna go put my dumbbells in the room, get some of this out of the way, and we're gonna continue. Oi. Oi. Hello. Just putting away my dumbbells. But we're not done. We have lots to do. We have tons to do. Pleasure to meet whoever just showed up there. I'll be back out there. There we go. Have to dock those in. I'm bringing out my other stuff now. Ah, shizers. Well, I'd rather that dropped on my toe than my dumbbells. Alright, cool. You can take a guess. You can take 3 guesses. I don't know if you'll get it though, but thank you though. I fully receive your compliment, by the way. I'm gonna be doing abs in a moment. Whew. Let me actually 56. There she is. There's Chelsea. Hey, you. No. Not 56. It would be cool if I was 56, though. I am single, but I'm also I'm in alignment with you know, with whatever happens too. All right, we got abs to do. Lottery Energy be my wing person. 49. Don't let the silver beard fool you. I'll tell you after you get your final guess. I'll give you 2 answers though. Alright, we're going to be doing, which ab exercise are we going to do? Which one do I want to do, actually? I'm feeling good with this one, because it's been a while since I've done this one. You want to have fun with me? Cool. Well, I appreciate have all the fun you'd like. That's what we're here for. I help people, by the way, for you, since you're new to my channel. I help people unlock the fullest potential of this so they can live their best life. I'm a mindset coach, or that's the term I have to use, because if I tell people what I actually do, they'll be like, huh? What? What is that? So, I'm a mindset coach. Alright, we got abs to do, y'all. Indeed. Ab exercises, y'all. I'm about to give my disclaimer, of course. Do not give you abs. As much as the fitness industry and people in the fitness industry, wow. We're gonna roll that one back. People in the fitness industry will say, do these exercises and you'll get your 6-pack abs. That is so not true. So not true whatsoever. Because I've been doing it. I didn't get the 6-pack abs. I got me a nice set of, it's not fully flat, but I got like solid abs. But that's not because of doing the ab exercises only. That's by me having proper rest, proper stress management, proper nutrition for my body specifically, because we're all different when it comes to nutrition, and making sure that I train properly. So when people say do these to get your 6-pack abs, that's so not true. That's bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. Oh, this person again? And guess what? You can swipe your ass out of my stream. 19. Little young. But it's okay. I don't really mess around with people that age too much. Not when it comes to, that kind of stuff. That's borderline like troublesome. That's like trouble. That's like asking for trouble. Yeah. So, anyways, back to what I was saying. So with ab exercises, they do not give you abs. They strengthen your core so that you can lift heavier dumbbells. And you can lift heavier dumbbells when you have a strong core, and it helps you with your stances, it helps you with your posture. Strong core, strong body. Weak core, weak body. So I can't emphasize that enough, because so many people get misled on the internet when it comes to ab exercises. You're not going to hear anybody else say that ab exercises don't give you abs. I run into almost every person on the fucking planet that's saying that ab exercises give you abs. No, they do not give you abs. You already have abs. They're just hiding under a layer of fat. In order to get your body fat percentage down, you have to be in a caloric deficit. and eating whatever food that feels compatible with your body, because everybody's different. Not everyone can have the same type of foods based on like beliefs, or based on nutritional factors, based on what's compatible, like if you're allergic to certain things and not. So it's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. I love my age, by the way. I love my personality age. The physical age, I like it. It is what it is. But I love my personality age, because I have two ages. I have the physical body age, which I don't care about. I care about my body. I don't care about that number. And I have my personality age. My personality age can be any age I choose it to be. But I choose it to be very, very young, because I like to be playful and I like to have fun. I know when to be serious and mature. That's when I'll turn it up a notch. But I also know when to just have fun and let loose like a kid. Yeah. That's good. That's awesome. Who knows? Maybe in the future, you'll be working alongside me. You never know. Because you never know who's going to be working with me and helping the world to make this place a better place for humanity. But yeah, we got abs to do now, so we're going to do abs. It's going to be 10 minutes. There's no repeat. And it's going to be 30 seconds of work or play, 10 seconds of rest. And we're doing frog sit-ups. So with this one, you're keeping your feet together. Okay, so we're doing windshield wiper sittings. These are his older stuff, so you're basically going back and forth. Oh, very good. So we're doing commandos. Commandos don't usually target abs much, they target shoulder, but you do technically get core engagement here. Interesting music for ab exercises. So we're doing crossover crunches. Let's see. I'll take that as a compliment. Appreciate the compliment. So we're doing crossover crunches. What's next? We're doing extended leg circles. I gotta move the tablet over. So I'm gonna go in a circle one way, and then I go in a circle the other way. Awesome. So we're doing Spider-Man plank high low. This one's fun. So high, low, high, low. You're bringing your knees to your elbow. Oh man, tomorrow we got that 1 hour jump rope to do. Whew. I do have Instagram, but I don't really use it as much. I only post, I only have posted like 11 things. And I don't really post any photos of myself on that Instagram. I have another Instagram, but I don't use it anymore. That one is basically done. That's where my old life is. My new Instagram is Orion Phoenix Stellar, but there's only like 11 posts. You can connect if you like. That's how some of my clients found me, actually, through Instagram. They saw me on my YouTube channel, they didn't message, and then they messaged me on Instagram wanting to work with me. On the channel, there's a link to all of my, most of my socials. And my booking link is there if anyone wants to, like, do like a one-on-one session. It is a paid session. So we're doing 3-point crunch. So you're bringing your right leg and your knees towards your elbows and in the middle. Welcome back. Yeah, Instagram I don't really use much except for messaging people. Clients find me there, or they find me here and then message me there. Welcome back again, Jeanette. Just doing abs now. I have my old Instagram where I posted basically my trips of San Diego and all that. It's still active, I just don't use it anymore because it's my old life, or my old persona, which was just a mask. Because that's what a persona is, just a mask. And so for me, I only posted 11 things on my Instagram, and it's all you need. Everything in life you need is right there. The answers. Even though the answer is technically you. So you really don't need anything. That's why I don't post. I don't need to post much there. When I hire somebody to finally do my short form clips and editing, they can post stuff on my Instagram if they want. Yeah, I get you. You know that word privacy, though? To a human, yes, we have privacy, but to the aliens, they can see everything you're doing. They can see everything I'm doing. They're watching me right now. Because they live in a different dimension, so they can see everything. Awesome. Well, you connected with me. I don't like to use the word follow, but I know Instagram uses that word follow. You connected with me, so thank you. Yeah, I just help people with any sort of like questions, very basic like mindset questions if they have anything. I don't get too like deep, except for like that one kid who he couldn't afford my services. So I'm like, what am I gonna do? Let him suffer? Help him out, right? Not everything has to be fucking transactional, right? So, because I don't operate like that, but at the same time, I also have to know my balance too of like what I give away and when I'm helping someone, right? Because like I worked for free for years, and like we all deserve to get, you know, paid for our time and services. You know what I'm saying? So for me, like that's why, like the difference between the clients and you all is just that they're looking to invest more heavily in themselves, and they know that I can help them get past whatever block because they've heard me speak. We're doing boat hold. This is the final exercise. We're just holding. So we're just holding in, sucking in our gut here. Boat hold. Awesome. Well, guys and girls, it's time for us to get rolling because we got lots to do. Unemployed NGA on a random Saturday. You must be talking about yourself, because it's definitely not Saturday here. It's a Friday for me. Well, we got everything, like all the mobility training from upper to lower, because Fridays is full body, so we got the entirety of everything, like my shoulders, my wrists, my spine, my hips, my knees, my ankles, my hamstrings. Then we got the 55s, like with the walker, and then we've got our curls. So we got lots to do. So this will fill out the rest of the evening. So we got a good amount of stuff to take care of. Abs are done. I can close YouTube on this. Okay, cool. Awesome. What do we got? Nice. After I vacuum and finish, I'm gonna mess with my beginner. Awesome. Enjoy. I love vacuuming, by the way. I like cleaning. You already know that. I like doing my chores. Even though, for me, the word chore is actually not even the word chore now. It's just I just like doing stuff. Because chore used to be resentful for me. Let's change the music. You'll be good. You're good. You can handle it. No luck needed, because you got this. You know why? Because you are God. It's true, though. You got this. Alright, what are we going to start with first? I guess we'll start with our push-ups to get that out of the way. Let's see. But it's true though. You are God, so you can handle it. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Let's see. You were saying, yeah, I see what you're saying. I used to. Yeah, you got this. Every day I'm doing about let's see, 44 at the by the school. So I'm doing push-ups. I'm doing 44 push-ups in the morning before I talk to you all, because I'm like, I walk to the school and do the hang, like the pull-up bar, and then I do the push-up bar, and I do 44 push-ups plus the 55. So I'm doing 99 push-ups a day. Go figure, right? I'm one away from 100. I just like my double numbers. That's 40. Now we're going to do 15 more to get us to 55. What time is it? 5:24. I might pause for a moment, grab dinner, then continue. We'll see what happens. We got a little bit of saxophone playing. Awesome. All right, push-ups are done. Let's get squats done. Sounds good. Thank you. I'll see you. Enjoy your calisthenics military workout. You got this, soldier. Go get it, God. For the rest of you, if you want to do some movements with me, you can. You don't need to have equipment. You can just literally do some squats. In fact, some of you want to get up and do some squats right now, you can. You'd be doing yourself a favor, because if you're sitting right now or laying, I mean, if you're laying, it's fine, but if you're sitting right now in a chair, I would highly recommend to get up and do some squats, because you're going to give your body some TLC. You don't need to do too many, 5, 10, and you can sit back down. That way you get the blood flowing. Oh my god, I forgot to mention to y'all, X-Men 97, episode 4. Holy fuck. Oh my god. It was so good. I watched it Wednesday evening. After the stream was done, I'm like, holy shit, y'all. Crazy. What the fuck happened? Wild. Goddamn apocalypse, man. Crazy. Not our apocalypse, but the apocalypse in X-Men. My goodness gracious. Lottery Energy, did you watch X-Men growing up, yes? Or were you not a big X-Men fan? Boy. Hey. If that be the case, hey. You can have claims. Come. Bring it. I told you. Bring it. Don't worry, Buttercup. You're good. Don't worry. Tisser Fat, couple things. Let me just lower the music down for a little bit so I can answer the question. Consistency, number one. Like, just being consistent with your movements. Like, you don't need to be like doing 10 hours in a gym to like burn fat. But consistency, right? Like, you have to make it important enough and make it easy enough for you to actually see your progress. So like, if you're looking at like the end in mind, which is where we're supposed to be looking, but you're attempting to see all this hurdle in front of you, you're not going to want to do it, and you will not burn the fat because you're not going to feel consistent to doing it. So you got to make your goals, like, you got to break it down to smaller chunks, and the smaller chunks helps you to stay consistent. So like, maybe day one you want to do some push-ups. Do like 20 push-ups. Day 2, maybe up it to 21 push-ups. Start small, but basically stay consistent with like walking around. Like if you can walk outside, take a walk. It doesn't need to be much. Like, we think we need to do all these crazy things to lose weight. We don't. Now, I was 100 pounds overweight back in 2018, and I lost most of the weight in 2020 because I started working out, but I went crazy with my workout. I was doing 5-6 hours of workouts a day. It's crazy. It's overkill. Looking back in hindsight, that was the mistakes I made with working out. I have to eat some junk food at least one meal a day because of travel reasons. What can I do? I have so much chest fat. So with chest specific, so the thing is, like, you're like here, this is the hardest part where you lose a lot of bit of, like, this is the last part where you start to lose your fat. Everywhere else in your body, they will start to shrink down. Resistant training, like using weights, you don't have to lift like 50-pound dumbbells. You can lift 10 pounds and that's fine. It all comes down to where you are on your journey. Always start small, but start working on doing resistant training, because the resistant training is basically burning fat and building muscle, right? So like, for example, you know, this may not be targeting chest, right? But as you're doing, like, you know, movements for your arm, and you do other movements around your body, you're going to start to see your body start to your compositions are going to start to change. But it all comes down to consistency. Now, am I going to tell you to work out every day? That depends on your fitness goals. Everyone has their own goals. For me, I work out every day because I love moving my body every day. I got to stay in tip-top shape. So for tips for you specifically when it comes to chest, I would work on doing push-ups. So there's different types of push-ups. You got wide push-ups, standard push-ups, and narrow push-ups. Standard and wide will be your best friend for targeting like the muscle here. Narrow targets your biceps and your triceps. So I would target with wide and standard. So I would start doing that if you have no weights and you're on the go. You can drop down in your hotel room or wherever you're going and do some push-ups. 5 push-ups, 10 push-ups here and there throughout the day. But just be consistent with it. The more you do it, you'll see as your body's going to start to recomposition itself. You're welcome, dude. Fast walking works, yep. Power walking. So power walking is like this. So you're like walking like super fast. Because when you're walking fast, right, you're walking super duper fast. I know I'm getting caught out of the camera, but you're like for me, my normal walking speed is like this. But like walking fast is like this burns more calories too. There's also what the fuck was it called? There's like an even faster walking, and I forget the name of it. But you can do that for a little bit where you're walking super duper fast. So yeah, what Rihanna said is spot on. All right, we did squats and push-ups. All right, well, let's get hamstrings done. Let's get out of the way. So this is Toronto, Canada right now. I'll be living in San Diego, California in about 1 to 3 years, depending on how the visa stuff works out. But right now, this is Canada, Toronto. Rihanna claimed, yes. I'm going back to that. Claimed? Oui? No? C'est ça? That's La French, by the way. La French. La Francais. I don't speak La Francais though. Well, I speak like a word or two here and there of La Francais. Oh my god, about to fall. Lost my balance. This one? So this one here is actually for my hamstrings. So like I'm working on joints right now. So this one technically targets my ankles and my hamstrings and a bit of my knees, because my goal for my health is actually my joints. Yes, I do fitness, or I do weightlifting for strength, but I also work on targeting my joints, like my knees, my shoulders, my wrist, my hips, my back, like my spine, my well, I already said hips, my knees, and my hamstrings and my ankles. Because when you have healthy joints, you have healthy body. Because usually the point of failure is going to be here, 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 your spine, like lower spine or lower back, your shoulders, and your wrist. You work on all of these, your body will be in tip-top order for the rest of your life. Provided you don't get like super sick and all that stuff. But usually when you take care of your body, the sickness kind of like goes in and out. It just passes through you. So like this muscle, right, this is what I'm doing right now. is targeting my hamstrings. So this is good for strengthening your hamstring. It's also good for your knees, a little bit of your hips, my ankles, and good for your balance as well. So this one is what I'm doing. You don't need to have a yoga block to do this. You can do this on the ground, but the yoga block adds a little bit more distance, so I can stand on both and really make it more challenging. Right? Only problem is I lose. So like here it becomes even more challenging now. But then I have to balance even more. So it's not bad. It's just the balancing is more crazy with it. If I had like a block or a box, I'd be doing that. But because it's very shaky, doing it on like with one block is okay. All right, let's go. Sometimes I lose balance, but it's okay. Oh my God. Yeah, nice. All right. We still may need to use this, but I'll leave these here for now. Just seeing who's there. All right, so we're doing shoulders now. This is probably my favorite shoulder exercise. I show this one almost every day, but I don't do this one every day. This one goes bringing your butt towards your heels. This one really strengthens your shoulders. This one actually targets a lot more than just your shoulders. It targets a bit of your spine, a little bit of your hips, your ankles, your knees. This is like a full body stretch right here. But this one is really targeting more shoulders than anything. Man, whose alarm keeps going off over there? It's crazy. Somebody's alarm is like gone off twice over there now. Crazy. Yeah, so this one is good for your shoulders. This is just to strengthen the joint in your shoulder, the rotator cuff. Two more. And then one more. A nice little stretch here, and I'm going to hold for a moment. Let's see. No. Not at all. My parents are from South America, Guyana. So they're Caribbean. Now, I don't really identify as any cultural background. I'm just a body with a soul that's with it. So I'm just a soul that has a body. No actual background. I'm just a soul dwelling with a body. A temporary body to help people in the world, to navigate the world. Alright. So that was shoulders. Ooh. I'm gonna just quickly do this one. I'm gonna turn up the music again. I want to listen to something else though. It's not that. It's kind of boring. What do we got? Stellar Blade? What is this? Alright, we got wrist to do. I'm gonna have to hold for about a minute. Cool. Good stuff. This damn mosquito bite. Go down, damn it. It's crazy. It's like bothering me right now. Tempting to not to focus on it, but like, it's like, ugh. I need to douse my like back of my feet with some like really, really cold water. And like put like an ice like pack on it to like later. Okay. So wrists are done. Shoulders are done. Hamstrings are done. Gotta do spine now. Spine, we'll be doing this one. I do my best to change up the moves and alternate the moves every other day, so I don't just keep repeating. The only one that I just do all the time for hamstrings is the one with the dumbbells, because it just works. There we go. Ah. This side now. What you do on one side, you must do to the other. That's my rule. If you do it on one side, you must do it to the other. Oh man, tomorrow's gonna be fun because tomorrow we got the 1 hour jump rope. That's gonna be a killer. It's gonna be cool though. Last week we did the jump rope in the rain. Shoulders or spine is done. Spine, wrist, and shoulders are done. And hamstrings. So we need to do knees and ankle. This sounds boring too. What is this? Nice. Okay. I'm gonna stand on one foot for now. This targets ankle, by the way. Balance is one of the things I still need to work on, or I choose to work on, because like, you see how I'm already starting to lose balance? If you actually close your eyes and attempt to balance, you'll see how hard it is. Like you'll start to like wobble everywhere because you're losing your sense of perception when you close your eyes. I need to practice more balancing, if anything. Pretty good day. Not bad, not bad. Okay, cool. That's 1 foot. This is basically ankles, calves, knees, and hamstrings. Just by balancing on 1 foot. Cool. Good song. What's next? Oh, starting to lose balance. Come on, you got this. Okay, cool. The lyrics are horrible. Custom lyrics. Ugh. Okay. What are we doing next? Ankles are done. We gotta do knees. So knees, I'm gonna do it with the weights. You don't need to do it with weights, but you can do it with weights. I'm gonna do curtsy lunges. That was fun. Okay. Listen to her rendition. Okay. All right. Ugh. Left side now. And we got hips to do. What did I do for hips yesterday? Well, I have to do it off camera because I was in between the calls. I thought you went to bed already, girl. Ugh. Let's see. Monday I won't be here till later on, but you will be asleep by the time I come on. But I'll be here tomorrow. I got an hour-long jump rope to do. I'll be here. Love you. Go rest. Sending that to you. You're definitely not asleep. Okay. Time doesn't exist anyways, as you know. Eventually I'll use instant transmission. I'll teleport there. Hey, universe. Give me my powers back, damn you. I'm gonna have my powers back. And then I'm gonna turn into an alien. No, well, I'm turning into Super Saiyan, but you know. I'll have a tail and everything. Have like shiny, glowy hair. I'll have like muscles for eyebrows. Yeah. What's up, girl? She spoke. I'm just going with the flow at this point. It is what it is. Like, she, yeah. How you doing, Sadia? You good? How's everything? All chill in your world? Alright, so I finished knees. My ankles are done. My hamstrings are done. My shoulders, my wrist, and my spine are done. Now I need to do hips now. So what the hell am I doing for hips? What did I do yesterday? Oh, I did horse sand squats. Okay. So that means I'm going to be doing this one. Got to keep the hips as mobile and lubricated as possible, because you know the hips are what interconnect the upper and the lower body. So this is like the main joint. You know what I'm saying? Like if this gets fucked, like everything else in the body will be compensating just to help the hips. So I got to make sure the hips are always, you know, doing what the hips need to do. Wait, you said you have, if you're still here, Rihanna, you said you have insomnia, girl? And is that named? I think that's named. Let's see. It is named. Yeah, she'll tell you indeed, and exactly, hips don't lie. That was one of my crushes when I was younger, by the way. Shakira. I love Shakira. Hips don't lie. Actually, it's funny that you bring her up because we heard the song about a week or two ago. Somebody in the neighborhood was playing her song. They were barbecuing. You can hear the song. Unfortunately, I can't play her music on my stream because she, well, I'm not on her whitelist, and I will get copyright for her music. That's why I'm listening to like video game music that's been like remixed or, you know, covered by a different artist. So it has a slightly different tonality to it, so it doesn't get me hit with like copyright. It's very annoying to deal with YouTube and their music shit. So, oh my god. I'll do my actual kicks in a moment. Gotta go get my walker. What time is it? 6:02? Probably go grab dinner in a moment. But I'm not done. Just take a pause, eat, and then get back to it. Just want to get a couple more of my movements done before I go grab something to eat. What do we got? Mel C, I believe. Mel B is the sporty spice, I believe. I think Mel C is the sporty. No, Mel C is yeah, it's her, and Mel B. Well, no. Mel B. It's Mel B. Hold on. You know what? I'm getting confused right now. Hold on. I'm gonna double check for you right now. Yeah, Mel B. Mel C is the sporty chick. Sporty Spice was my girl back in the day. That's crazy. What the fuck is going on here? What the hell is this? Oh, they better not fuck over this show by the end of it's got to be done. Humans, man, always humans, always creating problems. Nothing but problems. Yes, Mel B is her name. Mel B. Where is this one? Let's see. As a young boy, I appreciate her performance. I want to be. They gotta be in there. Oh yeah, they are. Definitely, 100%. I just saw Mel C. She's still fit. She's still pretty active. It's good on her. I like this track, by the way. Mega Man X2 Flame Stagger stage. Video game music always helped me to like purge energy. You know, it's funny, I used to be very embarrassed to share like the music I listened to just like even people that I knew, much less sharing it with the world. Goes to show you, like, when you let go of a bunch of shit, like, you free yourself from a bunch of trap. Of course, the airplane's blocking the sound right now. Let me see what you wrote. Yeah. See, for me, like, my goal is to stay in shape for the rest of my life. Like, there's a dude, well, he passed away now. He was at 104 in 2024, and he was working out since he was in World War II. And I'm like, he's my motivation, because when you looked at him in the video, because there's a video of him when he was 99 years old, he was looking like he was early 60s. The dude had, like, he was locked in. Like, the guy was, like, locked the fuck in. So, like, he was my motivation to keep going. Now he's gone because his time was up. But, like, the fact that he lived to 104 and he was still healthy, it's just that, you know, shit happened. You know, time said that was enough. It's time for you to get going. Some of us are going to be living well past 100 with technology. Especially the young kids right now, like, who are babies, they're probably going to live past 120 easily, depending on how we get past technology and health and all that. Because we're extending our lifespan a lot. Provided that we take care of ourselves, of course, because, you know, when we're going through the earth and we're screwing ourselves over with all kinds of stress, you know. Yeah. Exactly. We don't age. Age doesn't matter anymore. My age has completely stopped. My clock is done. When the universe is done with me, it'll take me off the planet. But it won't take me off anytime soon because I have a lot to finish. It's quite the journey. So I'm just doing my kicks for my hips. I have these to do last, so I'm gonna move these out of the way. I got my walker stuff to do. I'm almost done, basically. Just gotta get a couple things done. I want this damn mosquito bite off my back of my foot, like, to just heal. This is bothering me right now. Because it's rubbing against the shoe itself, and the socks is irritating it by the friction. So it's like scratching it always. I'm like, ah. But I'm doing my best not to focus on it. Basically, bro, I'm 9 years old. You know why I've chose the number 9? Because the last number before you become a double-digit age. I don't want to be a double-digit age. I want to be a single-digit age. I'm 9 years old. So somebody asked me, how old am I? 9. Wait, what? Yeah, 9. I've only had 9 birthdays. It's not true, but you know. That's my age, though. I'm 9. I teleported back as a 9-year-old. 9 is my favorite, one of my favorite numbers. 9 was the greatest year of my life because it was in 1993 when the Blue Jays won the World Series for the second time in a row. The Maple Leafs should have won the Stanley Cup that year. But fucking Wayne Gretzky did what he did. And just everything was awesome. My grade 3 class was amazing. Like, that was the only year I actually liked school. My teacher, her name was Miss Davies, and she took us on like 50 field trips, and we didn't have to pay a dime. School back then used to pay for everything. It's so awesome. Now, good luck having school pay for your trip. The only thing was that we had to buy our own like snacks and like stuff if we were going on the trip. But you know, school usually paid for a lot of stuff for us. And Mom would always give me like $2 here, $5. It felt like a rich kid when I was young. When I got like a $10 bill and $5 bill and like we had a loonie in Canada, and then a $2 bill. We don't have $2 bills in Canada. Well, I'm not a Canadian anymore. I'm saying what Canada used to have. So it was so fascinating how I loved the number 9, and my favorite age was number 9. That was peak, by the way. It's true. Spice Girls. I liked me my women. Had many crushes growing up, many. I had a crush on Christina Aguilera. I had a crush on Shakira, of course. What else? Or who else? I had one for Beyonce for a little bit, but then it faded away. When she sang Bootylicious and she had the blonde hair and the pink outfit, I'm like, that's when I was like into Beyonce. But then that just disappeared. Who else? I have tons, but you know, they were like very short. But Shakira would have been like a long-term one. I always liked Shakira. You know, it's funny because there's another brother on the stream. His name's T-Bray. Ayo T-Bray, you here, bro? Are you here? Are you here, dude? I'm calling you, dude. Are you there, T-Bray? Anyways, we were talking about our favorite like actors and actresses, girls. And, like, one of my favorite actresses was Jessica Alba. Do I have to say any more about that one? If she didn't friggin' get married, I'd be all over that. I'd be like, yo, Jessica, let's go. I truly do know that I can be with anyone. I know that. I don't hold back. I don't hesitate. But the thing is, are they worth my time now? Because of where I am in my journey. This is not putting me like on some high horse pedestal, but in my universe, like if they're not matching me at my level, then it's not that you're not worth my time, it's just that like I'm not going to entertain it. It's just a waste of my time. That's why I said you could be the hottest girl in the world, but if your attitude sucks and your personality sucks, I don't want anything to do with you. You stay the fuck away from me. You literally stay over there. Go. Because like for me, nowadays nothing impresses me anymore. Because I figured out what the hell, like this is just a simulator. What am I getting all tripped up for? Head over heels, tripped up for opportunities, like who cares? It's just a game. I get to have fun, but like don't get tripped up with the external. I want to listen to the song again. I'm going to put it on loop. Let me see. Yeah. Oh. What do I... Oh, I'm going to do this. Getting it done. I have my walker stuff to do still. Who else? I did have a crush on Nicole Kidman when I was younger as well. Especially when she was in Batman, was it Forever? The one with Mr. Freeze or Dr. Freeze? I think it's Mr. Freeze. It was Arnold Schwarzenegger in that movie. I think George Clooney was the Batman. That song's gonna loop again. Who else? Sarah Silverman used to be one of my comedians. I liked her. Gotcha. Sarah Michelle Gellar for me. Buffy. Something about Sarah Michelle Gellar. I liked her. You know, the funny thing is, when I went into spirituality, I was like, I'm done with humans. Like, I'm fucking done with humans. Like, I'm done. Like, what's the point? I'm going to be ascending with God anyways. Why do I need humans when I have God? Right? But then the universe itself told me, hello, you're human too. You chose to be human, so you can help the humans. And plus, you're meant to have connections with humans. And so go ahead and like humans again. And start liking girls again. I'm like, nah. That's what I did in the beginning. Not gonna lie, I was like, man, do I have to be human? Can I get back my real body, please? I want my real body back. But then I came to accept my body and start loving girls again. So I have all my wisdom intact, but now I'm human again. Can you believe that? It's crazy. I went on a journey to become ascended, to only come back to be ascended, but as a human. Crazy. We're all ascended though. That's the funny thing. None of us is not ascended. We're all ascended. We're all highly evolved, ascended beings. Some have more experience though than others. That's the only difference between the souls. But the thing is, at the end, it's all itself. So we all have each other's experiences. I have your experiences and you have mine. Man, I can't wait to head back to the other side and be like, yeah, so I did it. And be like, yo, Jesus, I did it. Yo, homies, I did it. I did it. I did the thing. Now crown me, bitches. No, I'm kidding. Make me ascended master. I've given up on all that. I don't need all that. All I care about is helping as many people and then going home. I had to bloom late in life though. My journey was, everyone's journey is extremely unique. So everyone's gonna bloom at their appropriate time. Some bloom earlier than others. I'm only blooming now, essentially. And the blooming later doesn't really matter because you bloom when you're supposed to bloom. Like the lotus flower takes whatever time it's supposed to. Yeah, it's true, dude. Oh my god. Funniest home videos with Bob Saget. Oh man. That's a throwback, bro. Those were good times. The 80s and the 90s, man. Such great times. That's why I still watch my old TV shows. Like, because it keeps me in that 80s and 90s vibe. That's why I'm the type of person who will keep watching older movies on repeat if I want. Indeed. Indeed. Welcome, by the way. Yeah, they were good times. So I still relive those times by watching my old TV shows like Saved by the Bell, Full House, Family Matters, Fresh Prince, even before Will did what Will did. But like, I have no judgment towards Will. Just another dude who is traveling the earth as well, figuring shit out. Blossom, Boys Meet World, even going back to the 70s, like Three's Company, The Jeffersons. I think Cheers was 80s. Yeah, Cheers was the 80s. Yeah, Cheers was 80s. Seinfeld, Frasier, Married with Children. What else? 90210, Melrose Place. Oh my God, Melrose Place. Goodness gracious. There's a show in Canada that was called Street Legal. It's a lawyer show. It was one of my favorite shows. Yeah. Yeah, anything Aaron Spelling was good. Yep. Yeah. It's crazy. I love that era. Pogs, yep. Oh, dude, I had this fucking like canister of Pogs and I had the slammers. You know those metal slammers with the like spikes on it? Like, oh my God. Man. Oh man. I remember having all those shiny Pogs. God damn. Where the hell did we go wrong? Where did we go wrong, people? We had all kinds of stuff. I remember when we had micro machines and like there was a boy version of Polly Pocket, but for boys there was a like the Ninja Turtle one where you can like open it up with the Technodrome, and you have the little Ninja Turtles in the Technodrome. You had Mario. Mario was big for me. I was a big Mario kid growing up. Always Mario. Everything Mario. Cereal with Mario. Fruit snacks was Mario. T-shirt had Mario. Video games I had Mario 1 to 3 at the time. Cartoon. I was drawing a lot of Mario. I was so heavy into Mario. But now Mario isn't my dude. Peach is my girl. That's my girl. I'll play anybody in Smash and I'll play as Peach always. I always play Peach in any Nintendo game. Mario Kart, Smash Bros, Mario Tennis, Mario Party, Mario Soccer, Mario Baseball, anything Peach related I'll play because Peach is my girl. That's my girl right there. Let's see. Tamagotchis, yep. I remember Tang. Yes, phones, internet, and social media is where we went wrong indeed. And yes, bro, slammers, bro, like fucking metal slammer, and like you ever remember the the plastic slammers, the one that were clear or see-through, like those were so good. I remember like we line up our Pogs and we're just like, and like you turn it over and you're like, oh, that's mine now. I get your Pog now. I get it. God damn. Crazy. What else? What else did I do as a kid that we don't do anymore? Oh, I remember being outside late with the friends, right? Having to use a payphone. Hey, mom, I'm gonna be home in about like, you know, da 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 da. Like, okay, there was no like be careful out there back then. There was like, hey, go. So much independence as a kid. Crazy. All right, I gotta get my walker now. So we're done with this. I'm gonna put these away. I'm gonna read the chat in a moment. I'm gonna go grab food just now too. What else? Man, Pogs though, you just brought back a whole flood of memories. Goodness gracious. That's crazy. Tamagotchis as well. I had one where you actually had to take care of your damn Tamagotchi, otherwise it was what, lost forever or some shit like that if you didn't take care of it. Crazy. Let's see. Adriana Curry. That sounds familiar. I came across her stream on her recently. She was spouting. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about her. Yeah, the Pogs, man. I have no idea who that is, Chelsea. Yeah. Oh my god, the 90s. Ugh. Did you know that they're making, I saw that they're making tape like players again. They're making tape players. They're actually back. And you get the weird headphone, you know, the uncomfortable ones. They gave you that as a retro thing. All right, I'm going to change the music because we've heard this one twice now. All right, let's see what's next. What we got? Let's change it up a little bit. Let's change up the music. Soul Calibur? Sure. Soul Calibur. Yeah. X. 22. 33 to go. Yeah, I don't see, like, for me, like, I don't like deal with, like, I kind of stay in like the more like esoteric spiritual realm nowadays, even though I'm more integrated back to being the human character and doing all the stuff again. But yeah, I just let them be. I'm just enjoying my time on the earth now. I get to be in my 80s and 90s vibe. By the way, Soul Calibur 2, one of the best fighting games ever. Oh, I spent hours with this particular track training and beating up people in Soul Calibur 2. Oh my god. Nostalgia is just hitting again. See, the feelings are coming through right now. I remember with the GameCube controller, I was like, rewinding with the pencil, yeah. Oh, I had Clay Fighters on. I had the cartridge. I don't have it anymore. I have the ROM though. I have all my N64 games on my tablet, by the way. I play all my emulator games now. Like even Soul Calibur 2. I can literally bust on my PS4 controller and just like play all my games that I want. So good. So fucking good. So good. Yeah. But yeah, like the whole like rewinding with a pencil back in the day. You know how many cassette tapes had the thing and you have to like kind of like fix it? That's what happened to me. Like I remember when one of the cassette decks, they like screwed up the tape and the tape got all twisted up inside of the player. I'm like, what the fuck? Crazy how technology evolved over time. It was, but you know the funny thing about technology back then, when they built it, dude, they built it to friggin' last. Like things were built like a friggin' tank. Yes, shit was heavy, shit looked like clunky, but they built things like a tank back then. Nowadays, things are meant to break in like 3 to 5 years. Because they're not built as strong as they used to. They're not indestructible. I'm not saying things didn't break back then, but I'm saying like things were built more with the durability in mind. Yeah, like nowadays technology, like things, because they're so fast and everything keeps changing, like you don't get the ability to fully enjoy the technology, because within a year your current thing is obsolete. right? It's not like every 5 years technology comes out and like something brand new is like changing the game, you know? What are we gonna play? There's lots of Mega Man. I want to do some Final Fantasy music now. Sure. Let's see. $22 more to go. Why is that on? There we go. Yeah, let's see. He even concerned the fact that if you do play games now, exactly. You know, it's funny that you're bringing it up because Sony, as you all know, has decided to X out physical games. You know, this is where my emulators and my ROMs come into play. Like I do buy games on Steam, and I still support the creators of the games. But you know, the thing is, like even on Steam, you don't own it, because like if your Steam account gets screwed, that's it, you're done. It's a wrap. Yes, you can take your Steam with you, but if your Steam account gets screwed, you're done. If you do something wrong with your Steam, you're done. Same with your Sony account. If you don't own your physical games, you're screwed. So like, it's really annoying that you won't be owning anything in the future, right? It's just like you're just renting a game. Yeah, they were. You're right. They were bound to go. Unfortunately, it just had to. It came. I wouldn't say sooner, but you know, we're gonna evolve past this. You know what's gonna happen. Eventually, we're going to get to a point where we're gonna be like, this is gonna be the norm now. Like, we'll get over it, basically. Of course, the retro market and all that, it's gonna skyrocket. So if you're gonna get games, like now is the time to go get your games. Like get your physical games now, because eventually what's gonna happen is shit is going to disappear and people are gonna hold on to it. They're not gonna just part with it. And if they are gonna part with it, they're gonna jump the price up to some ridiculous thing, right? Because they're not making CDs and DVDs. Eventually, like CDs and DVDs and Blu-rays, that stuff is all gonna be gone too. Yep, it's just a matter of time. You're right. Actually, you know what's funny? I want to share. This is funny. I saw this last night. This goes fitting with our conversation. I saw this on Instagram. Speaking of 1993, Goku. Look at that. Goku. Kakarot. Back in the days, the Dragon Ball Z. Alright. Anyways, that's not what I wanted to show you. What I wanted to show you was this thing I saw yesterday. And it was so fitting that I saw this yesterday. There we go.
So you're telling me in the future, people just stare at a little box all day? And in the future, you don't even own the music? You just pay every month to borrow it? Like, if you stop paying, the music just disappears? Wait, so before people eat, they take a picture of the food and show strangers? And the strangers like and comment on it? So in the future, everyone has their own phone, and they use it to type messages instead of call? And if someone calls you without typing it first, it's considered rude? So you're telling me in the future, people just post their diary for everyone to see? Some people get paid for it. For their diary? And in the future, a little box just tells you where to go? Turn by turn?
This is funny.
People still get lost?
Due to what we're talking about, this is perfect.
You just tap the box, a stranger brings it to your door, and you pay extra for that, and then you rate the stranger. Our moms always say don't talk to strangers. But But in the future, everyone just talks to strangers all day on the little box and shows them their house. And their kids?
We're technically doing it right now.
Nobody ever just sits with the quiet? Like ever? That sounds really exhausting. In the future, everyone's connected to everything, and people are still lonely. Okay, but do we at least still stay outside until the streetlights come on?
Yeah, this is crazy. This is crazy that this showed up yesterday. This is crazy because it's so true what we're talking about. It's the same thing. The same things we're talking about right now. Crazy. But yeah, we do put out our dirty we put everything out on the internet. Like I put out everything on the internet now too, right? It's there. It's archived forever, right? So that's why, like, you know, I am mindful what I say, but at the same time, like, there's nothing for me to hide. I'm an open book. I want people to know the transparency of my journey and, you know, the shit that I've had to overcome, because I understand what things are at. But yes, like for me in the evening time when I'm done streaming, you know what I'm doing, y'all? I'm either on my tablet watching an old movie now, because, you know, that's still considered a square. It's still considered one of those, like, those, you know, portable box things, right? As they were calling it in that video. Hell, I don't own a TV. Like, the parents, they use a TV, but I don't have a TV. So my only screen I have is that and my laptop, but I don't use my laptop, except for when I work with my clients on Mondays. My laptop just sits there all day, does nothing. Except for, like, checking to make sure my stream is on. That's it. The phone is the only thing that's on all day, but when I'm using the phone, I'm not using the phone because I'm actually just having the phone on and pointing a camera at me. So it's literally like I'm just on, like, looking at the screen and, like, you know, interacting with with you all. But essentially, once I'm done, the phone gets turned off. Like, it's off. I don't even look at the phone. No texting, no nothing. It's just off. And then I'm on my tablet, but eventually my tablet turns off around like 10 o'clock. And then guess what I'm doing? I'm sitting and I'm just with my thoughts, and I'm just with myself, like I was back before I even had phones and tablets. So I live as if it's like 1993 again, where, like, as a kid in 1993, I had my video games, but after I was done with my video games, all I would be doing is drawing or coloring in the coloring book, or I'd just be, like, using my imagination and playing with my toys and stuff. So what I'm doing in the evening time is just, like, going back to, like, when I was, like, a child and just enjoying, like Name was talking about Pogs or the Tamagotchis, or watching my old school TV shows, right? That's all I'm doing. I don't really entertain much on the internet after my stream is done. And the thing is, I'm glad that I own some of my movies on discs, and I have a lot of my movies that's been recorded to digital, and then of course I have, you know, that version of digital stuff. Like, I don't want to say the P word, but the piracy, right? Well, I just said it anyways. Piracy of, like, movies and stuff, but I just said that because it is what it is. But yeah, like, I'm glad that for me, like, I can be offline. If I needed to be offline, I have a plethora of stuff to keep me like occupied for offline. If I needed to be offline for a year, I will be okay. I think I'd be okay with being offline for a year. But it'd be an interesting world, though, when I'm not, like, walking my trail or going out and hanging out with people, because, you know, in today's day and age, right, we get so distracted and caught up with the notifications. My devices, all of my computer, my watch, like, I'm wearing, I don't have notifications on. All I use my watch for is to look at time and see how many steps I've walked, because I like to keep track of my steps, at least. That's all I use my watch for. My phone is just to stream. I don't really text anybody. My tablet is the one that does everything. It plays video games, it watches movies, it can listen to music, it can go on the internet, of course. It does connect with the clients and, like, text them here and there. my laptop, well, my laptop's just to do my meetings, but I can do that on my tablet. So really, like, there's not much that I really need with when it comes to technology nowadays. Let's see. Hello. Good to see you. Paying for music gets me because these companies aren't paying the artists well. I didn't see your message here until now. Hello. We used to shoot the street lights with a BB gun. My dad used but he couldn't prove it. Good times. My sister and I. That's awesome. Oh, bless me. I needed to sneeze there for a moment. Goodness gracious. Quite the world we live in, though. Yeah. So it's fitting that reel showed up last night, and we're talking about this very thing right now. How, we I need to buy a couple CDs actually before they disappear and I can never get them. I have to find them though. They're music CDs. Because like eventually, like Blu-rays, they're gonna remove all disc media, right? Because like games will no longer be made on physical media, so eventually all media will not be on physical media. They're gonna eventually kill DVDs, CDs, and Blu-rays. Like that shit is gonna disappear for good. You're gonna walk in the store and it'll be very rare to see a DVD. Like unless it's one of those retro stores. They won't be completely like gone, but you'll see them. Hey Olga, good to see you. You won't get to see them as much because they're gonna disappear because that's how the world is working. It's all digital now. So yeah, I got to get a couple music CDs before they disappear and never can get them in a physical format. Sounds good. Thank you. It's good to see you, Name. I'm about to finish my stuff and go eat. Olga, how's everything? I was gonna message you yesterday just to check in. All good? I know all's good. I think you're where I think you're at right now. I think you're there. If you are, I hope you're having fun. Okay, cool. I'm glad. I'm sure you're having fun there. I'm sending lots of energy to that area. That's good. Good stuff. Today we were talking about my favorite topic in the world. The very thing that we're using right now. It starts with a W and ends with a D. It's 4 letters, or technically it's 5 letters if it's plural, and it ends with an S. Words. Yeah. Oh, she was? Awesome. I'm glad. She must have been excited to see you. I'm glad. That's good. That's good. That's awesome. Amazing. You must have been excited to see her. I can't wait to have a similar experience with like people I haven't seen in like forever, and like I go back and like see them. I'm like, hey, you, I remember you. I still want to run into some of my childhood friends that I have no connection with whatsoever because I can't find them for the life of me. But I'm gonna find them. One day I'll find them. I know they're still alive. They have to be still alive. Some of them anyways. I'm sure I don't know if they have the same name, of course, because, you know, some of them, they would have gone married and have different last names now. And some of them may have already left Canada, potentially. So it'd just be funny if I run into one of them in San Diego and I'm like, hey, you look familiar. Did you go to so-and-so school? Yes, I did. Is your name so-and-so? How did you know that? I was in your class. I don't know if I would recognize any of them, though. It's been what, 30, 35 years? No, hold on. 11, 20. Hold on. Math is not mathing right now. So 41 minus 11 is 30. It's been 30 years, yeah. It's been 30 years since I've seen them. So I wouldn't know what they look like. They should have similar facial features from when they were kids, but I don't know if they would still be here. I don't know. But it'd be interesting. I'm going to go grab food in a moment. I have one more. 6, 9, 10, 11. Don't tell me I got a bit on my ankle now. That's gonna fucking suck. It's starting to get quiet. It's starting to get quiet. It's okay. Stop asking me to update. This thing keeps asking me to update. It's crazy. Stop asking me to update. I was checking something quickly. Okay, cool. Lottery energy, if you're still here, the temperature is 82 degrees Fahrenheit. That's the temperature, because I know you're asking what's the temp. It's 82. 82 in Toronto right now. If I wasn't streaming right now, I'd still be doing the same thing I'm doing right now, but it'd just be quiet. Like, I'd just be observing nature and energy around me. Listening to the cicadas that are making that noise right now. The birds chirping. Ugh. Goddamn 3. Oh my god. Okay, we're not done with the walker, but I'm definitely gonna go grab some food. Alright, I'll be back. I'm gonna go check what's going on in the kitchen. Before I do that, let's throw. Whew. Whew. It's quiet. What do we have? Okay. Well, I'll just quickly warm up some food and get right back to it. I think this is tuna. No, this is not tuna. This is sardine. All right. Cool. Move you guys back this way, and I'm gonna just quickly eat. And the ice cream truck is coming. Gotta love the ice cream truck. It's the 90s, y'all. Oh. Oh man. Not my favorite thing to eat in the world, but whatever, it's all good. It is what it is. Normally I would have just wrapped it in and make it like a burrito, but unfortunately it would have fallen apart. Let's put on some music. I like the quiet, but you know. I hope this song isn't. What's the name of it? Take You for a Ride. Gonna take you for a ride. No, I'm not you. Who's a weak human, Santos? I wonder if you actually are a fearmonger in real life or in the person. What the hell made you such a scaredy cat? I don't know about that. A caring soul doesn't do that. A caring soul doesn't put out fear like that. You clearly don't know what your soul is doing. Well, you're doing it the wrong way, or the misaligned way. Because you would basically say, enjoy your music, not be careful, because be careful is putting out fear. That's not love, that's fear. Can't bullshit me, dude. I can smell the bullshit. No, you can just enjoy. You don't have to be careful. I'm having fun with you. I like messing with you. I don't take you seriously at all. I'm gonna finish this before the song is finished. Well, this is supposed to be like a burrito, but it was a sardine. It's not my favorite thing to eat in the world, but it is what it is. That was the only thing they made. I can go make something else though. But just eating that. The problem is, if I had put it into a burrito style, it would have just fallen apart. So, done. This? No, it's my microphone. I don't have anywhere to attach it on my body. So, like, if I'm not at my mic is right here. Song's almost done. PS5 emulation, whoa. We're gonna take you who? We're gonna take you for a ride. Good song. Alright. Well, we're done already eating. So I'm gonna go ahead and wash up the plates. And we'll get right back to moving our body. We have a few more things to do. Just a couple more. 7:01. Goal is to finish by 8, which that should be it. This stream will have been for what, about almost 12 hours? Not quite 12 hours yet. If I stay on until like 8 something, then it'll be 12 hours. Like 8:30-ish. I used to do 12-hour streams a lot. I'm the king of 12-hour streams. been a while since I've done it though, but you know, I've done pretty long streams. Like I can just keep going. I know Rihanna, she'd be like, I worry about you. I worry about you. I want you to get some rest. I'm like, girl, I'm more than rested. You know who I am? Tasty. Tasty and delicious. I'll be back out there in a moment. I'm just gonna wipe some dishes. I don't know, I just had a scene that flooded in my head when Tony Stark was cleaning the dishes and he was thinking about making that time machine thing. Eating some cherries. Awesome. Just taking the recycling out here. Jesus. GBGBs. It's funny how we unconsciously say that. Or I unconsciously say that. Alright. It's time to get back to in the swing of things. Gonna get some water. Strawberry. Let's grab strawberries. Then they'll just be bad. The last thing we want, strawberries. All the way from good old California, home. I love seeing stuff that comes from home in Canada. It's amazing. Amazing to see product of California come to Canada. Just gonna wash these out. Enjoy some strawberries quickly. These ones are good. I love strawberries when they're fresh from the store or fresh and picked from the field. Okay. Coming back. I'm ready to rock and roll for the last little bit. Welcome back, Jeanette. You know what's funny? You know, I was like intuitively thinking you're already back. I felt like for some reason I felt you were there. I don't know why, but I knew you were like you were there. I'm like, I think Jeanette's here. I felt you. Like I'm like I have a feeling you're here, but I knew it. I'm like I knew it. All right, we only have a couple more things to do anyways. I just finished eating dinner, had some cherries and strawberries. So, energized again. We're linked. We're fam now, so we're linked. Well, we always been fam. We just defined each other. But yeah. How was your did you do your military calisthenics? How did that go? Was it challenging? Was it fun? Was it hard? You know, hard is subjective, but how was it? If you did it already. I was listening to music and I decided to we were actually going back to the retro. We're talking about some 80s and 90s stuff. I'll read your comment in a moment. We were watching a reel on Instagram I found yesterday. I don't know if you were still in the background, but like little kids were talking about how, you know, people in the future don't own music anymore. People in the future take photos of their food and then they get people to comment and like on it. Yeah, let's see. And I didn't die. That's good. You are getting better and better at it. I'll show it to you actually quickly. Why not? Throw some 90s and 80s vibes. I'll play it again.
You're telling me in the future, people just stare at a little box all day? And in the future, you don't even own the music? You just pay every month to borrow it? Like, if you stop paying, the music just disappears? Wait, so before people eat, they take a picture of the food and show strangers?
Yep.
And the strangers like and comment on it? So in the future, everyone has their own phone, and they use it to type messages instead of call? And if someone calls you without typing it first, it's considered rude? So you're telling me in the future, people just post their diary for everyone to see? Some people get paid for it. For the diary? And in the future, a little box just tells you where to go, turn by turn, and people still get lost? If you want food from a restaurant, you just tap the box, and a stranger brings it to your door, and you pay extra for that, and then you rate the stranger.
The box they're referring to is the phone.
Talk to strangers. But in the future, everyone just talks to strangers all day on the little box and shows them their house and their kids. So in the future, nobody ever just sits with the quiet, like ever? That sounds really exhausting. In the future, everyone's connected
this
to
is
everything,
this part right here.
and people are still lonely?
Yep.
Okay, but do we at least still stay outside until the streetlights come on?
Yep. So true. Ladies and gentlemen, the 80s kids, even though it's still the kids of this generation, but they're just doing obviously the thing. But yeah, I like how they called it the box. Imagine somebody who's in the 80s right now, they teleport to the future and they're like, what the fuck is going on here? Like if you ever watched Demolition Man, right? One of my favorite not Rocky, Sylvester Stallone movies. I always think of him as Rocky for whatever reason. One of my favorite Sylvester Stallone movies was Demolition Man, and you know, he gets frozen in time for I think he gets there for like 20 or 30 years, and he gets sent into the future. Well, he gets, you know, awakened in 30 years in the future, and he's like, what the hell is going on here? So it's fascinating. Like, they called it a little box because because if you think about it, it's a little box in our hand. Gives perspective, actually. Like, I remember, you know, just imagining if I were to come from the 80s and 90s, I'm like, what the hell is going on with are these humans? Of course they're humans, but like, why is everybody like, what is everybody doing? Like, why is their heads down like that? It's crazy. Yeah, I know, right? I mean, I'm using that same box right now to speak with you somewhere else in not in this area, but you know, further. But it's fascinating, isn't it? Pretty wild. That's the world we live in now. Something's stuck in my teeth. It won't come out. I'm gonna have to deal with it in a bit. Oh well. It'll come out when it's supposed to. There it goes. It came out. Weird. We're funny like that. Yeah. We see, like, I was sharing with everybody else earlier, like, after I'm done the stream, I turn off my phone. I don't got time to look at anything. I have the tablet on, yes, but my tablet I don't really spend time on the internet on the tablet. I'm really, you know, I'm watching movies or I'm watching TV shows or I'm playing my emulators, like my Nintendo 64 or my PlayStation 1 or PlayStation 2 on my tablet. So I mean, like, holy fuck. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Walker is done. It's done, son. It's fucking done. Now we just have that to do. Well, I still have a little bit of my stretches to do, so let me quickly do some of those. I think I'm gonna put this on now. My intuition's like, put on your shirt. Just cause I feel like the mosquito bubbas wants to come and eat me alive. So back we have it on. I can take my microphone off here and put it back here. Game changer, by the way, this microphone. Best investment for my streaming ever, literally. Otherwise, I'd have to be glued to my phone, like right in front of my phone, where I can be anywhere and talk. It's pretty awesome. I can be pretty far away. As you saw me like running in the field that day, I was pretty far from the phone. Oh, let's see. Sure, go for it. So you can do this if you want, but like this is just a stretch. I'll show you some of the spine movements I'm gonna do. You don't have to put your head into the ground. With this particular one, you can just kind of like just do this. If you can't reach your head to your knees, that's okay. Just reach as far as you go. You're basically practicing to get closer to the ground. A year ago, I couldn't touch my head on my knee. So let that be a thing where I was more like getting up to here. And this was good enough at the time. And then, like in the beginning, I couldn't even reach for my toes like this. I was like struggling, like, oh my God, like this is crazy. So the more you do it, the nervous system will see it as safe, and it'll surrender the move to you because you're making yourself feel, your body's going to feel safe for you to do the move. So this is just a good stretch. But what I'm going to do for some of the stretches, and you see me do it, you get down like this, and this one's good for your spine, where you're starting. It doesn't matter how far you go. If you can only go up to here, that's okay. But if you can like reach further, cool. But of course, don't hurt yourself when you're doing this. If it's too much pain, just reduce it a bit. And you can do however many you like. I usually aim for 22 because, you know, I like my double numbers. So like 11 per side. And I'll read your message in a moment there. Because, you know, if you keep doing these moves, right, you don't have to do like hours upon hours upon hours of like movement. You can just do like 5-10 minutes and you're done. The only reason why it takes me hours to do is because I'm talking in between. And I added so much to my plate anyways. But Fridays are my dedicated full body day, so it's only natural that it takes a little bit longer too because I added more to it. But, you know, I'm chilling, I'm chatting, I'm having fun, and I'm enjoying my time with you all. So, like, I don't mind. I'm not in any rush. I'm not due for anything. If I have to go somewhere or do something or be off earlier, then I would. But I'm good. There's no reason why I do 22. I can just do 11 and that's fine too, but 11 is an odd number because one side will only get like 5 and the other will get 6, whereas 22 balances it out. I can make it 12, but I like my double numbers. There, let's see. What do we got? I have a... Gotcha. Makes sense. Remember, always go at your own like comfort level, and also like see if you can stretch beyond a little, but not too much, because like you don't want to like. Perfect. The next one we're gonna do quickly. This one can be a little tough, but there's this one. So if this one's hard to do, I'll show you the alternative. But you're basically kind of sitting like this. So your hip is one of your hips is going to be like up, and the other is going to kind of be down, and you're going to just come down. Now, as you can come down as far as you can. You don't need to touch your forehead to the ground. Like I only started doing that. Like when I first started, I was like going like this. So like with this one works on your hips, because your hips is what connects your upper and your lower body. When this thing works great, your rest of your body doesn't need to compensate. But when your hips are not working great, then the rest of your body has to compensate for your hips, and then both your upper and your lower starts to feel in pain. That's where a lot of problems start to happen for a lot of people, when the hips is not working properly. So with this one, like you can use your hands. Like if you can't do without your hands, do this. You can put your hands on at the front and do this too. This works as well. If you want to challenge yourself, you can put your hands behind your back. So you have multiple ways. You have your front, you have your side, you have your back, and then you have no hands. Let's see. Oh, you're good. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you can, I would recommend probably wherever you can go, just go there and then come back up, because it's still working your hips. Like, the range of motion is not really the, like, me hitting the ground like this is just for me to know that I'm still very flexible. That's all it is. Just to remind my body that, like, we're flexible. It's not for, like, oh, I'm getting more of the out of the hips kind of thing. So I'm going to just do 11 on this side. Last year when I started doing these moves, and actually I didn't even start these moves until earlier this year, to be honest, because last year I was only starting to build flexibility. So really it was earlier this year where I was starting these moves, and I wanted to see, like, am I actually capable of doing this? And of course I am, because I keep telling myself I'm capable of doing anything. Just because I may have a problem somewhere now doesn't mean the problem's going to exist forever. I can easily get it healed. I just have to be taking more time and patience with myself. And care. All right, one more. And then other side. Because whatever you do on one side, you must do on the other. That's one of my rules. Even though it still works on your spine and your hips, it's still one side got targeted over the other. So that's why I do both sides. And when you're doing this too, you can keep your feet a little wider out, or you can keep it closer in. It totally doesn't matter at this point. I keep mine about like here. It's not too far. It's basically equal. If I bring my legs out further, it becomes a little bit more challenging, because my nose is now hitting my like shin. So I keep it more like here so that it can clear my legs. Hips are very important, and it's usually often overlooked, because, you know, like, people are not looking at your hips. If you're like a woman, and yeah, you got them hips don't lie thing, like Shakira or whatever, yeah, but like, many people generally overlook hips. That's what Vanya was sharing in one of her videos. She's like, you know, in the fitness industry, we're chasing the aesthetics of looks, but she hit me with something in one of her videos. She's like, think about it. What's the point of looking good when you can't even, when you're in pain and you're blowing out your back, or you're hurting your knee? Like, what's the point? You can look amazing, but like, eventually, like, if you don't take care of your, like, the joints itself, that the mechanics of your muscles, then what is the point of looking good? You're just gonna feel like shit anyways. So that's why she hit me with that. I'm like, you know, that's a bar. I have to give that to her, because, you know, she and in fact, I'm gonna actually see. She made a video a couple days ago. In fact, she was talking about hips. Let's see. I just finished the 11 there. We're gonna get to the next one, but let me see what she left for the video, because I saved it. I have to go to my workout playlist, or playout playlist.
Welcome back to a fresh new video of Movement Snacks with Vanya, where I take you through 10-minute mobility routines
She's sitting in a
that you
squat.
can do in the comfort of your own home with no equipment, with not much space. They target every major joint in your body. They help you prevent and eliminate injuries, and most of all, expand your movement vocabulary. In today's video, we are going to target the hips. The hips require intensity, and most of us don't really train it correctly. We sit in this flex position for 8, 10, 12 hours a day, and we don't really often target the hips in ways that they should be targeted, meaning in different planes, through different ranges, through full ranges of motion, and most of all, loading them. So today, we're not going to be using any weight, but we are going to be using body weight to challenge the hips through their full range of motion. So stick around, do the whole routine front to finish, and then repeat it again so you can practice the movements again. Let's get into it. All right, so we start in the squat, and we're going to stay in the squat for the majority of this routine. If there's one tip that I can give you is to spend more time in this resting squat position. This should feel natural to you. You should feel effortless.
Yeah.
You shouldn't require a warm-up, and you shouldn't be in pain
gets straight
after
to the
doing
point.
this.
She doesn't mess around.
So the more time that you spend in a squat and the less time you spend sitting in a chair will be beneficial for you, and also improving your hips as well. Not just your hips, but your whole body. So from here, you're just going to rock. And you see how I'm rocking into the forefront of my toes? I'm rocking back and forth, and I'm just lubricating those hips, and I'm trying to get that nice depth going. If you struggle at the moment to get into the deep squat, to actually sit here, you can hold onto something like a pole or a chair or a desk, or you can elevate your heels slightly onto some blocks to decrease the range of motion and to give you a little bit more room.
If you have books.
So rock, rock, rock until you feel that it actually starts to sink down, and then I want you to just bounce here a little bit. So 10 bounces. Get comfortable in that bottom position. And from there, you're going to take your left hand, place it onto the left knee. You're going to take your right shoulder, dig it into the right knee for resistance, and you're going to push away. So I'm pushing, trying to straighten my elbow, trying to open my hip. At the same time, I'm pushing against this other knee, trying to give myself space. And then back in. We're going to go for 10 here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So her name,
8,
let me drop the link. Let me drop the name of her channel. It's called Move Methods. Or you can take a screenshot. Hold on. Fuck, I closed the video by accident. God damn it. Move Methods. So you can just check her out. So let's go to her channel. There. Here you go. Move Methods. And it's her latest video. It's called Fix Tight Hips. So you can check. She's going to be pretty important for in your fitness journey. I can tell you that, because like she helped me to get super flexible. So because of her, I am where I am now because of that. Of course, I have to put in the action, but like, you know, I was determined to keep me going. But yeah, she has all kinds of different movements. Exactly. She basically, I'm gonna do that quick move too that she's doing. So she's in a squat. She's bouncing. She's doing this resistance. So she's like pulling here. And I'm gonna do the other side. And I can feel it right now, actually. Yeah, you're welcome. I do my best to never gatekeep anything, because like I want people to know that like I've scoured all kinds of different like, you know, YouTube channels. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Right? Like you put your resistance. Right, you put your shoulder into this one, then you grab your knee, and you're just pulling, and you're putting resistance. So you're pulling, or you're pushing, and you're holding resistance here. She's more flexible than I am, but I mean, like, I'm where I am basically, and that's okay. If I do this more, which I'm sure I'm going to be practicing this one. Yeah. It's when you first start doing a move, the nervous system is going like, oh, fuck. But as you keep doing it, the nervous system is going to be like, oh, I remember this move. You've done this before. Oh, okay, I'm going to help you to go further because I've done this move before and it's not hurting me anymore. Yeah. Oh, yeah. But you know, it's a good thing that at least we did that one. Like, that is enough. Like, she's going to show you more, but like, when you watch the video, well, hello there, Bubba. I see you. It's a robin. Can you come over here? Damn it. Get your ass over here. Yeah. Anyways, I'm going to get back to this one, the 90-90 transition. She probably might show that in this video, or she might show you this move in a different video. She definitely will show you in a different video. But this one here, if you want to do this one, so this particular one here, I do this extra turn. You don't need to do this extra turn, but if you want to do this extra turn, the extra stretch, this helps with the waist and more of your spine, and then you go like this, and then you drop back like this, and then you come back like this. This is like the slow motion, and doing it like that. You're basically kind of like pivoting like this. One thing you're going to notice when you do this move is like you're going to kind of inch forward little by little. You're going to wonder, what the hell? How come I'm moving forward? As you can see, I'm starting to move a little forward. I'm inching forward just ever so slightly. So if that happens, you kind of just go back and you just like reset yourself. I'm glad I found that video quickly, just to show you her, Vanya. You'll love her. She doesn't waste time. She doesn't bullshit with anything. She has so many different videos. She started with wrist last week or the week before. Then she did shoulder. Now she's on hips. So I'm sure she's going to do spine. She's going to do hamstring. She's going to do knee for sure. Knees are going to be fun when I see that video. Even though she already has it out there, but she's kind of making it into a series right now. I'm going to tell you right now, Jeanette, I used to not sleep properly for years. But ever since I started doing these mobility training movements, I'm telling you, like, I'm starting to sleep a lot better now. Like, I barely wake up at night. If I drink something, obviously, before I go to bed, then yeah, I wake up and go use the bathroom. But like, there's some nights I'm sleeping through again, which I haven't had that in like a very long time. So I'm like, there is something to all of these movements that I'm doing, even in the evening time, that's preparing me for nighttime. Like a good movement, when you're going to bed, is this one. So like when I go to bed, I'm on the ground and I'm doing this, and I drop my hips down, or I do that, and then I bring myself down. You'll feel a stretch here if you're doing this one. And same thing with the other side. Now, when I do this, I usually also reach. So I'm also reaching at the same time. So it adds a little bit more movement. And then with this one, I'm just holding. This is a good position. Even if you're laying in bed, you can just actually do this. Over time, you're going to start to feel tired And if you're like having a problem like falling asleep, this move right here, I don't know if you have insomnia, but this move right here helps with insomnia. It starts to, you know, you start to feel a little bit tired, and then like your body's gonna just want to like collapse, and then you'll start to kind of like wind down and like just want to relax, and then it'll put you into like more of a state of like sleep. So this is the stuff I do at nighttime, like when I'm about to head to bed. Also, like if you have a sofa, or you can use your bed, what I do, just imagine this is the bed. So I have 1 foot like on and 1 foot forward like this. So just imagine like I'm on a bed right now, and like my body's resting here, and I'm reaching like this, and I'm tucking. So like I bring my knee forward while I'm kind of like laying in bed. So like imagine this is the bed, and I'm doing like this and tucking. This one also helps with like your lower back, to open up your lower back. So that when you're going to bed, you're more loose, you know? Because that's the goal, is to be very, very, very loose. Not feel stiff and sore, you know? But like in the beginning, it's gonna, the legs are burning, yeah. But it's okay, because like your body's getting used to it. I'm gonna quickly do my 55 curls, because this is my last thing I gotta do. This is not the stretches. This is just for the aesthetics of this. What was I gonna say? Yeah, so as you're doing like those moves over and over, like you don't need to do much. Like that is my nighttime routine. Like it winds me down for bed, because when you do movements before bed, what you're doing is actually setting up your morning for success, because when you wake up, you're like, fuck yeah, I did the thing last night. I feel so much better in the morning. And then I also move in the morning. Like I do my crawls. Like if you do this, Jeanette, for 1 minute, bear crawls, slow crawling like this, you're going to feel the burn. You can walk forward, you can walk backwards. So left to right. And this helps with mind-body coordination, and with the left and right hemisphere of your brain, because you're going left to right, right to left to right, right to left, right? If you do this for a minute or two, watch as you are going to feel the burn. Because like right now, like I'm not even in a minute, I'm already feeling the burn. And Vanya, she does this for 5 minutes, but she takes pauses in between. So like that one is a really good move before going to bed. This other one here, this one is my favorite move, probably by far. This. Now, have you seen me do this one? Because this one stretches out your wrist, your shoulders, your spine, your hips, your hamstrings, your knees, and your ankles. So it does everything. Just holding this position, and then you can just go down and come back up if you can do this. This one is good to help opening up the hips, the lower back, the spine, and the knees, and your shoulders, because your shoulders are also getting it. And then of course you can also add the transition of just going like this, so you can stretch your legs out and go forward and back like this. And this one's also really good. And then you can add a little bit of a side to side if you want, but like doing this one is very, very, very good for your joints. Because like this targets basically the entire body right here. This move right here nails all of your major joints. Your wrists are being activated because that's to hold you up. Then you have your shoulders, you have your hips doing the movements. It has your knees, your ankles, your hamstrings. Like this one's really, really good. So, and then of course you can also do a crawl as well with this one. This dumbbell's in my way, but whatever. So that's why like I like this move a lot. Let's see. Definitely, thank you. I appreciate you. I will never give up. Yeah. So that one, Jeanette, is really, really good. Like, it does the job. Like, if you do that stuff before bed, and you don't need to spend long, 5-10 minutes max. Don't need to spend long on it. You'll see, like, your body is gonna start to. It's gonna start to give you new movements and new ability to start to move, because like that's what happened for me. That's why now like I'm able to like, you know, do stuff like this. And it's all because of other moves, because your body's all interconnected. Right? I'm able to touch the floor now with my shoes. Back then, I couldn't touch the ground with my shoes on. I could touch my toes, but I couldn't touch the ground. Now I can touch the ground no problem. There are people who can touch the ground with their elbows and their shoes on. I can't do that yet. I'm not quite there yet, but you know, I'm good with just touching the ground. I'm very passionate about fitness, but I'm also very passionate about healthy joints. Who would have thought I would have been an advocate for joint health? The guy who didn't give a shit about joints and wanted the aesthetics. So, 7:45. It's cool. Yeah. Whew. You're welcome, sister. I got you. Now we got the curls to do. Those moves alone will save your hips. Guaranteed. In the beginning, it's going to be tough, though. See, like the one thing about everything is like everything is interconnected. Like everything I talk about, everything I do is all an interconnected piece. It's a dance between the mental, the spiritual, and the physical. That's why like there's no separation between anything I do or say, because like they're all connected. All right, that's one set. We got 4 more sets to go, and then that's a wrap for me. Oh, I'm gonna go shower and deal with this annoying like mosquito bite on my foot, at the back of my foot. Fucking biology. Gotta deal with biology sometimes. It'd just be easier if I had my true body again. Wouldn't have to eat, wouldn't have to sleep, wouldn't have to shower, wouldn't have to deal with mosquito bites, wouldn't have to do with nothing, because we're just energy. But it is what it is. Friggin' biology. But we get to work with our biology, right? I love my biology. Oh. Oh man. I don't know what I'm gonna watch tonight. Maybe let me see. I was gonna watch The Blind Side last night, but I'm like, I'm not feeling it. What the hell do I want to watch? Do I want to watch a TV show, or do I want to watch a movie? What do I want to do? Probably going to end up watching a TV show, maybe Criminal Minds. I used to not, when I got into the spiritual journey, I was so into like, yeah, I got to protect my frequency because my frequency is going to drop if I watch this type of content or this kind of show, and I can't listen to this type of music now. But that's all fucking noise that the mind makes, because a lot of spiritual people in the community will say, and yes, they do have consequences when you listen to stuff, but when you know who you are, nothing has a consequence, because you know who you are. Nothing can truly affect you unless you allow it to have the power to affect you. That's a bar. Write it down. Let's see. What was? It was called the law of the golden sun. Hold on. It's funny because I was just looking it up earlier again. Let me just quickly. You'll like it. The law of the sun. So it's if you look it up, it's going to be the second video, because it's 1 hour and 43 minutes. There's another video which is a newer version of it, but they're like interconnected, but one's more newer than the other. But the first one I'm referring to, this one right here, the one with the girl, that one, the law of the sun. Yeah. You'll like it. It's not because I didn't watch it because it was anime. I watched it because I was like, a spiritual movie that was anime. Let's check it out. Even if it wasn't anime, if it was just cartoon, I'd still watch it. I was curious as to what it was about, and I looked at it. I'm like, oh, you'll like it. It's got an 80s, 90s vibe to it too, because like that type of animation was from like the 80s and the 90s, like early 90s essentially. So you'll enjoy the aspect because it's also a little bit of a retro vibe to it. I might actually watch it again. Maybe I watch it again. I don't know. I don't know. I've watched it 2 times now. I like it. Let's see. My all fours walks and then hit the wash. Gotcha. All right. Well, if I don't see you, I'm going to be jumping off shortly. I'm just finishing up all of this. You have yourself a good night. And know you're doing great. Remember that always. And thank you always for, helping in the chat and, dropping your bars, because I know I miss some of the things you say, but I do know when you drop fire, like, you're dropping fire. So I appreciate you for doing that. Oh my God. Oh, okay. My arms are burning. 6, 7, 9, 10, 11. We have 2 more sets to do. 2 more sets. Thank you. I will. Definitely. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it, sis. There's so much more to talk about, but at the same time, like, there really isn't anything else, if you know what I mean. Like all of it has been said, but like there's still so much to say. There's so much to say, but there's like no point saying it because it's already been covered, you know. But every day someone new shows up on the stream, and so whoever shows up and they hear it, it's meant for them. That's why I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. Yeah. And like they need the message too, because like they never heard it before. So that's why it's sort of like I can't make that assumption like as soon as someone jumps on they've heard my message, right? Because like I have it in my mind that there's always going to be someone new listening, whether they want to hear it or they don't want to hear it. And due to the fact that they may have never heard me speak about it, then it's technically new to them. Or it's familiar to their soul because their soul has it. It's not familiar to their soul, the soul just knows it, but the mind is like kind of like in that in-between. Like how each of you found me and you resonated with what I was saying, it's the same thing for them. That's how like you see people keep coming back. Like yourself, Rihanna, like Underboss, even though unfortunately he got blocked, and I didn't block him, but like I don't think he's gonna come back because he might have think that I was mad at him. Not mad whatsoever, I just didn't know he was blocked. But like him and Apocalypse and Shapeshifter and who were you speaking to earlier? I forget. You were having a good, I think it was Shape. It was you and Shape that were having a great conversation earlier. But like, you know, MK, like everybody, like there's so many people now. It's great. So, and of course David showed up today, which is amazing. So some of my people from the previous channel are now showing up. It's pretty good. Olga's been here. All right. I don't know if you met Eric yet. Eric came one time. I think you got to see him one time. He only came the one time. It was the Saturday. It was raining. But like, he's the dreaming in progress. Like he has a really good mindset. So like, I'm glad to see him and everything's working out for him and things are unfolding for him. Yeah. Yeah. So like, everybody's starting to show up. It would be awesome if there are other people that I once knew showed up, because I know they are subscribed to the channel. And so it's just yeah. We're getting there though. They're getting there. Little by little. Just, you know, it's not even about them like subscribing or anything. It's just them hearing the message, impacting more people as I possibly can. Because I know the universe wants everybody to remember themselves, but they have to go through their journeys to remember their self, and it's unique to everybody. Oh my God. Whew. Ooh. Oh my God. One more set. 99% of the people come through here have brilliant minds and are full of wisdom. It's great even if we don't always agree. It's great to learn and ponder with them. Sure is. That's the reason why, like, you know, whenever any of you share something in the chat, it opens up the dialogue for not only myself, for me to go deeper, because I can play off of what you guys are all sharing, or you share something, someone else sees what you shared, and they are like, holy fuck, and that opens up a perspective for them. It opens up a perspective for a lot of people. Or they share something and opens up perspectives for you and for others, for myself. And so like that's the importance of why I want to keep the chat like not as like, it's okay to be distracted and stuff. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just making sure like, you know, everyone comes and they get what they feel empowered, number one. Number two, they feel like their soul was fulfilled. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't drain anyone, but like everybody comes and like they feel good, you know? They want to like, it's like sucking from like a nectar. Like you're getting like the sweetness of nectar, or a nice cup of juice, or a nice like coffee to start your day kind of thing. Because like that's the goal, like to not drain anybody, but to empower everyone, but also to remind everyone that they are also their own source at the same time. That way, everybody it just feels good. It just flows, you know? So many people show up in alignment. There's tons, like, right? There's like, you see it, right? Since you've been here, so many new people showed up, right? You're going to be considered one of the OGs soon. Right? Depending on how long I stream and like if I start making videos or whatever, you're considered one of the OGs. So Chelsea is one of the OGs now too. Like eventually there's going to be like the first like month or 2 or 3 is going to be like the OGs, and then, you know, everybody else will just come in and, you know, we're just like welcoming them back home to themselves. So that's like my intention, is to make sure like someone leaves as best as they can, if they want to be here, with empowerment, like they feel good, right? Because like the last thing you want is to go on some channel and you're like, oh my God, like, ugh, gross, yuck, right? Who wants to feel like that? I don't want anybody to feel like that. I know some of the things I might say might trigger some people, but it's not on purpose. It's not intentionally, because like I don't know what everyone's journey is like, because I can't see everybody. But, you know, do my best to be as kind and caring. Of course, you know, I can't be passive when someone's being disrespectful. Like I can leave them to disrespect me, but they're not really disrespecting me, because I can just take their words and dissolve it. But also, you know, if they're being racist in the chat towards someone else, I'm not going to stand for it. So like there's a little bit of a balance that has to be had though. So that's why like for me it's just important to sort of like, I'm not going to be the traditional YouTuber that's going to be like, you know, but at the same time, like I know one day the chat's going to go like this. You know how fast it's going to go? Like people are just going to and like I won't be able to read anything, and I'm just going to have to lock in. I saw Lindsay. She was on a live stream a couple days ago. Monday, I believe. It was either Monday or it was last week, sometime last week. Forget. I was on her live stream and I wished her love. Like, she didn't see my message at all. But I jumped right off. I'm like, enjoy your live stream, babe. I love you. And then I jumped right off. But like, her chat was going like this. It was crazy. Like she had like thousands of people. I'm like, that's what this channel is going to end up being like at some point, where it's going to be like that. And so messages will be missed, unfortunately. But it's not intentionally. It's just like, there's no way to keep up with everything in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's like right now, I'm able to see most people's things, except for in the morning when I'm talking at the water. I'm usually locked the fuck in. Like when I'm there, like I'm just locked in. But when I'm here, I can at least look at the chat and kind of like see what's going on in chat, right? I didn't get a chance to, I just got to like wish her, you know, wish her an amazing live stream and have fun with her fans. I told her that I loved her. She energetically felt that though. I know that. She felt it. I know she felt it because I was meant to see her live stream for just, I spent a few minutes. I didn't spend too long because I had my own stuff to do. And I was like, okay, I love you, babe, and I'll see you soon, and enjoy your time with your fans, because her fans are very important to her, and that's the one thing I want her to know always, that her fans come first. I don't have to come first. Like I put myself first. She has to put herself first, and she can put her fans as well at the top because they're priority. Because I know like her fans are what keeps her going. So I made sure to, you know, leave that energy there for her and let her have a great time with her live stream. And I know she did. I have one more set. Let's do it. Let's do it. I think this is going to be one of my longest live streams on this channel, because I started around like 8:20, and what time is it? It's already 8:05, so I'm going to be jumping off shortly. It'll be just short of 12 hours. Just short. The YouTube, unfortunately, doesn't record anything past 11 hours and 55 minutes. Once you hit 11 hours and 55 minutes, it's basically recorded content. I have so much extra content that's been not recorded. On my other channel. Finito. Awesome. Whew. Oh, I forgot to do the prayer hands behind my back. There you go. This one's good for your wrists, but like this one is very challenging. Like to do this thing here, to put your hands in prayer position, this was a pain in the ass. Like this hurts actually. I have to practice it more often, but like I got it. It's just, you know, this one's good for your wrist, but it's a pain. It's a pain. Go for it. So basically, let me show you let me show you how to do this one, because I struggled in the beginning. So let me show you how I do it. So I basically, if you see, I'm going like this, and I'm going to do it slow motion. So I start putting my fingers together, and then around here, if you can do this, like if you can get your wrist to spin like this, you're going to most likely clear it. Because like what's going to happen is that you then bring your arm or your hands up like this. In the beginning, you might not be able to get it up here, but you will probably have it like down here, which is okay. If you can get here, this is perfect. But this one, you're going to feel it in your wrist. Yeah, you can definitely get there. It took me a while to get there, because in the beginning, I was doing like this. I was like, how the fuck do you get your wrist? How do you get it? Like, I was doing this thing. But like, I had to like, basically, I had to make like a loop and spin around like that. That was what was throwing my brain off for a moment. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? And then I figured out, oh, that's what you gotta do. Yeah, you definitely are gonna feel it in the wrist, 100%. But this is good for your wrist. And then what you do with your wrist, shake it out and then just do that. You don't need to pull all the way back. You just pull a little like that. And that'll help open up like the joints in your wrist. All right, I'm going to put away some of my stuff. And then I'll call it a wrap on the stream. I'll grab my protein shake. I should have enough time to do my protein shake and do my wrap up. Yeah. But that one's good for your wrist. So if you're having wrist problems, that's the perfect exercise for your wrist. That one and other wrist exercises that I've shown in the past, those are good. So I'm gonna just put these things away. I'm glad I can show some of these things because, you know, I like helping people with physical things too. Like I love helping with the mind, but I love helping with the physical, like body stuff, because, you know, you get practicality out of the physical stuff, and that can actually help you to start anchoring with your mental. Because you work on the physical, it'll start targeting the mental. You work on the mental, it'll start targeting the physical. They're both interconnected. They may look like two different systems, but they're practically the same system. That's a bar. What time is it? 8:10. Yeah, I definitely started the stream. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna just quickly grab my protein shake and then I'll jump off. But before I did see that you're jumping off, so let me just quickly go grab my things, and then I'll jump off and call it a wrap. Tomorrow's gonna be fun though, because we got 1 hour jump rope to do, and that's gonna be a hell of a workout. That's gonna be one hell of a friggin' workout tomorrow to do. Whew. But I'm looking forward to it, of course. I always look forward to it. Just grabbing my protein powder. And then I'll be jumping off, going to take a shower, dealing with this mosquito bite. And then probably watching a movie or whatever I feel called to. All right, got my protein shake. Yeah. King Taurus. Bye, Jeanette. It was good to have you on again. And keep on rocking it with those moves. You'll see your body's going to it's going to transform in a very, very short amount of time. If you keep at it, you'll see. All right, is this ready? Sure is. Protein shake, y'all. Cheers. This is my treat to myself. Yeah, your body's gonna definitely transform in a short amount of time just by doing those things, because you're gonna start to One thing is going to lead to the next, that's going to lead to the next, and you're going to see, hey, if I can do this, then I can do this. And if I can do this, then I can do this. And if I can do this, I'll be able to do this. And if I can do that, I'll be able to do that. If I can do that, I'll be able to do that. So that's